PKA 679 with our guest, the Crypt Keeper, Taylor.
This episode of PKA is brought to you by PharoahDistro.com and Lock and Load, the premium supplement for words and things we aren't supposed to say in the first 15 seconds. So I got your back, Woody. Look at that. And Driftor, I was hoping that we'd get you sitting upright. Is there any good health news?
Yes, I thought about starting this sitting upright. I'm doing more of that these days, but it would just be a facade. It would be 20, 30 minutes, and then we'd have to transition into here. The health news is I'm recovering, ? Said that a number of times on this show for sure. Yeah. Mm-hmm. I got treated for babyosis infection, which is a parasitic protozoan that lives in your blood. And I can see you wincing, the incredible, unbelievable audacity of this story.
Wait, what is it called so I can look it up?
The name of it I was like, wait, what?
Babyo, what is it called?
Babyosis. It's reverse aging. He's
so what I've prepared for you is actual proof that I'm not just bullshitting you all. This is my actual test. I actually got this.
A man who can read the room.
Painfully rare disease.
Negative. All right.
Wow, that's a lot of AIDS in your blood.
Yeah, but the way it cut off the babyosis, whatever, for the fish down there is positive at the bottom. So that's what I got treated for. It was successful. I felt a shit ton better. And let's see if I can go back to my actual regular screen now that I've done that. And a crazy thing is 2 days after starting the medication to treat this, all of my nightmares and bad dreams and shit just full stop. 35 years of insane nightmares and crazy stories and conversations on here about nightmares and shadow people. 3 or 4 days of medication, and I have not had a nightmare since October. So that's a blessing.
Wait. All right, that's a couple months.
Help me understand. So you've been on medication for 3 or 4 days?
It only took 3 or 4 days for that change to take effect. The course of medication was just antibiotics for like 2 weeks, and now I'm just doing physical therapy and regular follow-ups. And I know I'm still in the bed and it looks terrible, but things are
no, I was worried it was a really small sample size. Like, I took this medicine and I haven't had a terror all night. Like,
since October.
Are you just a little bit jealous of being able to just lie in the bed like that and go to work? Because like, a little part of you, like, try it for a day, you'd be like, this is all right.
Yeah,
kind of nice.
Dude, I couldn't do the show laying down. I'd fall asleep.
Time to open my eyes and go to work.
I need something typed. You clap.
I got a text to speech, so I just lay here and talk into the mic, and it types everything for me, and I paste it in. It's real lazy workstation. My wife and most of the guests in the house want to try it out and love it. And we have what you don't see over here past the camera is a TV setup and some other things, so I can very easily just turn it on and share what's on the screen. Like if we wanted to play a game together or whatever, somebody wanted to peep.
That would be so fucking funny to come in that room and be like, let's watch a movie, and I'm watching a TV and you're watching that. And it makes me think, have you ever like been on your phone in a bed and you're holding it above your face and you drop it and it's like bang?
Yeah.
Like I've done that multiple times and it's embarrassing, and that would be cataclysmic.
Dude,
if your setup
worse
fell.
Than that. So I will have my laptop on my chest like this, and then it goes bang. I have done this show with a cut across the brow of my nose from the fucking Apple laptops. Notoriously can slice loaves of bread.
They're so thin.
They're sharp.
Yeah, also the brow of your nose. And I just like minimize the scab and try and pull it off.
Woody, did you fall asleep in our call this week when we were
played the fifth?
All right, so
that's yes. Detective Taylor sleuthed that one out right away.
Guilty people don't plead the fifth.
I've watched a lot of programming with Woody. I'll say like in person, side by side, but also
technically we've slept together.
Oh, we've slept together 100%. We've been in the same bed together with Taylor. But what happens is, and
just imagining the fan art right now. Hopefully they render your abs just right.
Sure.
Make me the hairy, muscular one.
Don't get my abs right. Make them better.
It was in the middle.
Yeah, at the very least, I want to be a power bottom.
All of us. There was like 8 of us in that bed.
T-Mar was in there.
Yeah, we all watched UFC in a call, and I just remember hearing, and someone went, and someone, bless their heart, went, is Woody sleeping? They whispered so as not to wake you. And I'm like, yeah, he's asleep. Yeah, he's asleep.
You can play carnival music.
Yeah,
He's not waking
so
up.
I was asleep and I did snore, although they were talking mad shit. And like that woke us up. Once I start hearing my name a lot and stuff, like I'm back in it. And I'm like, Jackie's like, let's just be quiet and listen to what people say about you while you're sleeping. Kyle was kind, but the fans, maximum assholishness. Like,
did you keep
really
faking
brutal
snores?
stuff.
Like,
I'm sorry, say that again?
did you fake snores to sell it? Because I would imagine that as soon as the snoring stopped, it's like, wait, it's too quiet in here.
He was just overly confident that I was still out.
So you missed some of the best fights. Or
No,
unless
it was the Colby Covington fight, and sleeping was the
woke up.
proper response to that, I assure you.
Oh.
It was not a good fight. That was not a good
Did
card.
either of you win or lose a little bet on it? Is
I
that
owe
one
Woody
you-
$5. Yeah.
Yeah, I think you made
Yeah.
a bet on that one.
Yeah.
This babyosis thing, I'm looking it up. This is one of those tick diseases that you
Yes.
get from getting bit by a tick. Did they tell you, or do you know when the tick bite could have happened?
I have no clue. I am so lost. It was so hard to find even a single doctor in the entire state of Texas willing to treat this. And their speculations on how I got it was a blank. Like if you go on the CDC and look it up, between 1 and 3 people in the state of Texas get it every year. So I guess I'm just lucky.
Damn. Were you an outdoorsman at any point? Like
I
lots
was
of
a
tick
kid.
bites?
Grew up real poor, out in the country in Mississippi, rural agricultural area, some in Kentucky as well. The kind of thing where you catch dinner, you catch your fish and eat it, or
Well, Kentucky,
even,
that checks out based on this.
when I
little
moved in
map.
with Rich Stepdad, it was like, let's get in the go-kart and go out in the woods and fuck with stuff and shoot guns. And
Yeah. And he was the dad who would be like, nightmare, demons. He's like trying to-
so I have
Always
no idea
remember,
where or
son.
how I got it. I have no clue. I am just as in the dark as all of you. All I can say is that I took the medicine and I feel better. And I think that might have been fucking me for years.
I have a couple of questions. Did they suspect babyosis or
No.
just run all kinds of tests?
I was all kinds of tests. I was 87 different kinds of desperate and confused. And I was sitting here and I would pray every morning, please God, let me be crazy. Let this be a Sixth Sense moment where I'm Bruce Willis and I realize everything is fine and I just need some fucking Xanax. And nothing was working. So I started taking kind of weirder tests at random. There was a company called IGeneX that would test you not just for Lyme, but for every single tick-borne disease on the planet.
Mhm.
And it was like, oh, it's $3,500 to test everything. Sign me up. Ship that shit out right now. My internist said, why not? You're having all these joint problems. And lo and behold, it was like a month, maybe 6 weeks later, it came back and it was positive. And I had no idea what to do with that information. And it kind of started a whole series of events. I think I'd actually just gotten that news like 2 days before I showed up here as a clown.
Yeah, that was
But I had to wait to get it confirmed by an actual infectious disease doctor. And we couldn't even replicate that particular test because we tried testing for individual strains and got nothing. So since the medication was relatively low side effect profile, they're like, let's give you the medication and see how you respond. Response was pretty positive.
My second question was the antibiotic. Like,
Yeah.
you haven't. What happens, like, say, with syphilis, oftentimes,
Mhm.
is people don't know they have syphilis, but somewhere along the way they get strep throat, take an antibiotic, and syphilis never gets as bad as it did for Al Capone or whatever.
yeah.
You haven't had an antibiotic in years?
I genuinely don't ever remember taking an antibiotic since I was like 9 years old. I mean, I might have, truly. I just don't remember it. I'd never really got a bacterial infection that I can recall having. Certainly not in the last decade. I mean, maybe if I was did something when I was 13, I might have forgot it. But
Yeah.
yeah,
They don't
the
really
antibiotic
like
that made me
putting you on
take was
those.
you had to drink it. It was this bright yellow stuff that looked and tasted about like highlighter fluid, and I had to drink it 3 times a day. It was awful.
I feel like psychologically that would help me. Or I'd be like, this elixir will get me well.
The placebo effect. The bigger and weirder the medicine is, the more it impacts your body, the more it impacts your mind, the stronger the placebo effect is. Or the nocebo effect. You can give people big red pills that say poison, and they'll take them, and like half the people will get sick or feel weird every time.
Yeah. Yeah. It's way like psychosomatic responses. Like you can create pains in your body in different places. Like that stuff is powerful. And it's probably good they didn't put you on antibiotics. At least my understanding is like they don't want
They did.
They don't want people to. Oh, they did this time, but not before.
I took antibiotics, not antipsychotics or SSRIs. Or
antipsychotics. I was saying because like I know when I've been sick in the past, they're like, "Well, this could be the flu, so let's not put you on antibiotics, even though it might be stress because it can mess with your like guts and stuff."
Oh yeah, my gut flora. That's what I really care about.
I'm like, well, I didn't come into this office.
Get out of bed.
Like, no,
you will care.
There's a difference.
I'll take diarrhea over the flu,
right, dude? I'll take
antibiotics. You cocksucker.
Dude, apparently it takes a while to build all that shit back up again.
You muscle down one Greek
you don't
yogurt,
notice.
you're good.
You're
to
describing my life 6 weeks ago or 2 months ago or whatever. I shit my whole ass on that stuff, like the lining, everything. It was so gross, but it only took a little bit to build it back up.
The lining
it cleaned
of
you out.
He had a lot of bacteria.
I might as well have been drinking paint thinner. It cleaned me out so bad. But, a lot of yogurt, a lot of probiotics. It's all back to normal. So that's good. I can eat spicy food again. So yay.
What's the prognosis on getting out of that bed?
Good. Physical therapy started early in November. And I know I'm in a bed and this looks it's always ridiculous. But it is actually better. I can travel outside the city a little bit now.
Oh, I think that wheels.
Say that again.
That was great.
He's got wheels.
I had to process it, but I like it.
I'm getting out. I'm doing a little bit more. I'm working. If you look at my channel, there's more gaming. I built this whole insane setup with the help of some friends and my wife, and so now I can game, which is fun.
Where's the mouse?
I get my ass whooped.
It's Talk to Mouse. Over there. No, over there.
Click his head.
Right.
Click his head. Oh.
Yeah.
No, seriously. Right there. All right. Now I understand. Well, you can. Okay. I would be.
I'd be god awful.
Mouse on
well, okay. So what you don't see is on the right side. There's a little bit more space. I have it cleared off for the mouse, and I have a split keyboard. So on the left hand side, there'd be a little split half keyboard down here that I can just work. I kind of like that. So I'm back to playing games. Has anybody here played the finals? Can we talk about the finals?
The finals. What is it? Damn. Fill us in.
Never even heard of it.
It's a really twitchy new FPS game, kind of in the genre of Overwatch or Apex Legends or maybe even Valorant. It is a multi-team shooter with an emphasis on mobility. It runs exceptionally well on PC, and the gimmick that makes it really cool is that everything is destructible like Red Faction on PlayStation 2, and that literally every single thing in the map is destructible, all server side, all happening in real time. So when you take down a building, it comes down on the server, so everybody sees it at the same time. You can all interact with the little pieces, and it's not kind of like the opposite of Minecraft, like you're trying to capture an objective or plant a flag, and you can destroy the building in certain ways to protect or defend. And it's just really well made, really well optimized. It ran like a dream on a crappy 1050 GPU I was trying it on the first time. Free to play, good cosmetics. 1050. I had a lot of fun with this game.
Okay.
It's something different.
Old, right?
That wasn't a good card 8 years ago.
Yes. Thank you.
Yeah.
It's worth checking out for sure.
Yeah, I'm watching a little gameplay.
Yeah, it's absolutely in the first person shooter genre. That's a little stale a lot of times. The biggest change recently was probably Battle Royale, and that's still like 6 years ago. But the finals feels like something that's kind of fresh, something that's kind of new. They kind of got a different idea of how to do FPS, and I've personally been enjoying it a lot.
Is this like Call of Duty, like 12 on 12, like Ground War?
No, it's you'll start out with 4 teams of 3, so 12 people, 4 multi-team, and as you progress through the ranked match, the teams will be eliminated until it's a 3v3 match for the final round.
This looks pretty cool.
Okay.
I would struggle.
I've been playing the Tarkov Arena mode that just came out. There's a big controversy about that because you don't know, Tarkov's this early release game that kind of depends on its fans to buy a special version of the game for $120 for them to be able to do all this dev stuff for the last 6 years or whatever.
Wait, it's not full release?
Pardon? No. And they come out with an arena mode, which is supposed to be like a standalone game. And you would think that the Edge of Darkness purchasers, all of us who spent that money for years and years have been playing the game in its shitty state, would get first dibs at that. And I did get in like on the second day of it, but all the streamers got in on day 1. Some of us got in on day 2, and there's still people who bought the Edge of Darkness thing a year or 2 ago, and they haven't gotten access to the new game. And even worse, they're selling the other game for $35. If you bought Edge of Darkness, you get it for free. Okay. That was the deal that they made years ago. But now, if you just give them $35 more, you get instant access. So people are doing that, which is just supporting a terrible business practice. But I like the game, so I don't care.
Yeah.
You're one
Oh,
of
did you
those
pay
people
for it?
supporting the terrible.
I didn't pay for it. They gave me
Oh.
access on day 2. Like I don't
You
mean
didn't
like
double pay for it.
Wow.
no, I wouldn't do that.
You're famous. You're like a elite.
No, no,
La-di-da.
No, it's just I bought
got
Edge
lucky?
of Darkness like
No,
3
we
years
get
ago.
it. We get it. You don't have to oversell. Kyle's special.
FPS Russia.
Did you
We
get on like a
know.
whitelist special server with all the other cool people? You and Shroud.
Absolutely. Yes.
Mhm.
Yes. Shroud was there. They let him in later on. Not at first.
Shroud said, Kyle, 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 do you have an extra code?
There's Shroud, and then there's you. He's
Well, they
a
asked me.
slightly
They were
lower
like, "Kyle
level guy.
Shroud wants in. What do you think?" And I'm, let him wait a few. Let it let him pretend like we're thinking it over. And then let him in. But no, I'm enjoying that game a lot because it's Tarkov's that hardcore simulation. You've got a heavy bleed, use a tourniquet kind of game, but they're making it a 6v6 or a 5v5, like Call of Duty style, just hit each other in the middle.
It's all team deathmatch? Question mark.
It's more like search and destroy, where if the game goes too long, there's an area you have to destroy. And then there's an interesting mechanic where if it's like 1v1 or whatever, and both guys are stalling, they just send in all the bosses. They send like Killa in, a bunch of AI to figure it out. Whichever one of you they find first loses,
Is it
basically.
respawn or is it one life?
One life per round, just like CSGO or Call of Duty Search and Destroy or something like that.
Is there just one game mode?
There's two. There's one mode that, like I said, I think is 5 versus 5 with first to 5 wins, and then there's another mode that's 2v2 and 3v3 that's a round robin tournament that it inserts you in, and you and your partner go into this arena and you play one round of like TDM against another team of 2, but all the while the other 4 or 5 teams are on the catwalk above you, literally watching it go down.
Like
And
Gulag.
so that's a neat component. So we win ours and we go up there and we're like, all right, we're in the winners column. You can see it on a scoreboard that's in game. And now we watch red team and green team face off to see they're in the winners column too. Watch red team. Yeah, look at that guy. Look at that guy. He's throwing a grenade every time. That was kind of a neat mode. So it's not a fully fleshed out thing yet, but I really like it. I like the arena mode they added. Everybody else hates it.
Timeline on the kill cam?
Well, there is kill cam in arena mode and it works really, really well.
Oh, I didn't know. Okay.
Yeah, it works really well.
Just
And
like
it's
COD?
so helpful. Just like COD. It's so helpful for figuring out like what the fuck just happened. And you're like, oh, that guy I was looking at didn't even kill me. There's a guy way behind me that's like looking through a crack in a rock who shot me once in the back that killed me. And it's great to get that information and not feel like you got cheated. It's a hell of a grind though, and I don't think it's gonna be popular in the future. It's just got too many short.
I watched a video about it by Deadly Slob, who, by the way, seems to have gone on a fitness kick and looks amazing. So
Good for
this gets
him.
back to him. Cool.
I gotta see him. Love Deadly Slaw.
Okay. And I lost my train of thought because I was fantasizing about Deadly
Sorry.
Slob.
He made a video about the arena mode.
Oh, and he was talking about the kits. Unlocking the kits is apparently a painful drudgery task that like you have to play with guns that you hate in order to get to guns that you like. You need to spend a lot of time with kits you wish you didn't have. I don't know if it was
And
you
don't
or him
imagine-
who was saying that like there seems to be some sort of skill-based matchmaking. So you break out the stuff that you love, you get ranked highly, and then now you're breaking out the stuff that you're terrible with, or maybe going out down a different branch of the tree.
That's what it is.
And you suck because you're using like a pump shotgun and everyone else has fully auto M4s and you're just on the struggle bus against the great players you earned the right to play with your M4. And he didn't like it.
Yeah, that is the case to some extent. And don't imagine like Call of Duty where every few minutes you unlock an attachment or there's just a pre-made kit there and you grind on this pre-made kit that leads down to the next pre-made kit. And if you jump off it and goes to another kit, now you're not grinding for the other kit, So you got it. It's like it's a lot of games if you're not winning. I win more than I lose, but when you lose, you get like 3,800 XP. When you win, you get double or a little bit more than that. So it could take twice as long for a loser to rank up a kit as
Is
a
there
winner.
any
It's a long
interaction
time.
between arena mode and what I'll call classic mode?
No,
No.
thank God. No, that would ruin everything. Yeah, they can't let people bring shit from their. Then it just there's no
Not
balance.
bring
then for
shit,
sure.
but I wondered if you could like rank or something, or, XP.
Maybe get a cosmetic.
No.
Oh, that's a
no,
good
none of that.
thought. Yeah.
No cosmetics. I'm glad there aren't cosmetics in that fucking game. Not really. That there's streamer
You
items.
don't want to run around
Oh,
as
man,
Peter
those
Griffin
cosmetics
fucking
are-
people up.
Look, Fortnite's the most successful game that I have ever seen. Like, my God, from starting from what they were and then just constantly changing what they do and what they are to stay current, relevant, and very popular. Like, last time I looked, it was Spider-Man versus Peter Griffin or something like that on that game.
Yeah. And
And when Peter Griffin gets shot, he falls down and does that thing with his knee.
Oh, does he?
And it's
Great.
like, they clearly don't care about making a game where dude, he's Peter Griffin. How is that fair? No one cares, apparently. Like, no one cares if it's fair or not. They're just having a good time. And I've always despised Fortnite and its gameplay and the building aspect of it and the silliness and the graphics. I liked PUBG more, but PUBG died and Fortnite's killing it.
I've never played Fortnite.
the no build.
What's like Fortnite, but no fort?
They added a little regenerating shield, so it's a little COD or Halo style. And well, it's also in the regular mode, but there's a lot of additional mobility, a lot of climbing, jumping, sliding, stuff to hit. The game feels incredibly fluid now. Fortnite was very wonky when it first came out, but now it feels like a polished game.
I admire
Never
Fortnite,
played.
and it seems to be a great game. I've watched a lot of it. I stay away from it because it just seems like the skill ceiling is really high. Like, for you to get good, the way that you need to like shoot and build and switch and just have an understanding of what's going around you. And people have been playing this game for what, 6-7 years now?
Mm-hmm.
If I were to walk into that game, it'd be like walking into chess. Like, oh, yeah, these people have been perfecting their talents in this game for decades, and I'm fucked. I'll never be any
Yeah.
good.
It's like one of those games that when I see a highlight clip of it and I see the guy like Twitch moving around, at least when I see Call of Duty like slide canceling and all that way better than I could ever dream, I'm like, I get what he's doing. He's trying to get back over there faster so he can avoid this crossfire. Fortnite, I'm like, that's a ramp. Is he like choosing between options before he placed that down? And in the time I just said that sentence, he made 5 more ramps and like multiple walls. And I'm like, this would be frustrating for me.
And the guy on the bottom is
shooting.
shooting them out from under him, and the guy on the bottom, and then someone flies in, and it's Thanos, and he shoots his fucking magical glove at you, and you
It's
die.
too much.
And I'm like, what are y'all playing here? What are y'all doing?
At my peak in COD, I moved well. You could do that jump crouch sideways through a window thing smoothly. And that would differentiate me from worse players. That version of me is my peak. Is straight up special needs compared to what people are doing in Fortnite nowadays. And I'm like, forget it. I don't even need that guy.
Yeah,
that being
nobody's
said,
doing basic nade shots anymore. They're like, this is how you build, the Leaning Tower of Pisa in 2 seconds while getting a triple.
I wonder how someone who's like 19, who's been playing Fortnite since they were 12, would do if they jumped to Tarkov for the first time, though, and got a heavy bleed.
How would they do socially?
Probably real fast.
We don't know.
That's actually interesting because Tarkov has a social aspect.
Yeah.
I'm only questing headshot.
Yeah, they might not. Is that a
Me
really
too.
try-hard game?
I'm here for headshots.
That's why I had to quit playing build mode in Fortnite, because I'd try to. You'd see somebody and you're in a gunfight and you're like, I'm just going to hit this guy right in the head with a shotgun or sniper or something. Boom, 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 boom. 3 walls come up super fast. And I was like trying to learn how to do that, how to build those ramps and walls. And watching tutorials didn't even help me because people built them faster than 60 FPS could capture. So little steps would sometimes be missed. And you had to do stuff like when people make a box, you have to break a wall, but instantly replace the wall with your own wall, the very frame that it breaks, and then edit a hole in and shoot through the hole. And I was in my 30s trying to do this. I just couldn't keep up.
Yeah, that's
that reminds me of, I don't know if you've ever watched Rust, when people are doing a raid defense, especially solo raid defense. Their walls are getting blown down, and they have to jump so they can reach the area they're trying to get to where the wall's been exploded. And then they create a twig wall, switch to their hammer, upgrade the twig to metal. And that requires this really quick little sequence of inputs and time just right. And pros do it so fucking fast. I can't even come close to that. That's why I like a game that slows everything down. Maybe I'm on this side of the wall, you're on that side of the wall. We might even talk about this. Like, dude, you shot me in the leg. You shot me in the arm. You want to just go that way and I'll go this way? Yes.
Believe it or not, Minecraft has a similar kind of like stupid skill ceiling in its fighting now. And like, I just going a couple times, but one, there are critical hits, so you need to aim for the head, and there's a lot of movement, then it's hard to tell what's going on, but people can be good at it. And two, the inventory management is outrageous, so they've hotkeyed 1 through 9, and that right there takes a little bit of skill. You just hit 7 easily. But like once your helmet breaks off, you need to go into your inventory, grab it, and put another helmet on. And that is harder than you'd guess to do in the middle of a sword fight. And
you drag, or you got to double click or shift click?
You have to open your inventory and drag it to your character's little head in the inventory screen. Yeah. But so you hotkey. It's kind
of like Apex.
I wouldn't know. Yeah, but people who are good at it do it so quickly, you can't even see it that fast. Like it just blinked up, and I'm like, holy shit, what just happened there? Was that a macro? Did he cheat, or is he that good? And I can't always tell.
I played Minecraft. Like I have Xbox Game Pass, and so like sometimes I'll just go on there and it'll say like included in your pass, so like download this game now. And so I've just been looking for like just any game to try on there that I have no experience with. So I downloaded Minecraft the other night. I'm boomer mode when it comes to Minecraft. I never got into it. I never played it ever. I played a little bit with Woody like 4 years ago. Dude. And he explained some to me, and I got on there and I just set up a normal world, just clicked through like normal, enemies allowed, all that. And I was like, I'm not going to look up how this is a game for babies. I'm not going to look up how things are done. I'm going to figure it out. Dude, first of all, I'm like struggling. I'm like, I know there's some sort of table you need to do everything in this game. So I struggled for a while to figure out what a crafting table is. You just have to put 4 blocks in your shit. Then you can make the real stuff in the crafting, which is a 3x3 grid. But I was just walking around. I'm high as shit, but like late at night, and so I'm just like punching rocks, being like, okay, if I find rocks, I can go probably arrange them like a pick, and maybe that'll give me a thing. And so I'm like trying to put 3 woods up and like a rock and a rock, or like maybe there's a wooden pickaxe that's lower tier, like wood. And meanwhile, it's like getting to be dark, and I get fucked by the exploding guy and some spiders. But then you come right back, and now I have no inventory. And so I built my base a little closer to what I assumed was a village of friendly pig people, but I got too close to them. They fucked my ass up. Like I got deep into their community. I was walking around. I thought I was like looking around at their little hovelly shops, and then they started attacking me. They didn't attack me at first. And so I played probably 35 minutes stoned as shit. Never built anything, kept getting killed by the exploding people, and was like, this is fucking gay. I'm done with Minecraft.
I hate the way because I'm waiting. I'm like, I'll play with you. I'll take you to the nether. What the nether world? Yeah. Then
I couldn't get into it, so I downloaded Fall Guys instead, which was another free one on there.
Oh,
I gotta win, baby.
Fall Guys.
Gotta win. That's pretty gamer.
Colin still plays that game.
Yeah,
and he is shockingly good at Fall Guys now. He's literally the autistic kid who never stops playing Fall Guys and just practices for like 2 hours a day. He fucking pushes everybody's shit into that game.
Oh my god, I'm glad I didn't. He's probably in all the lobbies that I'm in where I'm just getting destroyed. I've played like probably 2.5 hours again, high at night, just trying this out, and like I've played enough like loops through it now that like I'll survive and get to like certain ones, and I'll just quit and leave because I'm like, fuck, this is the one where you have to jump on the bouncing lily pads, and I got no chance against these 10-year-olds in this. I get butt fucked every time on the lily pad run, and so I just back out. I leave that one at this point. I know my limits.
Winning Fall Guys is like an NBA player making a foul shot. It's like 80%, and he doesn't care. He's like, yeah, I'm supposed to.
Yeah, well, it's a harder game than you would guess.
Yes,
it makes you feel like
so easy.
It makes you feel so stupid when you fall off, or when you're in the lead and it's like you're in the top 3 guys. You're like, oh, these fucking retards can't keep up with me. And then other times, like you're seeing everybody passing you on the fucking lily pad game, getting like they know exactly where to go. And I'm like, this. So the perfect game where it's like anyone who's better than me is a no life loser, and anyone who's worse than me is retarded. Like that's how I look at it.
Just hearing Mario Party online. Like you play Mario Party over Christmas, you dominate your family because you're a gamer, and you think I'm pretty good at this. Mm-hmm. And then maybe if that had a ranked mode, you could step in and play like the diamond and top 500 Mario Party players, which would be analogous to Fall Guys, and just get your shit pushed in super hard. So Taylor, you talked about gaming high. That's one of my favorite things in the world to do.
It's pretty fun.
I gotta ask, do you play VR games when you're high?
I've never played a VR game before. I don't have a VR setup.
And when you're super missing out, they're great. But I will tell you, if there is proof of God's existence, it's the fact that virtual reality and marijuana exist in the same universe. So you pop V8 and you go put on an HTC Vive or Oculus or whatever. It's just the perfect combo to really suck you into that world. And that's like one of my favorite things to do when I can. It's just to
What
go,
are you playing on the Oculus?
Well, right now, very little, but when I do play, it's usually Beat Saber.
Okay. That's like Dance Dance Revolution, right? Like where you're
except
moving.
you've got lightsabers and you hit stuff. It's just very, very zen. So I liked that. And there was this other game I used to love called Sirento VR, which was just like a ninja murder simulator, but I could just do that for hours and hours and hours.
Kyle went through a little phase with that recently, getting VR and whatnot. You're thinking about upgrading, perhaps?
Ghosts of Tabor. Yeah. I don't know. I'm into this Tarkov thing right now. It's scratching that itch. But Ghosts of Tabor is essentially Escape from Tarkov in VR. Like just a copy paste of Escape from Tarkov and all of its mechanics and the way it's played
can't
and
be
the
as
stash.
finished, right? Like,
well, it's in VR. Everything's there. It just, the graphics aren't quite as good because it's VR.
Yeah, and you'll move kind of weird, and you'll have people probably like pointing their guns around corners and stuff.
One of the things that makes Tarkov is the complexity and realism around the guns. And I would have guessed that takes a long time to add to a game.
They look all right. So I haven't played a ton. I've only played a few hours, but from what I saw, you can reach down and put your flashlight on the gun, reach down, put the sight on the gun, put your mag in, check your mag. Like everything was there, but
like
it was
the number of attachments and the compatibility. Like, you buy this grip. Oh, this grip fits an AK, but it'll never fit an AR.
I think that's how they do things. But you've got a real stash. So I've seen they're so cluttered. It's just like someone's real gun room, just these huge but it's VR, so you don't mind taking a whole pile of LCAN sites or Trigicon ACOGs and just throwing them in. So they'll have piles of everything, and they just reach up into the piles of I think you need batteries for your optics and stuff. So they're putting batteries in and stuff. It's pretty funny to see that translated to VR, but it got tedious for me, and I kept getting motion sickness.
I realized how silly it was, Drifter, to ask about your VR endeavors as you're laying in the bed now. But how much time can you be up and about in a given day?
In a given day, I'm trying to expand that time. I'm probably up 2 or 3 hours total, maybe 4.
Can you drive
on the day? Yeah, I can drive. I can go. The big issue is really sitting. Sitting, I don't like more than about 15 minutes. I can deal with up to about an hour if I'm in a lobby and I can get up and stretch my legs a little bit and stuff. If I end up having to sit around for more than an hour, I can kind of get fucked up, which is bad. So I do have a lot of uptime.
Like what happens if you sit too long?
Back starts getting tighter and tighter because it's got the little vertebra that slips around. Then I'll start feeling sciatica down one leg, maybe the other leg. The tightness will increase, and eventually it hits a point where the spine itself starts hurting. And the problem isn't that, okay, that's bad, I can get up and put an ice pack on and stretch. The problem becomes that pain can last for days or weeks, or if I really fuck it up, maybe a month or something. So I can't just say, it's fine, I'll push myself today.
Do you have to lean in different way? I remember from TV shows imagining that bed sores were a bigger problem than they were maybe. Do you have to worry about that, or do you just shift around?
So far, I haven't had bed sores. It does suck. I can only lay on my back and not my side. So that's a fucking L.
As by far the laziest person here, I could tell you, you must really have to lay in that bed and not move at all to get bed sores, because the way he's got his mouse, I'm like, yeah, when me and you used to play Age of Mythology, religiously, all that was in bed.
That's how you played?
I get in bed. I take a mouse pad wouldn't work, but I had this big poster board. It's you would do a class project.
Yeah.
And I used that as a mouse pad, and my laptop in my lap in bed, and my notebook full of all my notes.
Your builds.
And stuff. Yeah.
Man, I could not play a game that intense. I can't even do this show leaning back. I feel like I have to be leaning forward to be more engaged.
When I make gaming videos for YouTube, literally every single one of them's from bed. I always gamed in bed. I would just sit up in bed with my controller and the TV at the foot of the bed. I thought the idea of having a monitor and a desk and a chair while playing Call of Duty on a controller was so silly.
Right. What are you doing when you can lay in bed?
It is kind of
What are y'all going to work over there? Get your fucking couch.
Yeah, but
dude.
don't you do that thing when you're like, especially doing multiplayer, like Call of Duty, like you take one bad death, you lean forward.
Yeah,
like,
you
like
lean
shit.
forward.
Now
yeah.
you're like shitting posture because it's business time.
I remember
That
going
happens
back,
here
like,
too. I'll slowly like start doing this,
Yeah.
like leaning into the monitor.
You go back like 12, 13 years, it'd be like, my KD's like 0.7. Maybe if I got a bigger TV.
Yes.
Then I
That's
could-
the
480p,
problem
but
here.
80
All
inches.
these fucking 11-year-olds beating my ass have the best TV money can buy, and I'm sitting here on this
That
boob
made a
tube
big
CRT.
difference in the Xbox 360 era because some people were playing on CRT TVs at 480p, roughly, maybe 480i, because I think they were interlaced.
Yeah.
And then other people would have big, nice new HD 1080p TVs. And if their parents had brains, they would buy the actual proper HDMI cable and not just put the 3 prongs into HDMI or the
Oh, yeah.
HDTV.
I remember
And they would
that.
play. I'd like go to my friend's house who had a nice big HD TV and the right cables. It was like he was playing a totally different game. I think it was Wasteland. He could see people at a distance that they just would have looked like blobs to me in Modern Warfare 2.
Yeah.
One of the only times I ever threw a controller was from the day I got my first big TV. I've told this story, but it's been probably a decade. I can't tell you how much my hopes and dreams were tied to this television. And at the time I worked at Cisco, this was pre-YouTube. My finances were dominated by Collins Medical Care. So I bought a used, I think 720p television from a coworker. And it was 50 inches or something. Like, it was big. And I was coming from a 27-inch CRT. And I was just so ready for this to make all the difference. And I got smashed all night long. I didn't know anything about input lag. And apparently a low-end Vizio is awful. Like, I'm basically I'm reading a newspaper about this game of what happened 3 seconds earlier. and I just got wrecked all night. I was so upset. I threw a controller. The batteries came out of it, which is just like, what am I doing? I'm in my 30s. I should be past this. But my wife was like, she saw my distress. She's like, we can get a new TV tomorrow. And we did.
I had
really no fooling, Jackie. Like,
I had the 1080 48-inch Vizio. That's the TV that I used to game on. I don't know if there was a difference. Obviously 720 1080 there's a difference. I don't know about the input lag. But yeah, the input lag on those big TVs, although white boy would sit on my couch and play that 72-inch 1080p TV and I would just be sitting there like in Black Ops maybe 2 or 3, I don't remember which, but just shitting on people. Just shit. I'm just, man, he's doing it on my TV and my internet too, so there's no excuses anymore.
Well, I mean, he was very fucking good at Call of Duty.
He was.
He went up to me recently about Call of Duty. I got this clip where I shot a noob tube and it direct impacted one person and bounced over to another person. So it's like one noob tube, 2 direct impacts. And I was like, okay, this has probably never been done before. And I post that. I was like, is this the first? So white boy replies like 5 minutes later, be like, nope, I did this in Black Ops 1. And not only did he make that claim, he pulled out the exact specific clip and showed it from his perspective and from the theater mode happening. And I think he hit 3 people and just replies with, that's why I'm the GOAT. And he's just out of the whole conversation.
Can I ask, does the clip work? Like, did he deflect the noob tube at close range to make it land somewhere and it just like tumbled over 3 people?
Yeah, I think if I remember this correctly, he shot somebody pretty up close and direct impacted, but he had some teammates running around him. So it fell off the main guy's chest and probably bumped the other 1 or 2.
Yep. Yeah. He used to go for those, like the first ever that this has happened kind of things a lot.
Wait, but you got to remember the real GOAT was Shaggy, aka G Unit, who destroyed White Boy's record on Terminal in a way that I don't think has ever been disproven.
28-second nuke, right? Is that what it was?
Yeah, if it was a bad day, I think it was like 22-second nuke, right? And do you remember Hutch made that video, tried to call it fake, just a hater. He said, all these people are on Shaggy's friends list, and you can hear them in the voice chat saying we have to get here.
Hutch was YouTube's policeman for 5 or 6 years.
He was the content cop. He's trying to. Dude, I remember even at that time, that was like what 2010. That G Unit made that video. And I remember watching and I'm like, all right, I'm one of the worst people at Call of Duty in this whole community I'm a part of. This is very clearly fake. Like, this is the worst fake you could do. Like,
I remember being like, God damn, is there even any point in going on if people are doing this shit? Like, what do you mean you got a nuke in 30 seconds? I'm struggling to get one here. Like, I'm getting like 1 or 2 a night. Like I should just quit this. And they're like, I faked it. I'm like, good.
Dude, I was like Mr. One Man Army for a while. Anytime I wasn't making videos, one man army it up. If I get to terminal, I'm blowing up that tank with my first shot, and then I'm climbing my happy little ass up there, and I'm killing people in the bookstore the whole time,
like
knocking
the
them
worst
out.
person to play against. Like,
oh
the
yeah,
person that makes ground war miserable for everybody.
And then people like you would get in the lobby afterward and be like, fuck you, Mark, you piece of shit. And I'd be like, what are you talking about? What do you even mean?
I'm trying
just
to remember what
the game.
One Man Army, what did that do?
It's where you use
change
noob tubes.
classes.
Yeah, you just kept
infinite
switching.
noob tube ammo.
You just switched into the same class over and over, so that you'd go thunk thunk, and then switch to that class
Swap.
again, and then thunk thunk, and then switch to that class again, and do nothing but noob tube the whole time.
Would you believe they were supposed to patch that? That was going to get patched and fixed, and there was this whole big update that was coming before Activision fired Vince Zampella and West, I believe his name was, and they split off to Titanfall. They apparently just like quit in the middle of making that patch.
Dude, I would have never done that with the One Man Army thing if they wouldn't have taken my 1887s away from me.
I mean, your broken ones that they put the damage numbers in backwards, so the minimum damage was up close and the maximum was at long range.
Oh, was that what happened?
Yeah,
I just remember that I was just wheeling and dealing down the streets, just whop, one hit. It was great.
It was the worst.
So that's what happened. They programmed it wrong. Let's say it deals, 100 damage up close and like 5 at long range. They got it backwards, and it was a non-linear curve. So like 75% of the range in front of you for the whole gun was just going to be one-shot kill.
Yeah, that was a good time. And you didn't like it.
Well, Modern Warfare 2 made me mad in general because they didn't fix the bugs. Like, I know there was like staffing issues and whatever. I guess people left and made Titanfall, but there was a like infinite care package glitch or something close to that. The
I did that one a lot.
1887s, the Rust lobbies. I never did any cheats.
Care package nuke.
Care package
that
nuke
was one.
Yeah,
I didn't know about that.
You can get a nuke. The only nuke I ever got in Modern Warfare 2, I killed a hacker and stole it from his care package.
I would get sucked into these Rust lobbies sometimes. I don't know. I was upset. I liked Modern Warfare 2, but I wish they maintained it.
You
was
never
so
ever,
ghetto the
you
way
were too honorable. Like, you never, Woody, jumped in with a little one man army noob tube action or the 1887s, just giving it a go.
I mean, I have tried the 1887s, but really a lot of times I was always recording almost every game. So
fair.
if I was playing in a way that would not get me content, then I just kind of didn't do that. I was like half working, half playing all the time.
Fair enough.
Taylor, you mentioned earlier how between those rounds you get to scream at each other, and that's what games are missing now. Between those rounds of this Tarkov Arena shit, I'm like, man, I'd love to talk shit, but there's not even like inter-team communication while you're dead and stuff. It's frustrating. I want to be able to be like, dude, next round go left, not right, or throw your grenade from the start. Why are you dying with grenades in your inventory? I want to say this shit, but you can only talk in the game, and now it's time to fight. But I like that between rounds and between games, everybody's in the lobby. Hey, asshole, you're the one in the back, right? The camper? How many times did I break your kill streak, you piece of shit? Yeah, you're never getting an airstrike. Keep laying on your belly, and then you say words you're not allowed to even say anymore. That was great.
Just take me back.
Great.
Just
Oh, man.
take me back to that 2007 lobby.
You
know what I
Xbox
learned?
Live had the mic, and everybody had the Xbox Live mic because you would get, especially when it first launched, you would get the card, and it would come with the little mic attachment headset thing for like $25, and everybody bought it. So everybody had the mic, and they were all in the lobby. And like if you were in a lobby of 12 people, probably 10 or 11 of them had mics on, and of course you would hear the smoke detectors beeping in the background.
Yes. Quickly mute the people who apparently can just play video games, not be bothered by a smoke detector. And also you'd have to very quickly delete or mute all the people who would have like their mic leaning up against a speaker with the worst quality music of all time pumping through. hated the music people, because it's like you're getting under my skin and I can't even talk back to you right now.
What about the screaming kids? Not the kids playing, but the like deadbeat dad that would be like, "Shut up, son! I'm trying to get a nuke," and you'd hear a and start crying.
Or the other ones who come in and be like, "Son, you haven't gotten a nuke all day. You told me you were good at this. I'm getting the belt. This is your last chance." And he's like, "No, it's ambush." That's a tough. Or I guess that's the game before.
Discord killed all that game
video
chat.
series. My son gets a nuke or I beat him.
Yeah.
It's just you holding the belt like in the thumbnail.
It's gonna be like the next Daddy of Five channel. It's like a toxic family gaming channel. Your children have to hit performance metrics, or you punish them like you're the headmaster at a strict academy.
Oh yeah, they like poll their audience, and it's like, Jimmy, you're really slipping off. Susan's taking the lead here, so for that reason, you're going to be in the doghouse. And then they chain him to a doghouse like a bit.
Yeah, and of course, you get to watch from the GoPro as he spends the night in the doghouse.
That Daddy of Five thing. Like, I remember those clips. This is so many years ago now. Then isn't it like kind of quaint that people at the time were like, everyone, this like YouTube picture perfect family is actually being like shitty in the furtherance of pursuing content of their children. Like, everyone get a look? And it's like, yeah, you can't know
they
like,
weren't a YouTube picture perfect family. They used to scream at the kids. They'd try to make the kids cry. That was the kind of content they made.
Oh, they pitched it as it's a joke, it's a prank, and the kid would get a revenge prank. But really, it was just for psychopaths to go watch adults bully kids. That was the first one that got big, and then people started noticing. And now, when you look closer, a lot of the mommy bloggers, a lot of the family channels, they're all way more abusive or crummy when you pay attention to the details of what's going on.
Oh, I think it should be a crime to fucking put your children on the internet. Like you're giving them that ridiculous, embarrassing digital footprint that we're all too old to have. And it's just like, man, there were some awkward years between 1 and 37.
But the kids can't control it. They can't like opt out of that. You know?
Yeah, I would not want, like, if my dad was putting like 12, 13-year-old gangly, ugly, acne like faced me online, I'd be like, oh, like, dude.
In front of the Christmas tree, and like it's poorly lit. And like the flash makes the room look worse, and you're just like,
I made that
I don't
mistake.
know.
In hindsight, though, like I don't mind that I shared, my family is like the auxiliary characters around my life, but the live streaming stuff had some mistakes in it. Like I should have thought ahead and thought, you know what, you can't edit live. That's a problem.
Live and learn. That's the way it goes. But yeah, I know that I would have made a real ass of myself at like 30. I mean, I've made an ass of myself as an adult online. So like, I can't imagine what 14-year-old me would be doing.
Were you making videos at like 16?
18. Yeah, I think I started at 18.
Maybe I'm wrong. Okay.
2009? 2009. Or 19 maybe. I don't know. But I don't watch any of those family channels. Wasn't there another one that was huge in early YouTube? Like Shay Carl. Does that sound right?
Yes, he was giant. Yeah. And then they ended up like, was there drama around their family? Did something fucked up come out of it? Did they just peter out? And found an affair partner, if I recall correctly. Yeah.
Ooh,
and she had a problem with that?
She didn't
like dude, that's really bad business when you're a family channel. You got to be thinking of your financial future. He should have like
family
rubbed...
just got bigger.
It's like a what's the Mormon TLC show? Something
Sister Wives.
Yeah, Sister Wives.
Yeah.
What if he immediately was like, "Hey guys, I know you heard about this, but I'm announcing a second channel. The others.
Second wife, second channel.
Yeah, second wife, second channel. Go over there and see the real stuff. Watch me say bad things to my new stepson. I'm your dad now."
Okay, that's an insane idea, guys. Imagine this. Let's say you're, what is it? The Fundamentalist Church of Latter-day Saints, the Mormons that still do polygamy. And you have 8 wives and a whole ton of kids, and you make each wife run a family channel. So then you've got 8 family YouTube channels going on. You're farming like 40 different kids.
That's a good idea. And you put them in little competition with each other.
Yes. Kid Battle Royale.
It's like those soccer leagues. The worst performing channel at the end of the year gets relegated off the compound. You're done, son. No chance. Sorry, little Susie, but that cleft palate isn't playing. Nobody's enjoying looking.
Kickstarter's not doing well, Susie.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
You got to lie to the
Streets
kids.
for
You got to tell them only the first place family gets to go to heaven.
Yeah. Well, that would be a little too strict. I think Mormons. Actually, I don't know what their heaven rules are. I think their heaven rules are similar to regular Christians.
Oh, I think they've got I believe that like celestial temple thing where your heaven is going to be like you and your immediate family. Mm-hmm. And that's one of the reasons they have those big families is they want it to be crowded when they get to heaven, I guess. And so the polygamy part thing, certainly in the television show I watched with Bill Paxton, he's just like, yeah, we're all going to be in heaven together, Marcy. Like you'll be there and I'll be there and all the children, all the wives, but they don't mention, like our neighbor. Like he ain't going to be there. He gets his own heaven somewhere with his family.
I'd want a mix in my heaven. Like I wouldn't want it to just be family. Like I'd still want to be able to see my friends.
You want in-laws in your heaven?
You know what? If I could visit other heavens, that's the ideal, right? You'd be like, this is my family heavens. Hey, I'm going to go pop over to Kyle's heaven, see how he's doing. Hey, how's the fam?
Weird heavens.
Yeah, that could be good.
Some people's heaven might be your hell. I imagine Kyle would just be like frolicking naked through a giant field of cannabis plants, just picking them off as he goes.
And he can put it in the mail to anywhere.
Yeah,
that's not what it is.
There's no limits.
UPS, FedEx, it doesn't matter.
My heaven
Mr.
is just
Kyle,
like this
shipping weed today, and he's got a halo over his head. Well, yes, I am.
It's just our normal existence, except you're allowed to mail weed. That's it.
That's the whole difference. And we all have absurd, just baffling metabolisms. You can eat anything.
You can eat all day and still be fucking shredded.
How about this? Thought experiment. That's what you call things that are retarded. A thought experiment here. Would you become religious, full on Christian like your parents, if you like got it in your head, you saw a little evidence that was like heaven, I get to spend with my family, and I get incredible metabolism. And hell, in this example, hell isn't eternal torture. It's just like a purgatory thing, but you have a really bad metabolism. You eat anything and you're plumping up, you're retaining water, but you have to devote the rest of your life to Jesus Christ.
Clearly, because in this scenario, God's real.
Yeah.
Right? God could give me a little token of faith by increasing my metabolism now. Right? If I suddenly survive on trail mix and have 6-pack abs, then God is real.
Dude, you got 6 tokens of faith right on your belly right now. Just look down.
It'll be like a D&D warlock who worships the god of fitness.
It would be. Dude, but what more miracle is there than a 50-year-old American with abs? Like that's miraculous.
It's not even abusing TRT or anything crazy, just natural abs. Eats whatever he wants.
It's never good enough. I see people who are in like better shape than me on TV or something.
Yeah, they're on TV for being in good shape.
I'm sorry?
But they're on TV for being in good shape.
I know. He's younger than me, but that Ed Baldwin, who's the actor that plays in For All Mankind? Do you know? Sometimes you know stuff like that.
Ed Baldwin's the character, right?
Yeah. All right, well, we'll go with him then. He's in better shape than me, at least until this season. And I'm like, fuck, I can't keep up with him.
Well, he's an actual Hollywood actor, who's on TRT.
Yeah. He's probably got a personal trainer and a personal chef and a studio schedule.
Unless
these are all excuses.
Hang on a minute.
Winners making excuses.
Actually, you're right, Woody. You're right, Woody. The man you're comparing yourself with is Ed Baldwin, astronaut, fighter jet test pilot who's also on TRT.
He's way better than me.
You're comparing. These are unfair comparisons.
I think I'm wealthier than him.
Have you ever gone like
he's got a government job his whole life? He can't have any money.
He could have endorsements if he wanted. You'd think, right?
Yeah.
Ed Baldwin.
Astronauts get sponsors.
Whatever.
Surely.
Well, this was like.
Name two things astronauts sponsored by.
Astronaut ice cream.
I feel like our astronauts didn't do a good job of
Tang,
of taking advantage.
I was
going
to say Tang,
but in this universe, the astronauts are like celebrities. They're a big deal because they've, changed the world. Remember when Molly like jumped and caught that tank or whatever? Which,
that wasn't Molly.
Whoever it was. No, Molly's the blind chick. The other chick who's like got
the hot one who became president.
Yeah, the lesbian one who became president. Yeah, I like the alternate reality as much as anything that's going on in space and the sci-fi in that show. I just like that we get to see, no George Bush in this reality, huh? Gore just won, and
what did Bush do?
There was no Bush.
It was a minor party, yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
so
you
they,
Which
don't-
stayed
Kyle's
here in
right.
Texas.
The alternate reality is really interesting. And Kyle made me pay attention to it when he pointed out, like, in 1970, they had basically FaceTime, and it's like, yeah, that shit didn't happen until like 2015 or something.
yeah.
So, and there's a
wheeling
lot
around
of,
CRT TVs with people's faces
Mhm.
in them, and it's like, what the fuck?
yeah. And there's a lot of like little things from our current that exist in like the 80s, 90s, 2000s, and that I like a lot.
Yeah, it's and it's
This
we
season's
talked about not doing it for you.
lighting my fire as much.
I agree. This season has been a lot about interpersonal stuff, and it has taken place mostly within gray walls of a studio. Whereas I like to see them doing space cowboy shit, and I'm hoping they're saving their budget for these last episodes because the premise of the show is that we're on Mars now. It's early 2000. It's like 2001. I don't think 9/11 happens. They have a different bombing, but at the Space Center, maybe that takes its place. But there's a big asteroid that has gotten knocked out of the asteroid belt, and it's going to pass by Mars, and it's full of iridium. Thanks. And they're like, it's worth $10 trillion or something like that. Like, we gotta. And I'm thinking, like, I don't think that's how like supply and demand works. Like, it's worth $10 trillion because we have so very little of it. But once we have it, now we have so very much of it all of a sudden. So you're going to have to create a monopoly out of this. You're going to have a De Beers diamond
You
situation.
have to have a sell it to like half off or something.
But that's not what we're headed toward. The idea is that America, Soviet Union, probably North Korea, and this private company are all going to take, some of that tritium. And so you'll get 2 trillion and you'll get 4 trillion. That's going to happen at some point. But I'm like, no, now it's definitely not how economic things work. Like now they can just flood the market with tritium if they want and ruin this whole thing, which is what the Americans would do because they ruin the Soviets because currently they're the ones creating that have it all on Earth, this rare earth element. So I don't know. I'm hoping there's some space cowboy shit when it's time to capture that asteroid. But for the last 6 episodes, we've mostly just kind of talked in a base.
Do you think there are any rare earth elements like at the bottom of the sea we haven't found yet? Like there's like another big revolution,
like deposits
or
of them,
like a deposit of something we don't even know about.
Probably somewhere.
So
I dig them all the time. We found them.
No.
We found lithium in Maine and in the Salton Sea in California recently.
Yeah,
Well, I
There's
think
lots of earth elements that can be found.
Well, I think what Taylor's talking about is like a new substance, but we know what all
like
the
a new
substances are.
element.
But they've got the
Element X.
periodic table and they can just fill in the gaps and add more atomic weight and see what's there. Like there's no surprises hanging out at the. It's like, oh, unobtainium, here it is.
Or there shouldn't be any surprises, but we don't know. As a
Can't there be
scientist,
new
you should
ones?
always hope to find.
Yeah, there could be new
something.
ones. Definitely,
Yeah.
like a new compound down there.
No, so Kyle, hear me out. I'm on your team with we have them. We know like this is 1, this is 122. I'm not suggesting there's more in the middle because they're just 1 proton apart. What about on the end? What if there's 126 protons? Am I doing this right? In the next atom, and we haven't seen that yet.
Yeah. What if
Well,
there's another one with the atomic
I think they
weight
do
of
that.
17, but there's like a bunch of quark madness going on in there that changes it in a way we don't understand.
Well, they.
Work would probably.
Well, I don't know what you just said, but to
doing that.
answer Woody's question,
I don't either.
But to answer Woody's question, which is a real thing, they do that, right? And with the Large Hadron Collider or whatever, they momentarily create those elements at those it's usually really high pressures or temperatures that require for them to exist for these brief moments. So the one that Bob Lazar was talking about, they're like, can you believe that in the 70s he knew about this element? It's like, yeah, he added some protons to the thing before it. Like that's where you get. Like, no, he knew there'd be 126th element. Like, there's 127th too.
I have this thought. It's so stupid. Probably people who know what they're talking about are laughing. But like, what if it's like prime numbers where, oh yeah, 126 wasn't prime, 127 wasn't prime, 120, but somewhere down the way we found one that's stable. We didn't know that was
That's
coming.
basically how it works, because what you're dealing with is electrons in their valence orbits, and they have to be balanced with each other. If you remember this from high school, maybe you've got 2, 4, and then I think it's 8, 16, and they're usually some multiple of an even number.
Just goes
and they have to be in
for the rest. Am I crazy?
Yeah.
think you're right.
Some multiple of that, but they also have to be in certain orbits and valences that we understand as being stable. So there's like 2 in the first orbit and 4 in the second, and blah blah blah. So when it comes to predicting or creating new elements, you can't just add 1 electron and be like, okay, now we've got a new thing, because it won't exist. It'll just fly off unless it hits one of those stable orbits that it needs to be in, and it probably has to have a lot of friends in order to do that.
Yeah, a lot of the elements we make seems like it's like, oh, we made it. It lasted. We made 1/millionth of a gram of it for 3 seconds, and it really sucks, guys. We don't want to be making more of that because it immediately deteriorates, and it would blow up an area the size of fucking Saskatchewan if we had 10 of them.
Antimatter.
That's antimatter you're talking about, and we need a lot of that so that we can have our Star Trek warp engines.
Antimatter, that's a bunch of hullabaloo.
No, it's not. It's very
You just
real.
described it, and the science around it very accurately.
Well, then I retract my statement.
We were all very impressed for a moment.
What's your opinion on dark energy?
Oh, hate it. 2 thumbs down. No, I'm about light energy. We need to be able to see what's going on.
How did we get here?
We were talking about interesting elements and things like
we were
metal
talking about
deposits in the bottom of the sea.
Yeah, we're talking about harvesting tritium from an asteroid.
Yeah,
iridium.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But anyway, that's not how that's going to work. So I look forward to seeing them be like, actually, it turned out no one took basic economics, so the world is ruined. and it's or like, and again, I don't know anything, but I imagine when they bring these huge vessels full of tons and tons of that rare radioactive element down to Earth, like what if one burns up in the atmosphere and like
deep shit,
and 10,000 tons of iridium just go into the does our planet glow in the dark now?
I think
does
we all
everyone
just
get
get
stronger?
cancer.
I mean, it already glows in the dark, kind of. I guess it's, but does it like really glow green now?
Did you guys see Don't Look Up, the Netflix one?
I liked.
Yes. With DiCaprio.
Yeah,
that's the
DiCaprio. It's
asteroid
got an
one.
asteroid that's coming. I love the ending. How the president. It's like, we're going to get all the metal off this asteroid and we're going to break it up and we're going to bring it down. And Peru agreed to let us like hit their country with a tsunami for so many $1 billion or whatever. And of course they bungle it. And the asteroid just smashes into the planet.
It was a global warming, I think, parody.
Roughly a parody of
commentary.
global warming and how people treat that.
Yeah,
Mhm.
and like people just denied it and denied it and denied it that there was even an asteroid until like at first lots of people deny that an asteroid is coming our way, and then a lot of people still do, and then maybe it's 50-50 and it seemed really like sort of current politics, and eventually it gets within like binoculars view, like you can see the asteroid coming to America. It's too late, and there's still a ton of deniers that are like, fuck you, it's not real,
It's gonna burn up.
Yeah,
Literal
but you can see it.
campaign. Don't look up. Don't look at it.
How big would an asteroid have to be to? This seems like the
Smaller
kind of
than
thing
you
like
think.
Kyle would watch a YouTube video on. Like how
To do
big
what?
to end life here?
All life.
Like all life,
Only
like
a
not
couple-
like
It has
wiping
to
out the
be-
dinosaurs a little bit.
Okay,
and, like,
so
stuff
for
going
that to
down.
happen, so I do know this. For that to happen,
I knew you would.
You're not talking about an asteroid anymore. You're talking about like a rogue planet would have to hit us because
Oh.
the whole crust of the Earth has to liquefy for something like that to happen. For all the life in the caves,
I thought it would
all
like
the
spit up
You're talking
enough
about-
shit that it would.
We were talking more like
no.
dinosaur times.
You're
Like,
talking about way worse than that. We're talking about when the moon
But
formed
I
times. If
think
you're going to
he
get rid of the bacteria,
I might be
Yeah.
wrong, but I don't think that was Taylor's question. I don't think he was trying to eliminate
all
every okay.
Yeah, but it's a figure of speech. I'm pretty sure Taylor meant like when the asteroid wiped out the
an
dinosaurs.
extinction
not-
event.
You're technically right. To wipe out all life is to remove all bacteria, and it takes a lot more energy to do that.
So the planet would basically have to be cracked up and totally destroyed to like get rid of all the amoebas and shit. But if we're
you gotta
talking
liquefy
like
the crust.
do they have guesses on how big the dinosaur one was?
It's a Chicxulub impact crater in right above South America, like Gulf of Mexico.
Because I thought it was
They
like
know how
some
big it was.
alarmingly small thing where it's like the
No.
size of Rhode Island would
6
create
miles.
enough shit that it would be like, oh well, there's no sun for anyone.
Rhode Island isn't that small. If you
What,
think
he looked
about
it
a
up?
whole state.
I googled
Yeah.
it. The first result said 6 miles wide, which is actually bigger than I expected. I thought it was going to be like 3 kilometers or something.
Same.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. A 6 mile asteroid. How much can our atmosphere take? Do you think? Like I know it burns up
Depends what
little
it's
ones all
made
the
of.
Good
time.
question, right? Yeah, like
Yeah.
we get hit with asteroids or maybe meteors. I don't know. I don't fully know the difference.
Meteors burn up all the time.
Yeah,
Yeah, but how big were they before they started burning? Like,
exactly.
It depends. It depends what they're made of. So if it's like
that
an
makes
iron, it's a big metallic thing made of iron.
Let's hope
which is
that's not it. Maybe like
Right,
one
right.
made of tin.
But a lot of them are made of like ice.
Made of
Yeah,
ice.
if it's made of ice, they tend to burn up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
More than
I know
nothing.
you're impressed with my science. knowledge.
That checks out. We can survive any size ice one mostly.
Do you know about the Tunguska blast?
Yes.
You don't have to tell me.
Very interesting.
No, I don't know
Love
anything
that.
about it.
Okay, so this happened in Siberia, like maybe 1909, roughly. What happened was, I'm gonna skip like the mysterious, like who no one knows what created it. What happened was a meteorite or whatever came in and exploded, air bursted above the ground, and created this ridiculous event where huge amounts of the Siberian wilderness are flattened. The trees are laying out. It hurt people so far away that it's unbelievable, like deafened them and stuff and broke glass windows. And there's a lot of like conspiracy theorists who will say that it was an alien attack or the first nuclear weapon.
Ooh,
And
a
then
little
the
bomb
technology,
test.
all
Nikolai
sorts of-
Tesla's death ray went awry.
30
Yeah.
years early, right? You know, in 1909 again. But
would
that's
be
what
wild.
happened. It's the Tunguska event or the Tunguska blast. And there's pictures of like the trees and stuff. And it's wild how big that event was.
How big
did you
was
say
the
it was? I was
projectile?
Googling while you talked.
You'll have to Google to like get the, I don't know any of that.
I trust your
So I
guess.
was Googling while you talked. I found some interesting stuff.
Is a city destroyer, that kind of big.
The original question that Taylor may have asked, 60 miles, a 60-mile wide asteroid would destroy all life on Earth. But what surprised me was a 300-meter asteroid, but 1,000 feet, would be a continental devastation event. Like North America, 1,000-foot asteroid.
Damn.
That's not that big.
No, that's
It's
really
not
not.
when you think about the size of things get in space.
60 miles isn't that big when you think about how big the Earth is. Like it's still huge, but damn.
Just-
Like to
Yeah,
end
I-
everything.
60 miles sounds ginormous until you put it on a planetary scale, at which
Yeah.
point it's like,
But
Dude,
if you
there
think
must
about-
really be like nothing flying around like ratio wise out there. Because if it was like
Jupiter.
if it was
Jupiter's
a
protecting us.
well, I
mhm,
mean I mean like around us.
Saturn
Like
too.
if we were just
Jup- It
like,
can't
we'd-
because
we'd be
Jupiter's
fucked.
protecting us.
Was the
That's
moon
one of those things where
similarly?
people, you know, those people who believe in intelligent design, they do have. It's like, don't you realize that everything's kind of set up perfectly for us here, even from a scientific point of view? It's like, and it kind of is like from that
Goldilocks zone
magnetosphere,
is what they call it.
yes.
from that magnetosphere that's protecting us from all the radiation and the sun's rays and everything. And then again, Jupiter kind of using its gigantic mass to keep the asteroids from just warping in here. It's
Mhm.
sort of sweeping up the solar system, keeping the debris away. And the one that killed the dinosaurs was probably just one thing bumping another thing, right? And some chain reaction.
I bet Saturn is helping out too. Because it's pretty
I doubt
pretty
it.
huge. You don't think
The moon
Saturn's
helps a
carrying its
lot.
weight?
I think Saturn's so far away it doesn't matter.
You guys are missing
has-
the moon. You see all those craters on the moon? Those were meant for us. The moon is eating a lot of
Poor
those.
moon.
Also about like the Goldilocks zone. Without the moon doing what it does with the tides and creating a lot of the ocean water flow,
Yeah,
life may not have come to exist or evolved as we know it.
yeah.
Yeah.
Why does Saturn have rings?
It's
Ice. Mostly.
it won't for very much longer. In a like a million years or something, they'll be gone because they're dissipating. It's just debris that's rotating it
Won't
in
stop
that
using
in that
straw.
gravitational band.
Yeah,
Uranus
I thought-
also has rings.
Yeah, they're
Uranus
kinda
rings are
brown.
really interesting when you view them in
I
infrared.
knew you'd go there. I knew you'd do it.
Brown ring of Uranus.
Ur- Uranus is also the only planet that rotates, north to south because of some
Mhm.
impact and knocked it off its axis forever ago.
I wonder if that'll
Science.
straighten out.
I bet it
Nah,
would have
once you-
by
once
now.
you- Once you go that way,
You know,
that's
one
just-
thing I like about the Expanse, if we're talking TV shows, every time a spaceship needs to slow down, it doesn't just turn off the jets like a boat and like coast to a stop, like
Yeah.
like every other space show does. They turn around backwards and turn the jets on for reverse thrust.
Yeah,
I'm like,
to some extent, it makes sense in Star Trek because, well, they're not too. They have their cake and eat it too with the way warp travel works. I really like
It's like
when
magic.
Yeah, I like the when sci-fi goes through. I hate it when they fold the piece of paper and stick the pencil through. Like, stop doing that. I get it, but I
That
like
was
when they
really
go, like,
cool in Event Horizon.
and then every other time it's been done. But I like when they're like, all right, everybody ready? Boom! And they like hit the button and now we're there. Like I like the idea that we just like literally folded space up and now like we moved 6 inches to the left and now we're on the other side of the galaxy. I like that kind of space travel.
You don't like the hard sci-fi, like what Woody's talking about, where you have to spend half your time decelerating so you don't slam into the target and kill everybody.
Yeah,
Well,
I don't
I love
need any
that
math
too.
in my TV shows. I'm fine with them just showing
Dude,
up.
I love math in my sci-fi audiobooks. Like I didn't realize TV shows are for casual entertainment, lowest common denominator, but audiobooks, or I guess they were one-time real books, I just don't read. Like they dive deep into this stuff and explain the like engineering conundrums that they're bumping into. And oftentimes I'm multitasking when I listen to an audiobook, and I don't have enough cognitive horsepower to like ride a motorcycle and understand this engineering conundrum at the same time. So I'm like straining. I like it. I like it a lot.
Did you listen
I'm
to
glad
the
to hear. I
Martian?
love those kind of books too. Hard sci-fi. Like, what are you reading?
Oh.
I'm curious.
Woody,
Well, I was
read the
thinking of Three Body Problem when I said that, but the Bobaverse also has that, but with more comedy to some extent.
You should
Just been a
watch
few.
or read The Martian. It is full of hard science. I think the math adds up to and mostly. I mean, he does.
I've heard
some
it's an
wacky
amazing
things.
book.
Obviously, there's that part
It
where
is
he
a good
cuts
book.
the hole in his palm and uses that to Iron Man. You know, there's some silliness that goes on.
Mm.
Did you read like
but,
Ring World?
Yeah, I
Ring
read
World
it,
is what Halo was
few years
based on.
ago.
It's super hard sci-fi. They went all out to do this little miniature Dyson sphere thing.
I've never heard
Oh,
of
an
Ring World.
O'Neill cylinder or some. What would it be called? They've all got different names. The hypothetical superstructures.
Well, the Dyson sphere is the one that goes around a star,
around the
and then
sun.
everything else is sort of a downgrade from that.
Yeah, because the other things are things that like a civilization would live in, like the idea that we're all in this big sort of Halo ring
Yeah.
type situation, and it's moving across to go to the next star
What is
because
the- What is this self-replicating probe called? That's the one that fascinates me.
von Neumann probe.
Yes, von Neumann probes are really cool. That's something that humanity should work on.
That's the plot of All You Need, Not All You Need Is Kill. What was the Tom Cruise? And he's in a time loop and he's murdering everybody. The day after tomorrow. But the book is called All You Need Is Kill. And the book actually explains what the fuck the aliens are. The aliens are a von Neumann probe. They sent it because at the time this planet had no intelligent life, and it was just supposed to land and replicate and set up for them to colonize. And from the aliens' perspective in the book, they're like, "Oh shit, there's an intelligent civilization there, and our von Neumann probes are murdering all of them, and we can't even get there to stop it for like another 500 years."
Oh, so they're gonna lose. the von Neumann probe people are gonna fuck us up.
Well, we win.
You're underestimating Tom Cruise.
Oh,
If you've never-
I didn't know
yeah.
Tom Cruise was a part of it. Of course we win.
Tom Cruise was a huge part of it. All right, let me just say that movie is really good. That's
I'm with Kyle.
That's one of the best Tom Cruise movies, and that's saying something because wackadoo as he is, he makes good fucking movies. But the premise, Taylor, because you don't seem to know, is that there's a war against the aliens, and it's kind of mimics World War II. We're about to invade Normandy Beach again because that's they've pushed us back to England, and that's where the forces are.
Do the
like
aliens
mounting.
show up and they see like a synagogue and they're like, they're here too? Like,
And so on the eve of like D-Day, Tom Cruise, he's not supposed to be fighting. He's like the guy on TV, like, rallying the troops. He's the CNN interviewed general. The main guy's like, yeah, I'm sending you in tomorrow. Yeah, and just like throws him in with a ragtag unit. He instantly dies, but some alien goo gets on him. And now he has the power that they have, this precognition that allows him to repeat that day over and over. And
Groundhog
so just
Day.
like when you play, like, you ever play it? We've all played video games, and like first time we die when we walk in because we didn't know the bridge was going to fall on us. Next time shit falls past and we walk by. If someone saw us do that, they'd be like, what the fuck? Do you see him dodge that bridge? It's like he heard it coming. Tom Cruise has been living in this Groundhog Day reality, fighting aliens for we don't even know how long. By 3/4 of the way through the movie, he's like Neo in the Matrix in his mech suit. He's
just died so many times.
At first, he doesn't know how to use it, and he doesn't know how to turn the gun on. By the end, he's doing trick shots and like running around in craters, like, you know, when a motorcycle's like using the. He's doing that while shooting machine guns out of his fists and rockets out of his ass.
Well, how
The
does
movie
he
had such a
eventually,
good progression of his skills. It was like watching a condensed anime. You could just watch him
Yes.
get better every fight. And
He has
nailed every scene.
There's a woman in the movie who had the power before he did, and so he like
Lily
talks to
Blunt?
her. I think so. He talks to her, and she starts training him. So he would like, I don't know, sprain an ankle. So clearly this afternoon he won't be a good version of himself. She shoots him in the head, and they start over again. And he's like, no, my ankle's okay. And she doesn't buy it. She kills him. It happens like again and again and again. She's constantly murdering him.
Good.
And
That's how
there's,
you
I
start
forget
video
the
games.
details of the plot, but if they don't kill him, they might not be able to repeat today. So she
he's
needs
gotta
to
die.
make sure that every failed try happens with the Tom Cruise murder, and that it happens.
How does he outclass the aliens? Because I'm assuming they're all reliving the day too, right? Or
So the
yeah,
thing that
eventually he finds where the head alien central intelligence is and blows it up.
Yeah, the thing that's giving him the power and their like generals, the alien generals also have this power to know what happened the day before. So that's why to humanity, they're just wiping the floor with us because they know they probably lost 8 Normandy beaches. And then on the 9th one, they're like, we know where they land. We know what they do if they win here. And they just like wipe the floor with us. And they're sort of turning that power on them through this fluke that happens in Tom Cruise's death. It's a real good movie, though.
You should
Yeah.
definitely check
Emily
it out. You should
Blunt's
also
got this
read the book.
fucking helicopter blade sword. They've got mech
Yes.
suits that make them like, say, 8 times stronger than a person should ever be,
Yeah.
but
They're
not
like
like
almost advanced warfare suits.
yeah, but you're still very vulnerable. You're all exposed. It's almost like it was something
Like
made
from
to,
Aliens almost.
Yeah,
Yeah,
a
you're
little more
very
fast
exposed.
than that, but yeah, same thing.
Yeah.
She's got a helicopter blade made into a sword that might be one of the
Is that what
coolest
that
things I've
was?
ever seen.
Oh.
Yes, because in the field she had ripped it off and like and now they fashioned like a handle
She
to
has
it.
2 nicknames. I'm trying
Full
to
Metal
remember.
Bitch.
Full Metal Bitch.
Full Metal Bitch.
And
Then the
There's an-
angel of the French place that
Versailles?
Verdun.
Valkyrie, I think.
Angel of Verdun, I think, or
Sure. I have
Verdun. It's a
I in
French
my head,
town.
but I wouldn't bet on
probably
it.
very.
I got to tip my hipster hat here. I read the book for it, which was originally in Japanese and translated to English.
Good
You
God.
guys might like, we're going into spoiler territory. The book has a very different ending where instead of going to kill the alien boss thing that shares powers,
Yeah.
they actually discovered the power got stuck in the Full Metal Bitch. So the only way to escape the loop was to murder his girlfriend. So the last act of the book was this absurd mech v mech fight in the middle of an alien invasion.
He didn't go quietly?
rampaging across the base. Fuck no. Absolutely not.
They should have had her like he like reaches in front of her and drives the sword through her and through his heart. That's how I'd write.
so
Yeah,
Does,
that's
that's
how
does
you
how
do it,
every
Romeo and
does the
Juliet.
beginning of every day kind of like 50 first dates where he's like, okay, we've done this before, we're gonna keep it quick.
Oh.
You kill me all the time. If I sprain my ankle, just fucking end me because we're gonna do this
Yeah.
again.
He'll have to
It's-
convince people. It's a little like Groundhog Day. He'll be like, that person's about to drop a tray. That person's going to do this. This person's going to come in. She's going to give you 8 papers. She forgot the 9th one. And that's how he convinces people that he's done this before.
I remember what I took away from 50 First Dates, that movie, was that
was a good
like
movie.
Drew Barrymore is not attractive enough to put up with this nonsense. Like, it's just, what an ordeal. Like, you're going to hope that every morning, the end credits is like them on a ship in the Arctic, and she's like waking up in a foreign bed on a sea vessel, and there's like a VHS that says, watch me. I'm in full on panic mode immediately. I'm grabbing a knife or a razor blade and I'm killing whoever's on that ship with me because I assume they've taken me and I've been
You're
taken.
expecting Saw. You're expecting to put the tape in. It's
Yeah.
like, the only way off this boat is to dig a key out from behind your eye.
You
You
have
try
to
that
fuck
one time.
guy.
Tomorrow you're waking up in restraints, Taylor.
Yeah, then I'm waking up in restraints. And then that's going to fuck with me even more.
That's
Before
not
you
my
know
problem if you're in
you've just
restraints.
you just got a feral Taylor. He's stopped shaving me. So I'm waking up and I don't recognize myself
How
anymore.
some
scary
point
that
we'll
is when
have
you
a
wake up and you're
MP4
old. Like you're
for you.
70.
You wake up at fucking 65 years old, looking back at your lost life, trying to jump into that life quickly becomes her trying to sprint jump into the sea and him restraining her like, no, you will stay in this forever prison.
You have a good
This
point.
life.
Did anybody else feel that Adam Sandler's character was a little bit rapey or abusive going after this woman who literally can't remember him?
I was
You guys
just
do the
about to
same
go
thing?
down that road. Like, you should watch the VHS. Hi, my name's Adam Sandler, and you're my human fleshlight.
Yeah, like,
My name's Adam Sandler, and you may not know this, but you're a professional chef, and you love to give head. And you,
no.
you're my bottom bitch, and what you love to do is to make me a Denver omelet first thing in the morning.
Yeah, so you've got
And
no
then you
memory, but just
absolutely
trust me.
adore
Follow the
cleaning.
instructions. Your day's going to be great.
Last night you got hammered. You may smell it on me, but it wasn't me. So get to tidying up all those beer cans. Yeah, that
Adam
would be
Sandler could cheat
fun
on his
thing.
wife, and she would never know.
Never know. If he ever got sick of that relationship, you just go to port, pilfer that little VHS, tell her, "There's the bathroom, sweetheart." Out. You're someone else's problem now. You're the state of Italy's problem now.
Like the
See ya.
1950s, where like you move 11 miles and just start a new family.
Yeah.
Yeah, just disappear.
He used to move 11 hours.
Yeah, you still go to the same grocery store, just at a different time frame. Like you're just-
People do that. I read so many stories about men that would have like families in 2 or 3 cities around them, and they would get in trouble running into their other families at the grocery store or a nearby park or something
Yeah.
that they just never even considered that the streams might cross.
Can you imagine the energy it would take to have like
Right?
3 families?
That's what I
What is
wonder.
the
It's
cover story for staying somewhere else so often?
Everyone would
cover
have to
story
think
is
you're
Deadbeat Dad.
a traveling salesman.
Yeah.
Like that's the only. thing
Also,
of
you almost
traveling.
need to work in sales to support that many families. I
You better
I
be
gather
good.
it was easier in the 50s, but still.
Actually, if you can balance 3 families, you are a good salesman. There's like
Or
that.
you could run 3 family vlogging channels.
Yeah, 3 family belonging channels.
That'll get you busted. Just on
We've been doing an
YouTube.
experiment where I raise one family as a violent drunk, the other as a well-meaning, kind man, and the
Dude,
third as an indifferent, standoffish, emotionally abusive piece of shit.
I have a
Love
friend,
it.
very successful man, good guy. It is hilarious to me how he takes almost no responsibility for how his kids turned out. Now he has 6 children, and they are like, I'm trying not to dox them, but some of them are PhD advancing the state of medicine, and others like narrowly avoided felony convictions. And he's like, they all had the same love. They all have the same family, same parents, same supportive environment. Not my fault. They are what they are. It's the kids will be what they're going to be. It's not me. And I'm just like, I mean, you've got evidence to support your thesis. I
Yeah,
see where
it
you're
could be
coming
true.
from.
It is you. Like, is there like an order though, where it's like
But he
firstborn,
chose to
attorney,
not have an
secondborn,
effect.
doctor, and then just like blowing like glory hole attendant, like the youngest, like really shit.
Oh no. At this point, I'm like passing judgment on which children are good and bad. I don't
Yeah.
want to do that, but I know it's just an interesting philosophy. Like he and by the way, he did. All the kids were like perfect. The kind of kids that walk through the mall single file with their hands behind their back and say yes, sir, until they were like driving age, and then they all went in their own directions. Which again
might be
kind of
the problem.
supports his theory, right? Like.
Yeah. I mean, I'm sure there are some kids that are just going to be shitty no matter what. It's just
Oh,
like,
yeah.
all right, you got some gene in you, some behavioral thing, like you're going to be a shithead. There's no getting
Do you
around it.
remember the kid? It was like a grade school kid that did like a shooting. He shot somebody and blamed Grand Theft Auto. And that's when you had the attorney that wanted to ban Grand Theft Auto back in the day. I forget the attorney's name. It was a big deal. The kid stole a car, shot at somebody, some big crime. And he said, I learned this from video games.
Oh.
And as it turns
Fucking
out,
rat.
the kid had, oh no, he was lying. This kid was a straight up psychopath. I read an interview about the dad, and the dad is like, look, we loved him. We didn't beat him. We were good to him. We put him in therapy. We got him experts. We sent him to like resorts to meditate or whatever the fuck. We tried to medicate him. But he was diagnosed with antisocial personality disorder. And from the moment he was born, that's psychopathy, basically. He was just completely oppositional to authority. He would lie. He would say he was being abused or touched. So, of course, he does something bad and thinks, I'm going to get out of this by blaming a video game. And all these idiot adults are going to take it out on the game, and I'm going to get away scot-free. That didn't work.
Cartman
It's
did
such
that. Maybe that was
bullshit.
based off that.
Obviously, it was that rock and roll music that set him afoul.
It was all those head banging hair metal 80s bands worshiping the devil that sent him
Absolutely.
astray.
People put those, what is it, incantations on the record when you play it backwards.
Yeah.
Fuse all the kids and
Yeah,
their genders
the-
with that long
what was
hair
that
and that
called?
lipstick.
Backmasking, back.
And the synthesizer, that's just the renamed Satanizer.
That's fair. Antisocial personality disorder is one of those that like is so much worse than it sounds, because it sounds like this guy doesn't want to go party, but it's like this person enjoys the thought of hurting you, and it's like no, potentially, maybe
Only if you're bad by their standards.
Well, they're antisocial, so they're not going to like anybody.
They don't have to, they don't hurt you just to be bad. It could be for fun. It could be for benefit. By antisocial, it means you don't have any of those pre-wired social cognitions about hurting people or emotions or love or feeling or even fear. In most cases, most of them don't have a fear response or even a normal one. So you're operating on an almost purely maybe logical.
They have remarkably low empathy. So they don't put themselves in other people's shoes of how will what I'm doing right now affect this person.
Only if it's for manipulation.
All software, no hardware. I like this. This sounds like a realized person.
You gonna go for it? You gonna try and be?
I think it's too late.
Antisocial personality
I've
disorder
developed too much. I've developed too much.
Too much
going back now.
Too much of a butterfly. You can't go back in the cocoon, baby.
No.
What is the worst? Honestly, I feel like
wings,
borderline
can't go back
personality disorder sounds worse than antisocial. I hear antisocial personality disorder and I think introvert.
I hear borderline personality disorder and I think crazy woman usually. Like
I actually have the same thing. Somebody who is completely disconnected from reality, cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs, and you have no clue what's coming next.
Yeah. Just someone who will fuck with your life and ruin it.
What were you describing? Driftor?
Borderline. It's my personal. It's probably not an accurate medical description, but I bias against borderline personality disorder as a type of person who can go full crazy, who can disconnect from reality and just you don't. They're very difficult to predict, and you have no idea what's coming next, and it could be violent.
No, I'm with Zach's definition. It's narcissism and demanding love while giving abuse. Yeah, and fear of abandonment. That's borderline.
Zach's just speaking from the heart over there. Damn.
Yeah, I feel like Zach. Zach, you got an
also
ex-girlfriend?
Get crappy hand jobs.
See what you're gonna call it?
Yeah.
He's got some real experience with these folks.
He immediately has a paragraph of free. He's ready to go on that one. Let me tell you a thing or two about it.
He's got citations in that comment.
I've got a story. So a friend of a friend the other night, husband and wife, they came home and it was late, and husband falls asleep on the couch. Wife goes upstairs and goes to sleep in their bed. And their dogs have these collars that allow them to activate the doggy door. So the door only opens if the dog's there. Well, a stranger jumps their backyard fence and waits and is like waiting by their back door. And when the dog comes, he follows the dog on into their home and starts exploring the place while everyone's asleep.
Terrible dog.
Terrible dog. The husband's asleep again on the couch, and he awakes to a man standing over him, holding the cue ball from his billiard table, praying in Arabic.
Oh, that's not the language I'd want to hear.
No.
With his other hand, but he's saying good stuff, apparently, when he does break into English. He's trying to bless him and purge him of demons or something. Oh. I was like, and he's also rubbing the husband's face with his free hand. This is the part
that's kind of sweet. This sounds nice.
Now, I don't know about you, but I like to think that I would have started screaming at that moment, or getting up and started fighting. He is coming out of a stupor, though. I think he's been drinking, maybe. And who knows? And
over to fight.
So he laid there, frozen, for like a couple minutes. He
just like having
yes. Oh my gosh, standing over him with a billiard ball, rubbing his face with one hand, and saying like crazy gibberish, sometimes in Arabic and sometimes about demons, and sometimes about I'm going to bless you or purge you of your demons or cleanse you. And I think the word cleanse really snaps something in him, because the guy hurls the billiard ball across the room and destroys the television. Oh. Now that's when I would have killed him. All right, that would have done it for me.
Bad guy threw the billiard ball. I'm sorry.
Bad guy throws the billiard ball, destroys the fucking television. The wife wakes up. She starts yelling. The guy's distracted. This is when the husband jumps up, runs over to his cabinet, and grabs a firearm. Now the bad guy is screaming more, and he's really upset. The dogs are barking. The lady's yelling, and he charges the husband. He shoots the bad guy in the chest and drops him to the ground. Now the bad guy's on the ground screaming bloody murder in Arabic and crawling like something in a movie, they said. Just his arms, maybe? And the wife's on one end of the room. The dogs are losing their shit. He's standing over the guy with a firearm, and the guy hears the wife scream, and he turns around, and they said he crawled faster than they thought possible toward her. Like
so
he
he
shoots
shot
him
a guy.
again.
He wants to get it in one more time.
So he shoots him again, and he kills him. Instant. Dead on the floor.
Huge mess.
They'll know
Shotgun?
early next year if charges are going to be pressed or filed or anything like that.
What state?
But that's here in Georgia. That's
well,
all I know.
hopefully he gets off, because you can't break into people's homes holding cue balls, breaking their TV, rubbing their face. You cannot do that. That's not allowed.
Tell me where that's in the rules.
Dude, I don't want like the people I'm closest to in the world rubbing my face, much less an Arab man who just snuck in. And that dog needs to be fucking a little bit in the firing line also. Like, that's not fair to the family he's being supported by, to not even bark, not give a yip. Hey, there's a strange man chanting in your kitchen. Like, I don't know.
Kyle, do you think your dogs would go after a bad guy?
I don't go after is a strong word, you know, they're not trained to attack, which you kind of need to do, I guess. But I've seen what happens when repairmen come over and like strangers in the house, and Toby will bark and lose his shit enough that everyone would be alerted. I don't know if he'd bite them. He's never bit at a person, but he's acted real aggressive towards repairmen and tried to like I need to get over and see about you. Like, I don't know what he's going to do if I let him get over there. And he's almost 80 pounds and he's pretty big now. The other dogs would just, the Malamute would ignore you completely and pretend like it doesn't, like aloof cat mode, literally would ignore you and not want, like, don't touch me. And the other dog would just be like, oh, give me love, give me love, give me love, give me love. Oh, you smell new. You smell new. I love you.
Which one's this?
The like 4-year-old female shepherd mixed dog.
Okay. Yeah, my dogs would bark like they want to murder you. And then once you cross the threshold and enter the home, they just want love and attention. And they, it's a little overwhelming because they're so big. A lot of people are scared of them just because they're like, higher than waist tall. I have Great Danes, and but they're not Dane. They're too nice. My previous dog, Jack, he's dead now. He would literally kind of try to kill you, and you can't make friends with him in just a few days. People have this hope that their dog would rise to the occasion if an actual bad guy came.
Mm-hmm.
Jack didn't need to rise. That was his constant state. Murder, 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 murder. And at the time we were I was a bigger deal on YouTube. So we had all these death threats and, it was a little safety. It felt good to have a homicidal dog.
That was a scary dog. What was his name again?
Jack.
Jack scared me. I knew that Jack wanted to hurt me and that if you let him, he would. And I was very afraid when I woke up, the next morning at your place. I was like, I don't remember how I checked with you or whatever, but I was like, I wonder if Jack's roaming around.
You were muzzled.
If I come out of this bedroom and like walk down the hall to the bathroom or like go get a cup of coffee, is Jack out and about?
If I recall,
is he gonna snatch me up?
It's the Ripper.
We had a soft muzzle. Like it wasn't hard like a cage. It was soft, and he wore that constantly when we had friends over, except for eating, and we would feed him while holding him on a leach. Like he was not a. It wasn't like Jack? It was a Great Dane, so 140, 160, something like that.
Yeah, he'd have killed. I feel like if me and Jack had a fight to the death, we might both die.
There's a problem. Yeah, it's not okay.
You could take him.
We might. If I'm unarmed, and I just have to hope that at some point I'm able to like.
You're both naked, even the odds.
Oh my god.
Oh man, then you might bite your joint. That's awful.
Have I told the story about when Jack
stance.
attacked the neighbor? I don't know if maybe I've told it 6
Yes.
times.
Oh my god. Yeah. I thought we should keep quiet about that for the longest time, so that was settled. When Jack attacked your neighbor.
Now.
Good.
Yeah, they won't be misbehaving again.
And by attack, you mean mauled.
Yeah, just
this is what happened.
Flawless victory.
It's fundamentally my fault. I was taking Hope to fencing. We forgot her.
Shit.
I'll explain. We were taking him to fencing, and Hope forgot her stuff. So I had her like run in the house, grab her gear, and run back. And she didn't shut the door. But on the adult, it's my fault. And so we go, and I'm taking her to fencing while the door is open. And Jack leaves the house and starts like running around the cul-de-sac. He wasn't being aggressive or anything. He was just sort of prancing around in the street. And a woman decided that she was going to, I guess, maybe guide him towards our open door or something. So she does like one of these deals where she's like, you know, sort of like
that's how you
wingspan open.
Yeah, approach a strange dog you're not familiar
herding the dog, you know, in herding, H-E-R-D, herding the dog towards the front door. And Jack bit her on the arm, drew blood, bunch of stitches. The policeman showed me the gash on her forearm. It was, you know, 6 inches or something, and jagged. Like he must have like done his best effort.
How old was she? Because ladies get that paper thin skin at some point.
Yeah, not like that old. I'm gonna call her 35,
chicken
45.
cutlet.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, Jack punched through some healthy, youthful skin.
yeah. And anyway, animal control comes and this and that. And it turns out in North Carolina, it's pretty difficult for it to be the dog owner's fault. That you know, so she explained what happened to like animal control, how, you know, the dog was out, I was trying to guide it back in, etc. So then she's like, I guess, suing us or like working with my insurance company, and the story changed to I was opening my mailbox, and then out of the blue the dog comes from the side and bites me in the arm. But they had the different versions of the story, and they're like, no. So it just kind of died there. My insurance never even had to pay anything out.
She lied.
Yeah. So and that was, I don't know, 13 years ago or something. Like,
yeah, I remember. Yeah, approaching the dog was the real thing that I feel like made and then them being like, wait, did you give a false police report the first time, or are you lying to us now? And which supports my.
Once she got an attorney, she knew what the story should have been. Changed to that.
That's sneaky.
Most people skip is that first step, getting an attorney.
Man,
at least you trained your dog. You tried to keep your dog in. You got a muzzle, a warning. There's a guy in my neighborhood who doesn't do that. He's got a massive German Shepherd, maybe a German Shepherd mix. It's not Great Dane size, but it's over 100 pounds easily. Big boy, chunky. Guy moves into the neighborhood about last year. He's walking his dog. I say hi. It's a small neighborhood. Say hi. Introduce myself as the guy who lives down the street. The dog looks at me and just views me as a threat and starts getting very aggressive and growling and snapping. And the guy's like, oh, dude, it's fine. It's no worries. She's actually a sweetheart. She just puts up this big facade, but when you get close to pet her, it'll be fine. I took like one step closer to the dog, and it fucking bolted on the leash, and the guy had to like double hand hold it, snap it taut, and it's like snapping at me, and I have to back away. And he's like, no, it's fine. It's fine. She's a sweetie. You just have to trust it and go in for the pet. And I'm like, no, bro, I'm good. I'm totally good. You can
That's
keep
all right.
your own dog.
Some people shouldn't be able to have dogs.
Yeah. Oh, I just wanted to tell a little more in case I'm being judged. We hired a dog trainer. He came to the house every week to teach us how to teach the dog to be better. We took the dog to the kennel and had him stay there when we weren't even on vacation. We were just socializing him with like other dogs and stuff, like daycare for people who work from home, like no reason. We did everything we could. My wife would walk him all the time. But
I mean, if you had a history where all the dogs you owned became like woman attackers, but like it seems like Jack just had a little
he ties into my friend's
gene
parenting philosophy.
Yeah,
right? It doesn't matter what you do. The kid's gonna be the kid.
I like it. Jack took home security seriously.
He did.
I appreciate that. At least you know he's not wishy-washy.
Game 7 mentality.
He's never, you're not Kobe. He's a dog that is not going to surprise you. You know what you get.
Very predictable.
I can appreciate that. But I was terrified of him because I was just like, oh, you're just a big bully, aren't you? He's like, I will murder you.
Yeah, it was like,
I'm like, no, I'll rub your belly. I'll scratch your belly. I'll get you little armpits. He's like, I will eat your fingers first.
I'm gonna eat your eyes. You're gonna wake up blind.
Yeah, Kyle's good with dogs,
shut the door.
and he has he's a lot of experience and affection for dogs. That's who Kyle is. And so like day 2 or 3, he's like, have we gotten over this yet? Jack was not over it yet, but he had a muzzle on. I knew Kyle was safe, but
no, he was waiting for Woody to take her to fucking fencing practice, and then he was gonna fuck your ass up. Speaking of fencing, did you ever jump in like when you went to a class? Like, did you ever get to try it out?
No, I wanted to. Like, I wanted to. In particular, I wanted to know how I stacked up against like an 11-year-old girl who trained. You know, could Dad just step in and win without any training? Like, because if it's wrestling, he could, right? Like you wrestled at like 11, right? Mm-hmm. But you couldn't beat your dad even if he had never done it. There's no chance. And I just wanted to know, like, I wonder if I could beat these kids. But I never did it.
I imagine that'd be one of those things where it's so technical and like the little dipsy doodle and dodge stuff they do. Like anyone who's trained, who's like also an adult, like you're not even going to score a point. But against a kid, that kind of reach advantage, I feel like you can just wrap. Like unless you get
wrap, you got to poke, right?
I think all you
or
have
they
to do
could riposte and
hit
roll
them.
yours off and then pop.
Yeah, and a big part of it is like parrying your attack, and then while you're saber.
So I can't just start whipping them.
You could, but the moment you pick it up to go for the first whip, in a quarter second, they're just going to reach out and touch your chest.
No, they're 11-year-old girl. I'm going to whip the shit out of her.
Yeah, right.
She's going to be running away.
So you're not doing a competition. You're just going to take this and just beat kid no matter what she does.
He's Billy Madisoning this class.
I'm going to start doing this, making X's, and I'm going to walk forward. And I don't think you got an answer for that. I'm going Darth Sidious or whatever.
My tactic would just beat us. Taylor, you know when you steal a puck from someone, you lift their stick, and then the puck is there.
General Grievous.
I feel like I could smack their foil so hard that they're wide open for me for as long as I need to get my poke.
Oh yeah, they don't have the prepped grip strength to handle an adult smacking the foil out of their hand. And then you can just chase them around the way you do kids at laser tag places where it's like 1 point, 2 point, 3 point, 4 point, 5 point, 6 point.
That's totally how I play laser tag. But like if you and I are playing laser tag and I'm going for high score, I don't want to even see you. I'm not trying to beat Taylor. I'm trying to beat Tayller's 4-year-old teammate. I just get 97 kills.
Oh, I'm horse collaring kids. Just holding them back up, shooting the back of their fucking nest. Oh. I'm playing for keeps. When me and Woody make eyes, we both agree. You know, you're the Western Hemisphere warlord. I'll be the Eastern Hemisphere warlord.
Dude, I played laser tag. This is like 10 years ago. I'm way too old for this. And like, so you could shoot people and get points. It's just how everyone is playing. But also their base had a sensor on it. And no one's protecting it. So I'm just sitting here shooting the base while no one's paying attention to me for like a good 4 minutes, beating the entire building.
Oh, I knew a kid who would like put a hoodie on secretly over his vest after the fact.
He couldn't take damage.
Like just full tank. And then everyone's like, Jared, this kid's not doing it. No, I had
the laser tag toy.
Yeah. They never worked. Or maybe we just got low quality ones because we'd get like one afternoon of fun and then one person trips and there's no visible break, but the cheap plastic, like, oh, this one just doesn't work anymore.
Ours worked really well, but the sensor's the problem. You've got to shoot the sensor. And like, kids, you cover your sensor up and start blasting.
Yeah, you have to. It's defense.
Yeah.
The professional ones have sensors forward and back on your chest back, your shoulders, and on your gun. So like if you were in a gunfight, I'm like sideways and I'm moving and going up and down and shooting at you. Like just really minimizing.
Did you guys have these?
That's what I had.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Yes.
Yeah. Those things, they broke very easily.
That's nostalgia, baby.
Yeah, I was playing with those, moonwalking around.
That was like 19.
It made all these crazy noises too, like the dollar. Like they sounded like the dollar store lasers, and they're not showing these were your sensors, but the actual sensor were these little. I think the red things with the dot that almost looked like. I don't even know how to quite to describe that.
Yeah.
But
Driftor
you could just
with the
cover them with
production
your
value.
hand. You could just be turned a little sideways, and they wouldn't show properly. Those sensors never worked at all, but the laser guns were really cool.
Yeah, laser tag lended itself to cheating even more than airsoft. And there's a lot of cheating in airsoft. Like, it was kind of an understood thing amongst my friends. Like, when we'd go in the woods and play in, like, middle school, where it's like, all right, this round, like, you take a couple shots before you go out, because there's only, like, 6 of us. Despicable? You would... Okay,
That's why
you would
I
have...
love paintball.
Yeah,
no,
you just
because I
wipe
don't
the
wanna-
paint off. All three of us cheated our tits off at that event.
Oh, that's different. All right, let me explain why that's different. Just to be
I
clear.
stopped
Like,
leaving entirely.
we're
I just
there. We're there, and especially me, frankly, at that particular event, I'm there as like an ambassador for like a website, 2 or 3 brands, and like I'm supposed to be out there like hobnobbing, rubbing elbows with the players. I'm trying to give everybody their money's worth. People flew there to play paintball with me, so I'm gonna wipe this shit off and like get up next to you and try to give you a little fun because you paid here to come to be with me, you know. I think what we would do, we would like. They want you to walk like a quarter mile back and do this whole checkpoint thing. And we'd step out of the fight and be like, we're dead for this fight. And then we'd walk back into it because it's like a steady flow of people. It's not like one of us made a difference. But yeah, at those things, I would absolutely do that. But when I played like with my friends or at we used to play every weekend. I did not like that. You know, when people would wipe, we would get rowdy about it. There would almost be fights like, you know, that's bullshit. You wipe the paint off. And then, I don't like that.
Yeah.
The event that you're talking about, I remember maybe it was just the first year, maybe a couple years, but we were on the winning team and not by a little. Our team is spawn trapping, but on a massive scale. It's like a 700 versus 700 paintball event, but we have 50 ringers.
Yeah,
so if the whole course is 2 miles long, which isn't a bad guess, something like that, we've got them pushed into their last quarter mile. So when they respawn, they just walk back and get in the fight. When we respawn, we have a 3-mile hike, you know, to a mile and a half back and then a mile and a half to the front line. So you can see the temptation to not make that entire hike in the heat.
Dude,
I think Woody mostly made that hike.
I did, yeah.
You were honorable. Yeah.
I had that die dam, that big like LMG that's fully automatic, and I think it holds like 300 or 400 paintballs and that drum mag underneath it. And then I've got like 1,000 on my back, and I was in the woods looking at their spawn point, just hosing crowds of people. I was a menace at that event. That was so fun. I had to crawl through tick-infested briars. No one was near me for like half an hour. I was like, man, I hope I'm still on their property.
Kyle, do you like that? So people don't know.
Hate it.
I had
I thought it was fun.
Like a competition style gun. It's very light. It shoots very fast and it's easy to use. Kyle had more milsim equipment. You know, picture a heavy AR, like light machine gun to haul around. What do you like to play with?
Well, that gun in particular, the Dam, DYEDAM, I love that thing. I doubt the new ones have changed that much because it not only will do that. It'll do an overhead hopper. It'll do an undercarried drum magazine of regular paintballs, or it'll do stick magazines of first strike rounds, which I was carrying around with me for like long range and for sniping when I just ran out of ammo. I liked that for that scenario game shit. Like I felt like I had multiple tools I could bring. But the little speedball markers that we've all got as well. Man, that thing's so light and compact and everything's just right here in this little package. The kind of paintball I like is speedball. I want to go out there and some wire spools and milk crates and shit, do a quick 10-minute game, like 3v3, 5v5, capture the flag or whatever, and then go right over here, take our hot gear off, drink some Gatorade and maybe some air conditioning or a fan or something, sit on a tailgate, and then walk 20 feet back into the game, you know, but through some baseball netting or whatever. When we're out in the woods and you're like thirsty and get briar cuts and like, I don't even know what poison ivy looks like in Chicago. Is it different here? Is that northern poison ivy? I don't even know. Maybe it's darker. I don't know. I'm just getting I don't love that.
I don't like the anything you're playing near balloons, like the inflatable barriers that are kind of like tethered to the ground. I just don't feel like I'm in it as much. Whereas if you're like going through the woods and there's like pallets stacked up or like an attack and defend for it, the attack and defend is what I had the most fun doing. I don't care if I'm attacking or defending. Usually it was more fun to defend because it would be such a big advantage that it would be numerically like, all right, 10 of you are going to defend against 42 attackers, which if it goes well means you're going to get to shoot like 5 people and defend. I didn't like the speed. And I think it was also like intimidating because I would like be on the outside of that mesh because you can watch like the speedball really good people and they like know exactly where to run right off the start. Like they have a little break, and it's like this guy already knows he's running to the triangle Tostito chip one or the Dorito, whatever. This guy's running to the snake tube. And so when we would try that, I'd always be like, oh my God, every one of them has one of those guns that shoots 30 rounds a second. And so it's just sounds like a swarm of cicadas just always around your head with the noise. I wouldn't win.
Favorite thing we ever did in paintball was there were maybe 5 YouTubers, I don't know, against maybe 70 people with terrible rental equipment on a really small field, smaller than a football field, right? So we're always right there. There's not really much running, and we're moving from cover to cover. And we would all have like 10, 12 KDs. At the time, I thought that we had better equipment and more skill, but upon reflection, at least in my case, I just had way better gear.
Dude, like between the first year and the second year there, the first year, me and Trevor, Team Art, were using the Titmans that you had to shake, like shook to try and get the balls back down in there. And neither of us were very good. We weren't helpful on our team. We were like the low tier grunts. Second year, Trevor and I got these like really nice, I guess they were dye, whatever
Empire,
they were.
Maybe.
Yeah, Empire, something like that. And I remember being like, damn, I'm so much better at paintball this year than last year. And it's like, oh no, wait, no, I'm not. I'm just like fucking up all the people who are dealing with my equipment I used last year.
And then another thing I didn't consider is like we didn't pay for our paintballs. So like, we would have thousands of them. We could spill 300 and not even pick them up or care or whatever. Other people might have been conserving their ammo because they pay for it. Mm-hmm. There's an advantage of that too.
Yeah. Yeah, so paintballs, I don't know what they cost.
It's expensive.
I've played in so long, but when I was a kid and started playing, I think I got my first gun when I was 11 or 12. We just kept buying more guns, and that's always been my favorite sport to play. Like I was good at it right away. Part of it was I didn't care if I got shot. I wanted to move a lot. I was a lot faster then, so I would really want to run like straight up the right side of the field, so you get that right hand lean, that right hand peak, and just what everybody wants to do in those speedball games is they run either short and get down behind a thing, mid and get down behind a thing, or they run long and then they get down behind a thing. They always get behind a thing though, and they and then peek over the top. Everybody does that, but if you just keep running up the right side, you're gonna run right past him and shoot him in the back. Yeah, and I
like
love
the
doing
Dunkirk
that.
Guy.
I love doing that. I would do that every round. We would play 3v3 tournaments, and I would just run up the right side of the field. And sometimes all three of us would run. I would be like, look, first round, nobody stops. We don't take cover at all. So one guy on the left, one center, one on the right, and we would sprint up the field because they weren't pre-shooting lanes. They weren't pre-firing. Everybody was just taking off, running to a thing, and then getting down. But that doesn't work when you're playing as professionals. But we were just shitting on people every weekend. It felt like Call of Duty pub stomping. I miss those days. That's when my cousin, I had those T-shirts that said, I shoot children for fun. We were awful.
Yeah.
We were like 17.
You think you still have the speed for that maneuver?
I know for a fact I don't. I know for a fact I don't. But if I knew I was going to be playing paintball in like 8 weeks, you better believe I'd be doing wind sprints in my backyard. You better believe I'd have like a sled behind me or something.
There has to be a play style that plays to your strength. I mean, and literally strength. You can carry more shit now, or
there were at all of those paintball events.
Like
there are
guns?
There are like tank characters. Remember, like we would kind of like laugh at it because like I remember at one of those events specifically, there was a morbidly obese guy who I don't even believe was there for the event we were at. He was just there paintballing it up, and he was like rotund, spherical in his body type, and he had more of those pods on him just by sheer like area of skin available. Like I remember seeing Kyle all like kitted up with his shit that second year and being like, damn, Kyle's like a real paintball man. He's got like 4 extra ball sleeves back there. And then this guy, I'm like
Kyle gets whatever he wants for free.
Almost like that. And then me and Trevor are getting we're the pups, barking for scraps. But then this other guy, I was like, this guy doesn't think he'll ever die. Like he has enough paintballs for a weekend just to go out there. Dude, and he's got snacks.
What impressed me, Kitty would know the guy's name and Kyle might, but so there was what would happen is, let's say that the teams are going and one team is getting too beat up, right? And the point of this is everyone's supposed to have a good time. So they would roll in equalizers, right? Some sort of tank, maybe a car, whatever. This was a guy where if you shot him, he didn't die. And he had like a saw. And I don't know what his paintballs were in, like a backpack or something. Normally people have a hopper. And that holds about as much as like a can of tennis balls, something like that. Yeah. This guy had an endless amount, seemingly. And if you shot him, he didn't care. He just kept going. He was jacked, right? He's like a perfect specimen, 6-pack, big pecs, deltoids ripping out. And he played with no shirt on. And he'd just be like, like, you guys are winning too much.
Huge piece of shit.
Was he a huge piece of shit?
Oh yeah, so
dude, he was covered in bruises.
Yeah, he didn't care.
The idea, so like you said, if he gets shot, it didn't matter. He just kept shooting. That wasn't a rule. That was just how he played paintball.
Yeah, and that's how some of us play.
He was like a boss character employed by the facility to equalize the teams.
So they would inject like 20 to 50 of those players to do that and like push the lines back. And what they would stick them kind of behind your lines, and all of a sudden they're shooting you in the side or from behind or whatever. But when they got shot, they were supposed to quit. That guy got laid out that day. Like somebody did not like getting. You're like, you shot me 12 times in the back. You came in from over there, and then when we shot you, you kept playing. They punched him in the head, and then there was a big like everybody pulling everybody away from everybody. It was like. I did not care for that gentleman. I remember he was wearing like animal skins, like a barbarian or something. I remember like a tiger skin thrown over him, like he was a biblical character.
I just thought you're describing him. I'm imagining Arnold Schwarzenegger, Conan the Barbarian, just wandering out with akimbo paintball guns, ready to absolutely ruin some 12-year-old's day.
I pictured him like an attack helicopter, but low budget, right? Because he's actually just a human. But like he plays like an attack helicopter. You almost can't shoot back. You just take cover and weather the storm or probably die. Like that's what he's there for, because your team is spawn trapping the other, and he's going to end that problem.
Yeah, they sold all that land at and made a bundle. CPX. I'm sure. Yeah. I think the state needed it for build a highway or something, so I think they really got paid. I think so. Good for them.
It seemed like he didn't have money problems even before the sale.
Yeah, it seemed like they were doing okay, because it seemed like a pretty popular park. Every time I went there on weekends, like just my weekends when I'd go, there'd be like 500 people there, and they weren't all there for me, certainly.
Right.
I think I haven't played paintball in forever. I played airsoft the last time I played anything at this place in Atlanta.
How did
that
you
was
like
actually
it?
Pretty fun.
Yeah, I like it. I feel like it gets a bad rap amongst the paintball crowd.
No, I like it. What I don't like is everybody's wearing so much gear that it's kind of meaningless when they get hit. That there's no pain on their end. And I wore my paintball pants, but I just wore a t-shirt and maybe a rig or something. But it hurts when I get shot, and I want it to hurt because I want to play like it hurts, which to me is playing like you're trying, and the pain reinforces and punishes bad mechanics. Like, yeah, we don't run straight up the middle. Why? Because they'll lay you out, son. That shit hurts. It's 400 feet per second. But if everybody's playing tactical because they know it's going to sting, then it's a lot more fun to play.
The kind of game you like.
And those kids are like covered with armor, not giving a shit, and everybody's got flashlights, and they were using flashlights and
indoor, I guess.
Yeah, and they were using fog. The fog was neat because the flashlights pick up in the fog real cool. But every now and then, it's like just like in Call of Duty or any other first person shooter, when you bump into a guy and you just hose each other down, man, it hurts. Everybody's got an M4, it hurts.
Yeah, I like airsoft. I might like it more than paintball. I don't know. To protect yourself reasonably in airsoft, you don't have to dress as warmly. And I'm a bit of a human furnace in real life, and I struggle more with heat than cold.
Yeah, I always liked playing paintball in the winter. Like winter paintball was the way. Just because the extra clothes made it hurt a little bit less, and it was just something to do. The grass wasn't as bad, the ticks weren't as bad in the woods. But yeah, that's what I played a lot of baseball, but I always just wanted to play more paintball. I was like, "Do you guys play paintball?" And they're like, "What is that?" No one knew what it was. It was like a kind of a outsider sport, I guess, when I was 12. I don't even know where my paintball gun is now.
Isn't it more satisfying to hit somebody with a paintball gun than the airsoft? Like you see the little pellet hit them and bounce off, and you might hear them go, ooh. And then you have to be like, hey, I got you. Time to get out. But like if you hit them with a paintball, that shit hits and splatters like a bright color, like you're playing, what's that game? Splatoon instead of RoboCop. And you know they've been nailed. The bright green goo is everywhere. It's really satisfying to watch.
Pistols are really fun too. I've got a really good pistol that shoots these rifled rounds that go fairly accurately. And like when you shoot somebody in the face with one of those and splat that white shit in their eyes, it's like, fuck, that was cool because you watch it like go in. Yeah, paintball was always fun. That was by far my favorite thing to do as a kid was to go in the woods and play paintball.
What are you watching on TV lately?
Well, I'm I just completely rewatched Sopranos with my girlfriend for the first time. I know you don't want to talk about that, but what's the thing that's coming out week to week that we're watching?
For All Mankind comes to mind. That's not it, huh?
No, I can't think of it.
Do you remember anything about it?
Well, now that I'm trying so hard, I can't remember
Me
anything
too.
at all.
Oh my god, I am thinking there's another one.
You're like the two guys in the video store. Yeah, I want the movie. It's about a guy who does a thing with a person.
It's the guy who does the thing with the hair.
Yeah.
You know what I watched that was I enjoyed it, but sometimes I like gay fucking shows. It's like this chef who's a chemist. It's a woman, and she takes her chemistry background and becomes like a TV chef personality. Have you not heard of this show?
Mm-mm.
It's fun. So it takes place in like the 1950s, and it's a little bit woke if you're sensitive to that. Like she's not getting respected as a real chemist because she's a girl, and stuff like that. And through some twists and turns, she eventually becomes a TV chef. But she's like, yeah, I don't know. She doesn't call it salt. She calls it sodium chloride. And she has a way of like extracting the tannins out of this or getting a rise into that. And she delivers these speeches on the importance. And like, I don't know, it's like the role of a woman in a family in the 1950s. And it's pretty good. I really liked it. So
What channel?
I'll look it up. Hold on.
I'm waiting on The Boys to come out with a new season.
Yep. Well, it's
I'm
not going to
excited
be
for
the
that.
last season. They got a 4 and a 5 coming. So, and did you see
Called
Gen V?
Lessons in Chemistry, and we
like Gen V
Apple
a lot.
TV.
Gen V surprised me. I'm going to look up Lessons in Chemistry. That does sound fun. But Gen V, I expected it to suck, but it was surprisingly good? Question mark. I was just kind of surprised that it wasn't awful.
I liked it more than I thought I would too, because it's so goddamn woke when you look at the like just the building blocks of it. And we were talking about Woody's like, well, is it? I'm like, yeah, it's that gay black woman with her period powers taking down the patriarchy. It's like as woke as it gets.
Right. Then there's the transgender chick.
Gender neutral.
For people who don't watch the show, there's a person whose superpower is to be a boy or a girl, in addition to like durability and strength and fighting. But there's a female actor and a male actor who plays their two personas, and that's a little transgender sort of nod. Kyle mentioned the whole period powered, blood killing. I feel like it goes on and on.
The other girl's got an eating disorder that's
pretty ham-handed powers commentary.
Yeah, it's very much so.
Did you see it, Taylor?
No, it's just from your guys.
But the main boys is ham-handed too. It's a lot of things, but it's nowhere close to subtle. It's very in your face with whatever.
They're really not subtle anymore.
I'm a little blind to woke stuff sometimes, but when Kyle pointed it out, I was like, no argument, you win. It just
mind.
is.
Like the thing is, I don't mind because I also like to describe it as horny Harry Potter because it's all these like magical like teenagers fucking each other. Yeah, it's a bunch of wizards and bang. And it's more like what Hogwarts would be like because kids would be making their dicks gigantic. Like some girl would say something awful about you and you'd make her eyes fall out or something. Like, you would.
Dude, you'd be using
kids are awful.
Terrible.
That spell where you're like, oh, damn, Stacy's so hot. I'm gonna turn myself into Stacy and fucking take a look at these tits, see what she's got under the covers here.
Dude, they could stop time. You know how much rape there would be if you could stop time?
Dude, every single professor at Hogwarts, I would have robbed them blind. Like,
okay, the Ministry of Magic strictly monitors those time turners. Let's not pretend like
strictly
you get them on
enough.
They've got wards up. Not just going to let anybody freeze time and waltz in.
I don't think wards work in a paused time, right?
You can time warp this conversation.
I don't know.
I haven't read Harry Potter.
All I know for sure is if I could stop time, Teenage Woody would have seen people in their panties.
Well, not get so rapey about it. Jesus, Teenage Woody, you're an awful guy.
That's not rapey. That's just sexual assaulty.
You don't go to like to robbery. Do you go to like stealing as well? Like one of the first things I think about all the time in like a time pausing scenario is like I have a bank robbing fantasy. I don't even know how I'd get into it.
There's no money in the bank.
It would be fun to rob a bank or rob anything. Like
the cash card.
There's not enough to go get. Like there's.
I have infinite time. I can hit this bank. I can hit that bank. I can drive to a new city and hit that bank. I can do whatever I want.
Enough. I don't know how much money do you think is in the bank. I'm just calling it
like a regular bank on the street.
Yeah,
cash.
Not a ton.
$250,000 maybe.
Oh, okay.
I feel like that's like
that.
Yeah. I doubt there's that much though. Like at a big bank, like because I know if you show up and ask for like 50, they're like, oh, let me call Jim. Like what are we calling Jim about? Is he the one that counts my fucking money and gives it to me?
Well, Jim's going to decide if you can make the down payment on this house. Yeah.
It's not that. You're just trying to get your money, like trying to withdraw cash.
Oh,
like
okay.
I've never pulled out 50, but I've pulled out in the neighborhood of 10 a bunch of times because I was buying motorcycles. And, they don't really even pay much attention to you. Like, how much? I'm like, 9,600. Oh, like, I am not interesting when I remove $10,000 cash. So that tells me they must have 50, 70, 100 back. Like, they've got cash.
Yeah, that's true. That's
especially
true.
Like I know that season. They gotta have a lot.
I don't know.
Some people
that's not the money that they give you if you withdraw money though. Like the money that they're taking in is in a different pile. Like they wouldn't take that money that's coming in on deposits and turn around and hand it right back to you. I bet it goes somewhere, gets processed, right?
Mm-hmm. No, I think it's the same pile. I think that's what's caused all of our prior collapses, right? They overlend as like a percentage.
But I think they never literally those bills.
Oh, like
don't they just remove them from
the literal
circulation?
Paper has to go somewhere. Because the money that comes out of the ATM is always nice. A bank's never handed you a crumpled $5 bill.
Okay, fine.
Crisp shit.
Well,
how about this? You don't rob a bank. What is you pause time and you get unlimited time? What is the best thing to like? And I'm thinking like Skyrim style. Like maybe it would be Buckingham Palace.
I got the answer.
I go in and I can just steal anything.
I got it. Nope, I got it. All that shit's non-transferable. It's a classic thing. Oh, really? Who do you sell your jewels to?
Oh, I just have it now. I just have the crown jewels.
Oh, well, enjoy your jewels. I take all the fancy headdress.
No, I melt all the gold down and then I sell that.
Do you know what? I mean, gold's what, $2,000 an ounce? Like, oh, we've come away with this international scheme with, wow, the vacation actually ate away at most of our. We made We made $1,800.
The flights to and from Buckingham Palace ate up most of our profits.
20,000 in travel.
Turns out melting down all their rings doesn't get me that far.
I'm like Kyle Woody. I'm upside down on this time pausing robbing experiment. I need you to get me out of this.
Rewind. Hit rewind.
You're right. He's gonna time travel.
So the only place I know where you can get currency, which is what you want, because again, it's that classic thing. What are you gonna do with the like crown jewels? Who are you going to sell them to? Nobody will touch you. They'll turn you in.
Mona Lisa.
The reward will be worth more than they could ever have to give you anyway, unless you are that guy who knows the billionaire and that you're not that guy. But if you pause time and you walk into a casino and you just take a whole bunch of chips, that's transferable money that you can show back up with a year and a half from now and cash in.
Yeah. You'd have
some of the chips digital now though. Like, don't some casinos have chips they can track in some capacity?
Oh, that would ruin the spirit of it, I feel. I'm not a gambler, but I wouldn't like that.
They don't, not in such a way as they would be like, oh, this is the chip that was stolen on, like, the chip stealy day. And, like, you could, if there's millions of dollars just sitting there, just millions and millions of dollars just sitting there. And you could just show up and, like, cash in $100,000 whenever you wanted to. You just have a big stack of them back home.
If I was a
Imagine the
casino
chaos in the
and someone
casino if you get
stole-
greedy and you steal all the chips.
I
All
would.
of a sudden
I'd
you're
take 'em
playing
all.
and all the chips just disappear.
That's here's
Exactly,
what I would
Driftor.
do.
You'd have to be measured.
I would change the chips we use. You know, it wouldn't be a huge
Mm.
investment to make all my whatever $1,000 chips from blue to green. And now, when someone shows up with the blues that we know were stolen, we look closely at them.
Yeah, I feel like that's an even worse idea than just robbing a bank. Like a casino.
Robbing a bank, dude. If you can get, in Kyle's estimate, $250,000. Let's say Kyle doubled it and made a mistake, and it's an eighth of a million. Then shucks, you can rob 3-4 banks, and you're really set for
You
a
can
while.
rob as many as you please. You're
Yeah.
pausing time.
No,
Right?
that money has numbers on it. I
He's
feel like if
probably
you steal
right.
I feel like those bills have numbers on them. They have serial numbers. Poker
All right,
chips
here's a
don't.
I
thought.
got a crazy
It
idea.
doesn't matter if we
You
get
rob a
caught.
bank.
It doesn't matter if we get caught because as soon as they come to like apprehend me, I stop time and go somewhere else.
Just a
I
leaf.
stop time, and you know what I do? I switch my outfit with one of the cops, and now I'm like arresting this guy. It's like, shut up! Stop with your conspiracy theories. I'm not you.
I think for some reason I have the thought
Like
that
Joker.
your best case scenario is to get like the $8,000 or $11,000 that's in the drawers out front that no one really knows about, that isn't
Okay.
traceable.
Mhm.
But I think if they've got funds in there that's like those clean bricks of money that like came from the Federal Reserve, they're like, yeah, those are bills 8,000 through 9,000 B. Just keep a lookout for those, and then all of a sudden they have this map that starts glinting and lighting up little red streaks as you buy groceries. And they're like, all right, he shops at Publix. They're waiting outside.
As
And
an
then I just,
alternative
then I
to
just
banks,
pause time again.
what if you
Okay.
robbed gun shows? Like cash only, big fancy gun shows or car shows.
Okay,
Oh,
those,
like
those
some-
bills are not tracked. I like where your head's at here. I like
And
that.
you can also just take the guns, which again have value
there a
in
lot
and
of money?
themselves.
I can only
Uh,
carry so many guns, but
There's just we're missing something. There's somewhere where there is cash on the table that isn't accounted for.
We're gonna kick
Don't have to
ourselves. There
trade.
has to be an obvious answer. If you can pause time, there has to be something that's great to rob, and you just keep fucking poking holes in all the fun.
Well, I'm
You
just
can
saying
steal
it's,
government hard drives.
it's hard to do crime.
Tell it to.
Oh, let's get it.
It is too hard to do crime. We need to make it easier again.
That's worse than jewels. Government hard drives. Now I have to
Ooh.
find bad people to sell my things to. Now I'm a traitor.
Although
That's-
Zach
that's
has a great
definitely-
idea. Steal somebody's crypto ledger
Oh,
I don't know
want
where they would
thief
even
from
keep
a
that.
person though.
on a hard drive.
Yeah, I wanna steal from a big bank or like
I
a
have to
big
find their hard
institution.
drive first.
I don't want to like go to someone's house and like pilfer their safe. You know,
all right, here,
Yeah.
let me just
I
throw
want to
this
feel
out
good at
there.
the end of the day.
How about we don't rob with our time pausing thing? And hear me out.
Okay.
We
okay.
become the world's most rich and famous magician everywhere. No one can figure out how you do it. You're literally a magician, a
Yeah.
magic person,
Watch me grow a beard right now.
right? Like David Copperfield's probably pretty wealthy. You could go to
Yeah.
Vegas and you earn 30,000 a night for an hour.
There's a lot of skills you can pull off
100,000?
with
I don't
pausing
know.
Imagine
time.
being a surgeon, right? Because
I got it.
you do a
I got
surgery,
it.
the less
I'm stupid.
likelihood of
I got
infection.
it.
You can just
Yes,
I got it.
That's not who I want.
I
to do
got
my
it
surgery.
now. I was stupid before. You're the greatest gambler of all time. You pause and look at everybody's cards.
that's it. I love it.
You-
I love
you-
it.
You're the, but because when you're the greatest gambler of all time, they constantly be going back at like how does he do it? The real
Seems to
problem
know.
would be that there's video footage of you at the table, and so you pause time, you get up, you go look at everybody's cards, you go back sit at your table, and you try to sit just like you were, and then restart time again. And to maybe the guy next to you, it's imperceptible. You just shift a little. But to the camera, who knows what it sees? And everybody's cards have to be put back just so. Otherwise, they
Counterpoint.
shift.
We've been talking about pausing time, but we also threw out reversing time. You could gamble in the same way that Tom Cruise did End of Tomorrow, right? You just
No reversing time.
Reversing
We
time
can
is too
only
powerful.
pause.
Okay.
Yeah,
'Cause if
pausing, I was thinking the same
I
thing.
could beat
about
anyone in
skill.
poker if I got to play it again.
Look at their cards.
Well, you'd have to like there are markers on like a blackjack table, right? Like they have the little like squares where you put your cards and all that. You'd have to like come up with a position with like both of your hands in the exact same spot and then get up and then return to that exact position.
No, I'd put on one of those
Or take a
Arab
bathroom
barbs.
Ah. an Arab.
Oh, you're in
garb.
the bathroom when you come back and look at everybody's cards, so that the cameras don't see
Yeah,
you.
they have no idea.
Oh,
I'm like,
brilliant.
I need to get in on this
I gotta
hand
go
right just
pee in the
now.
middle of my
Sorry.
Like you could
What-
cheat
what?
other games too, like roulette or Keno or any of these ball or like random chance games. You could
Roulette
freeze
doesn't
time
work
and
because
just
they
push it
once
Move
just
it,
a little.
slow it down.
there's a point
you're
in
right.
roulette where they stop the betting though, and the ball is still in motion when that
He's
happens.
pushing the ball.
Yeah, he's moving the ball.
Well, then the cameras catch like
Your
magic
little-
happening. A ball disappears and reappears, and they're like,
No,
"Look
no,
at
no,
this.
no, no.
Is this a
You
glitch?"
just
They're
give
like,
it
"It's not a
little-
glitch. He did it
just a
20
little
times in a row."
touch, just a little gentle tap, so that when time resumes, it rolls from black to red, and you're
Kyle,
good.
it's just a
Well,
little
then he create a
tap.
black hole, and we all get sucked in. You can't move things.
All right, don't
You
create
can.
more lore.
You would
for
be
this retarded
applying
scenario.
kinetic energy, and when time resumes, it's
So you're
normal.
gonna
So
so you're gonna thump the ball and then immediately unpause, pause, so that it's in motion, I guess. And then this is no good. We still have no control over where the ball goes.
No. You
All
wait
you're-
until it's
yeah.
just about settled, when it's kind of like one or the other, and nobody really knows, and then you give it a really light little touch, and nobody.
What if we
would be
went
any
honest
wiser.
again?
I
Remember
see
how
what you're saying,
Driftor
Driftor, I
said
agree.
you'd be a surgeon, but you'd be able to
Yeah.
perform like 90 surgeries in a day? What if you like did a really overpriced freight service? You know, like I can take your fucking oil tanker from Saudi Arabia to Louisiana in one night.
Now people are getting suspicious.
But you can't.
Yeah.
But
Well,
you
it's not one
can't.
night for me, but it's one night for you, which is why I charge so much.
Well, you got to
But
like,
how would
open
you-
your teeth swimming.
But
Well,
but you
assume
still
I
have to
can't.
work for a
Yeah.
living, basically. It's just at a higher rate.
Yes.
Like the best, like if you're gonna, like there's a million skills you can use.
Bro, I can pause time. Like we're gonna find a way to make this pay.
Like, you could be a great goalie in any sport. Because all you'd have to do is just like you just have to stutter step the pauses, like pause on pause, and so like it's the soccer ball or the hockey puck or whatever is coming at you in super slow motion.
I've had this fantasy for 40 years.
Yeah.
Could you also
That's what-
work, if you were fast enough, go full Dr. Manhattan and have sex with a woman, but swap positions like hyper fast, so she feels like she's getting blown out all around?
You can
No,
do
he
whatever
created
you please,
multiples of himself. He like split.
True, but if you were
got-
fast enough at swapping, wouldn't it feel about the same?
Man. No, her pussy would just burst into flame when you unpause
Yeah.
time.
No.
It'd be too
all
much.
the friction all at once, just
Yeah. That canal wasn't
Yeah.
meant for that sort of damage. That
Yeah.
temporal damage. Oh, we're at over 2 hours. So we're going to hear from a
ad time, Taylor.
wonderful, wonderful sponsor, and that's PharoahDistro.com, folks. Attention PKA fans, PharoahDistro.com is doing an exclusive giveaway for listeners and viewers of the podcast. Over the next month, your first $50 spent on PharoahDistro.com will get you 5 entries to win a Dab X Go, the best dab on the market, in my humble opinion. The creme de la creme of dab rigs. Not only that, but every $10 spent past the initial $50 gains you an additional entry. The giveaway will run from November 30th, episode 676, to January 2nd. Coming up very quickly. The winner will be announced during episode 681 on January 4th. We wouldn't want you to miss out on this incredible offer. Whether you're a connoisseur of smoking flower or a dab enthusiast, we have something special for you. Indulge in our brand new Pharoah Exotics THCA buds, our strongest flower yet. For the dab aficionados, savor our THCA diamond sauce, and don't miss out on our mouth-watering selection of high-quality, high-milligram edibles. But that's not all. If you're on a quest for holistic wellness, explore our range of CBD products and therapeutic mushrooms. Use code PKA20 for 20% off your entire order. Our THCA double doinks have been flying off the shelves. Get those while supplies last using code PKA20 for 20% off your order. At PharoahDistro.com, we provide quality gifts even Santa couldn't deliver. Enter to get your chance at winning a DabX today. When you sign up at PharoahDistro.com, just make sure that you use an email you actually check, so if you win, it doesn't go in your junk folder and you miss out. So check that out, PharoahDistro.com, code PKA20 for 20% off there. Enter to win a DabX Go, which is a nice small footprint, clean hidden dab that's you're going to get no waste with it. It's got that nice little silicone cup under the main loading area where you put the oil, the wax, what have you. So you're not going to get any waste. You can always go down there, dig that out and use it. Also the edibles, very high quality, very high milligram stuff. If you're used to 100 milligrams of gas station shit, do not start with 100 milligrams of these. Start lower than that. You will thank me. As far as the double doinks go, if you're just looking for the absolute strongest smokable stuff they offer, it's the THCA, and it's not particularly close. This THCA shit is strong as fuck. So THCA, get yourself some double doinks. I know these have been selling like hotcakes over there. That's what the gentleman over at Pharoah Distro has been telling me. So if you're looking for, like, Kyle's tolerance is higher than anyone I think I know personally, and he gets ripped as fuck off of not even a whole one of these. He's kooky high, really fucked up. When he starts smoking one of these and his video's on and we're playing code names, I'm like, oh, good thing he's not on my team, because he's not gonna perform that well on this round. So double doinks, check those out. Very high quality stuff. Also, if you want something a little weaker, you can try the HHC, and weaker still, you can try the Delta 8. But all high quality stuff. You will enjoy it. It will get you stoned. PharoahDistro.com, PKA 20 for 20% off your entire order. Enter to win that DabX Go. You will enjoy it. This episode is also brought to you by Lock and Load, the premium ejaculation increasing supplement that's taking the world by storm. Everyone, it may be too late right now. We always have trouble keeping this shit in stock around the holiday season because it's a great stocking stuffer. It's a great funny gift. And it's also going to be funny when the person you gift this to, whether it's your dad, your grandpa, your brother, whoever, when they start busting more, they're going to go, Sonny, you took me back to a time that I thought I'd never experience again. You gave me the gift of life, the gift of youth. And I thank you for that. That's what's going to happen to you. Your grandpa's going to say, I'm busting so hard. Your grandmother's, has had to double her blood pressure meds. So check it out. Lock and Load, code PKA or code Jizz, folks. That's 10% off anything over at Derek's site, whether it's protein powder, energy drinks, weight loss supplements, dream supplements, or the million other products he has there, all efficaciously dosed. 10% off with code PKA or code Jizz. But start out with Lock and Load. It's my personal favorite product. In my unbiased opinion, my personal favorite product over there, and not just because I had something to do with it. So check it out. Lock and Load. Get it. Start coming like a man. And
Boom.
that's it.
Well done.
How are your comes, Driftor?
Probably normal in volume, if I had to guess.
You got to fix that.
They look
Yeah,
normal.
Suboptimal, you say.
Use an upgrade. I could use a full-on water hose, but
Yes,
right
yes,
now,
you could.
Right now, I've just got the peasant dribble.
The peasant dribble. You got to do some Kegels, right? Isn't that what makes you shoot further?
Women do. I don't know if men can do Kegels. I don't know.
We can do Kegels.
Mm-hmm. Women
I'm
and gay
doing
men
right
love
now.
it. I'm doing it right.
Yeah.
Everybody, let's do a few Kegels together.
I'm doing. Hold.
Everyone,
hold, and relax.
And relax. All right, everybody.
Too much relax. Don't relax too much now. I want a replay of last week. Had to cut these early. Woody, do you have any big Christmas gifts? And if so, do you have any secret Christmas gifts? And if not, is it one of those situations where everybody knows what everybody's getting and it's a boring adult Christmas?
Are you just asking about what I'm giving or getting?
Giving, of course.
Giving. All right, yeah. So I only buy one person a gift. That's Jackie. She handles everything else. And
Nice.
And that's your gift.
And I didn't come up big this year for Jackie. Actually, I got her. It might sound stupid to most, but I got her a nice microscope. It has like a TV screen built on the top of it. She uses a microscope probably like 3 or 4 times a week. A lot of times it's for our fish tank. She's identifying like some sort of algae, bacteria, flatworm, whatever. But she's also into jewelry, and she uses it to see that better. She uses it sometimes while soldering, and she just likes it. So our microscope we got, we have one now, and it was inexpensive. I think it was $60 or something. It's something a student might use in homeschool, and it was just to see whether or not this concept was good. So I bought her like the good one with a 10-inch LCD screen, and you can like take pictures and post them on the internet, which we can't really do now with our regular one. So that's what she's getting.
Have you ever looked at anything cool under the microscope, like your own cum or something?
No, that actually is big on my list, but no.
You could look at your lock and load.
Yeah.
Under the
I wasn't even
microscope.
fully joking. It'd be kind of neat. It's like it's fucking swimming.
Yeah, right. That or saliva, I think could be interesting. I think we did that in high school.
Yeah,
I didn't even consider blood, but yeah, I should. No, I've only looked at stuff Jackie shows me. She said,
I bet if you just took a little bit of like Coca-Cola or a sugar soda and smeared it across a slide and left it there, it turned into like beautiful crystals under the microscope. I got one of those for Christmas. I'm sure it's nothing like what you got because 25
nice.
years ago or something like that.
Yeah.
But it had a screen, a viewing screen. Instead of looking down into a viewer, you had the screen for the microscope, and you'd put I had all the slides and everything through. That's a fun little gift. Taylor, anything from you? Anyone getting anything good this year?
I don't want to say a couple because I know
They listen.
like my
Ooh.
the couple people listen. So I'm not gonna slip up here.
He's getting that
They're
Charizard.
listening. Yeah, they're getting that Char. No, don't expect a Charizard. They're not getting the Charizard. But
He told me he was getting like the reflecting one or something.
imagine if I spent
told me.
$130,000 on a foil Charizard and you spoiled it.
He told me he was getting you that Charizard.
Like
what is
when
a Charizard?
like
a rare Pokemon
Rare
card.
Pokemon.
card. Like
Rare
the original,
Pokemon card.
the original holofoil Charizard is worth like 6 figures. The one that came out in like 96, 97.
Logan
Right.
Paul came out with one like instead of a big diamond necklace, he just had the Pokemon card, like in like plastic and like around his neck. It's just like,
Yeah,
all right, that works too.
dude, I'm a sucker for Pokemon. I love especially the original 151. Man, love
Pokemon's gay. I'm more of a Magic the Gathering kind of guy.
I'm
Hey, that's not gay. That's cool.
I have a Black Lotus. I only have one card.
If you had a
Oh.
Black Lotus just by like some random happenstance, just from being what,
It's
18
just a
and
flex. I don't even
1991.
play the game.
Yeah. You're just like, what is this? This fucking gay ass card, and just spending it, like ruining
Lick it.
It's worth $100,000. Yeah, no, I
That's the
didn't get
Antique
anything
Roadshow dream.
crazy. Like, did you get anything crazy for your significant other, your dad, your mom?
So
Is that a Charizard or Illustrator? It said.
What were you asking me?
Oh,
Yeah.
he
is the Japanese fucking.
Yep.
He's got a
the
super
Japanese
rare card.
original one.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with that
the
one. That's probably
certificate.
worth even more. I don't even know.
Yeah, he's got an incredibly rare card that we don't even understand, and it's not even in our language. So I would say that one's
Such
valuable.
a different level.
Seems that way.
Probably $250,000 card or something stupid. I procrastinated. I kept saying like, "Oh, I'll do it in the morning," and then like I'd stay up all night playing Tarkov,
Yeah.
and then the morning doesn't ever happen,
Mhm.
And then
You're a
I'd
busy
do
man.
that. It's rough, It's hard to get to everybody, and so what I'm gonna do tomorrow is I'm gonna drive to Alabama, I think, and get this fucking dog. I'm getting my girlfriend a dog, but I don't know which dog yet because I procrastinated. So tomorrow I'm gonna make some calls.
It's going to be
about
whatever
the-
dogs are left.
Yeah, what about the ones
Yeah.
you linked to us? Like you had them narrowed down. They were
Yeah,
good.
well, I wanted to be a Christmas dog, so
Mhm.
those got sold.
Those
you
were
know.
Thanksgiving dogs.
Christmas
Those are
pup.
Thanksgiving dogs. So
Get her,
I'm
get her
either
a
gonna
dog. Get her a Shiba. She'll love that.
Those
They're
are
good
cute.
animals.
But they
I'm
shed a lot.
either
I think.
getting a miniature doodle mix of some kind, like a 30-pound version of my current dog, because I like that hypoallergenic, non-shedding fur, and they look cute as fuck. So I'm either getting like a mini Bernie doodle or a mini golden doodle, mini labradoodle, one of those mixes, or I'm getting a mini schnauzer because I like those little fuckers. They've got the big mustache whiskers.
Mhm.
I don't think of dogs like this, but I love it when someone dog has a dog. Like they get a Rottweiler and a miniature pincher. Like,
Yeah.
this is my dog and this is my dog's dog. You should get a mini
Get a pet
Toby.
for your pet.
That's exactly what I'm doing. Because
That's-
Toby's a Bernie doodle. He's like 78 pounds, and he's like brown and white and fuzzy, and just the best dog I've ever had. I love him so much. He's so loving and cool, and just always wants to be my buddy. And I want another one. But he needs a sidekick because he's insufferable. Like he's with me all the time. He's outside the door.
He needs another buddy.
He's out there right now waiting on me to come out. You done yet? All right, I'll wait here.
And there's going to come a day when you get that new dog that you're going to walk out there and he's not going to be there and you're going to have a single tear and think my little boy's growing up.
Oh,
Yeah.
no, he's there all the time. I wake up and he's there with my shoes waiting.
Oh, I guess I got my grandpa an iPad. He doesn't listen to this. Yeah, my grandma was like, now, it's kind of expensive, but what your grandfather would like this year is an iPad because the one he uses doesn't work. The touchpad don't work no more. And he likes playing solitaire. As you know, all he plays on it is solitaire. And so I bought him an iPad that he can use to look up like his work email and play solitaire on. And so hopefully he likes that. Yeah.
Did you get him a case to put it in too?
I think it's the same size as like a previous one he had, and I think he likes the old case. So I think he's good on that one. But
I should get my dad something like that. He loves his online dating. If he could get a bigger screen, it'd blow his mind.
That's what I got from my dad last Christmas. Not an iPad, but like a what is it, like a Samsung Tab or something. He loves it. But for him, it's like a Paramount Netflix machine. Probably adult films too, but I don't look at it.
Don't talk about that.
Like
you don't talk about that. Like I had to go iPad because my grandpa was like almost 80, and so I didn't. He's been using an iPad, and I thought it would be like cruel to be like, "Hey, a new user interface, old man." Like, no, let's keep it the same. You can
I love the idea, Kyle. You should give it. Like, I noticed you've been dating some ugly bitches. I got you a bigger screen for Tinder.
Yes.
This is a 4K. This is a 4K display. You're gonna be able to tell what's going on a little better now.
Wow.
Looking at that little track phone. You
teach him about the angles that make you look thin, and he's off to races.
I told him he should
old
get some
people
plastic
online
surgery.
dating cracks me up.
Wait,
what would he get?
It's a real thing.
Like neck. Like he's getting like an old man neck. I was like, you just get that old man neck pulled out. Like maybe even get yourself some. I guess that's about maybe a facelift. Like why not? You're getting your late 60s, early 70s. It's facelift time. Get a new look.
Depends. I actually think men can look pretty attractive with crow's feet, especially like the earned farmer's kind of face. The neck thing I might be on with you though.
Yeah, those men are 45 to 55 years old though. We're getting to 70 years old. We're melting at this point. It's time to pull things back a little bit.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I could see that.
Yeah, I'm definitely not cosmetic surgery averse. I would get something. Certainly if I had any sort of injury, do whatever we could to come back. I was so worried.
Now? If you could change one thing about you, what would you pick?
I gotta get those calf implants. I gotta get those woody calf implants. I would show them pictures of your calves, and I was like, double that.
It's good.
Give me one of those give me one of those on each side of each leg.
Would you get the chest implants, like the artificial pecs and abs, so you wouldn't really have to work out, but it would still look pretty muscular?
I worry about those and how they feel on like I know how they feel on women, and it's a real mixed bag depending on how big their boobs were before and how old they are and what quality and what substances are used. I feel like the male pec implant is almost an experimental technology. I don't want any part of that. My chest isn't the best, but I certainly wouldn't be getting anything stuck in there.
Yeah, I don't know. If it's under the muscle, can you feel it at all? Yeah, that's what we're talking about.
Surely you can feel the weight of it and maybe it moving a little. It's not supposed to be painful.
What cup size would you go to?
We were talking about like male cosmetic surgery, and I was like, I would immediately take a picture of Woody's calves and be like, double this.
Double this. Make me look like a fucking weird cartoon character.
Like
I want to look like Popeye.
Stuff going on. I'm over here like I would get a mastectomy. I would get a breast reduction. I've had man tits since I was like 12 years old.
Really? You look
they're not noticeable laying down.
Right.
Man, they're very visible in videos and stuff like that. They're
is that called
like triangles?
Gynecomastia. That's what.
Yay!
How does that
made high school real fun?
What age did you start getting those? Middle school, high school?
12 or 13.
Puberty, right?
I went through a phase where I drank like 13, 14 Pepsis a day, and I gained a lot of weight, and then I lost the weight, but the boobs stayed for the most part.
Yeah, that's so much Pepsi. Oh. That is a lot.
That
the right amount. Yeah. Well, he said
families,
Pepsi.
Man.
He didn't say Diet Pepsi.
What?
Yeah, I mean, he was a growing boy.
Pick, Taylor?
The only one I can think of would be lipo. Like getting rid of fat in like love handles,
hair
belly, laser hair removal. I'm not comfortable with where I am.
It's great when someone suggests it. You wouldn't do something about that nose?
You wouldn't do. You wouldn't like knock on the LASIK man's door, see if he could give you a hand? No, but I was actually like getting out of the shower recently and like doing one of those like I was like, man, scratching under my nutsack and everything. It's like, man, there's a lot of hair in that gooch area. And so I did that thing where you like Captain Morgan, like throw a leg up on the counter, take a peek in my big full length master mirror. And it's a worse situation than I thought down there. Like it's
Did you
fucking hairy.
manscape it?
No,
was about to ask.
I'm letting it fly. I could make small braids.
You got it. Okay, you got to
What is
wax.
perfect?
Like for some sort of maybe for this podcast, you lose a bet. There's some goal you guys hit. Taylor has to go in and get waxed.
Right.
Oh.
I want it on camera.
be worried
but
I'd
chest
like it.
up. You know, I just
Yeah,
want to
you'll have to blur it, right? But then the pad that comes off, you can put in a little frame and give it to him as a trophy.
Oh, it would be a
It'll
lot
just
of
look
hair.
like you cut off a piece of a Bigfoot suit.
It would. There's like I don't have like Robin Williams arms. I actually have I have a totally normal amount of hair on my arms. Like you would never look at my arms or hands and be like, I guess hair's starting to creep on my hands, but not that much. And you'd be like, oh, that guy's not that hairy. But down there in the gooch area, it's fucking Vietnam.
You're elite.
Yeah, I'm absolutely elite. Do you ever
Like
check your
hairy
gooch
knuckles we're supposed
area?
to be seeing?
Yeah, no,
I'm just displaying. I'm
no
wondering
hair,
how Taylor compares.
No,
I'm not seeing.
I can't
any
really
hair.
see.
It might be the camera or something.
Yeah, I
I
really don't have
actually
any.
thought you
Yeah,
waxed.
there's
them.
like
No,
There's
I've got
like
no very little
All fist
knuckle
the
hair.
camera together.
Pretty much nothing. Like
Yeah.
not some like simian hands. Very normal, like hairless
not
hands.
simian.
much
They're not
either.
simian. I promise.
No.
I have some hair right here.
I'm a full blood
Yeah.
human.
That's more probably. Well, I guess I'm on the road to
Yeah.
where you're at.
Woody's
but-
I'm
got the
also
hairiest
50,
arms.
so maybe.
yeah, that's true. Yeah, but I got more gray hair than you already.
Oh, yeah.
You
We
mentioned
were shopping for
Robin
cars
Williams'
today,
arms.
and
Right?
I'm
Robin Williams' arms. Y'all see
Yeah.
the trailer for the new movie from his daughter Zelda Williams?
No, she have hair.
It's called Lisa Frankenstein, and it's this weird. It's a modern film, but it's set in the 80s, but it uses modern lo-fi music, and it's this kind of. It looks like an R-rated Edward Scissorhands, just something somewhere between Frankenhooker and Edward Scissorhands. It looks absolutely insane.
Okay, I haven't seen either of those movies, but I know what Edward Scissorhands is about. Johnny Depp goes around and kills people, right?
Nope, not a bit.
No.
Okay,
Absolutely
never mind.
not.
Then I don't know what Johnny
Depp is
does.
misunderstood and socially isolated because he has scissors for fingers, and he manages
Okay.
to ingratiate himself with society.
I
And
remember
overcome
now.
that to a great extent.
That is such
beautiful,
an
beautiful film.
like perfect back of the box description of that movie.
Yeah, I'm more familiar now than I was prior.
And you remember
Yeah.
when movies had boxes?
Yeah, you need that physical media. They're going to keep removing all the funny episodes of South Park. You're going to need to own them if you want to watch the Super Friends in
They did that with
2030.
The Simpsons on Disney Plus. They pulled out some of the episodes that were critical of China.
Oh, that is so
Whoa,
lame.
Dude, that's funny how that's like becoming more common. You know, dude, it's not the government that censors you; it's the corporations.
Yeah.
Uh,
well, the corporations, the government sometimes leans on them to do it.
That reminds
Like
me.
Twitter
for,
shit and Facebook.
We need to put in a request for the Plex guy. I want to see that movie, the new Godzilla movie, not the new Godzilla movie that has like baby Godzilla and all that horse shit. The Japanese version. I want to see Godzilla Minus One.
I've heard it was
supposed to be-
super good.
Yeah. I've seen very little of it, but I saw the design of the monster, and I heard that they struck a really good balance between Godzilla fighting shit and the scientist, or not scientist. I think the human character. It takes place at the end of World War II, or maybe right after World War II. And I think your main character is a failed kamikaze pilot who feels bad that he didn't kill himself. And so he's part of the military effort from Japan and the US combined now to take on Godzilla. And I noticed that when they shoot Godzilla, like he bleeds, like it's he's not invincible. So they're hitting him with like World War II era, like naval gunfire, and like chunks are flying off of it, but he seems to regenerate like he's fucking Wolverine.
Like Troll. Yeah.
Yeah. So I want to see that Godzilla Minus One. That looks
Never
fun.
heard of a failed kamikaze pilot. Like, you're pretty bad if you can't hit the ground.
Yeah. You
We do.
just, I bet it would just
Love
be a
this.
miss.
I got a history story you'll love. Kamikaze pilots are treated really well. Best food. They didn't have to work and do drills because you just treat them nice for a week or two. They go slam into a ship and kill themselves.
Mhm.
There was this guy in Japan, and I'm going purely on memory, so I hope I get these facts right. He flew double digits worth of kamikaze missions. I want to say a dozen, maybe more. And he would always fly out and say, man, the fog was really thick. I couldn't see any American ships. And he'd go out again and be like, your information was wrong. Nobody was there. And he would come back to base and go back to that kamikaze pilot life where he gets steaks and good food and treated well and can do whatever he wants. And he just did it again and again and again until the war ended.
That's
This guy's cool.
I love that guy. I want to die as much as you want me to die. But I just think that I should utilize it for a really, really good target. All right, get your ass in there and enjoy another Wagyu stick. That'd be good.
Oh, man.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to be a kamikaze pilot. That would suck. I'd do
The
what
work-
that guy did. I'd be
work
like
jobs, though.
I'd be like flying like
What's
to the
worse?
American side.
Instead of kamikaze pilots, they also had these guys who were essentially kamikaze torpedo guidance
Yes, they
systems.
steered the
They would
torpedo.
bolt you into a torpedo, and you're just like, well, here we go.
Wow. They do that
Oh
now,
my
but
God.
with drones.
Wait, what? They would really do
Sure.
that?
Yeah,
Yeah.
How did they strap them to the torpedo?
They
put
bolted
them
them in.
inside?
yeah. They're in like a little submersible.
Oh, that sucks.
You are in a tube with a propeller, a bomb, and maybe a fin, so you can steer a little.
Yeah.
Imagine
And
you're
you
the
know-
kamikaze guy and it fails and you just sink to the bottom of the
That's-
ocean.
I swear to God, I guarantee half of them at least. They like, all right, good luck, and it goes, and they're like, shit.
Ooh.
Oh, we didn't turn that one on. All right, don't forget to turn the next one on.
It would seem like you'd want to go low to get to the target, right? Like,
I guess.
I would. I'd be a
Not too low,
bitch.
though, or you go under.
I'd be like putting both feet like on the entrance to it, like no, I don't want to do it. You can't make me. And they'd be
I
like,
want more Wagyu steaks.
You're being dishonorable, and I'd be like, I'm not being dishonorable.
I am dishonorable. Okay.
If I were hypothetically a homosexual, would you make me do this?
No, you would disgrace the royal submersible, the imperial submersible,
I am
with your
a
gayness.
I'm not sure if that was disgraceful at the time.
Yeah, I don't know. In Japanese society,
Definitely. I don't think they were cool with that.
well, to say, yeah, but
With being gay.
I don't know. They seem to be pretty hard nosed about certain things. I don't know how
we're
they
still
felt
not
about-
accepting enough. Look at poor fucking Lindsay
I think
Graham.
it was
as
like
gay
you
as
can
the
be
day
as-
is long, and he can't even enjoy
Oh,
it.
you brought it up. So good. All right, so not Lindsey Graham, but did you hear about those congressional staffers that made a porno?
Yes. Oh, it was
Yeah.
so fucking funny to watch unfold on Twitter. They were porking right there at the table.
Oh my god, this is my January 6th.
They're on the table, and like they were able from the video to tell which senators they were sitting between. I think it's Gorsuch and Coons or something like that. They're like this dude is up on the bench that sort of covers that covers them like doggy style, while his friend is pounding him out from behind, and the camera kind of shows you that, and then pans up and shows the room, and they're in that big, beautiful, crazy conference building that I've never seen a camera pan in that building. It's always the
Rotunda?
C-SPAN, like
Yeah,
I don't know what that building's
Rotunda, I
called.
think you're right.
It's beautiful. And I guess
Good
they
place
were
to bang.
sharing the video on some sort of text chat, but that's gay political people. Is I can't remember how they phrased it, but
So all of Congress is in that chat.
yeah, everybody. And no, I guess it made its rounds, and so I know they got fired, and the senator or whatever that they work for was, I'm disgraced and humiliated or whatever he said. You know, he's an old fella from the Northeast. I can't remember what state. Didn't look like he was happy with the footage.
Yeah, I'm sure
It
not.
was. I saw the thumbnail, or maybe it was just someone edited. The dude's up there. He's like wearing like a jock, so like his whole ass is showing. And I can't remember what they edited over his butt, but it was funny. So yeah, that's been fucking wild. Our
Wait, there's a video of the butt fucking.
Yeah.
oh
I just-
yes,
Go watch
I just saw a
Oh,
still
yes.
of like the guy's back, like looking out over the like voting area, whatever the hell.
well,
There's
you
a
haven't
video.
seen anything yet.
Well, I don't.
Lindsey
I don't
Graham's
know.
been jacking off constantly since it came out.
That's nothing.
It's probably
It is.
Lindsey Graham's probably mad he didn't get invited.
Oh,
That was-
100%.
That's the real tragedy. Yeah.
Oh, Taylor,
It should have been me on that table.
Taylor, the thing I sent you.
I
Taylor,
would
remember
take.
the thing I sent you that it was that guy in the shower, and he's like, I'm in the congressional showers or whatever, waiting on Lindsey Graham. Ha ha ha.
Oh yeah.
That's the guy.
Really?
Yes.
That's the guy.
Dude, everybody knew Lindsey Graham was gay. It's not like I cracked this case. Everyone knew.
Well,
Oh God!
He's gay as
oh,
fuck.
it's the Capitol dome. That's what they used for his butt. Yeah.
Man,
Yeah.
that's got to be. So what is that? Is that a crime? Can
No, dude's pretty fit.
you? He's pretty,
Yeah,
if he was
it'd be a
fat,
crime
would
if he
you
was
be like,
fat.
lock him up,
Can't make
get this
bad
guy
porn.
out of here, this fat fuck disgracing.
Just start an OnlyFans. Just roll with
Yeah.
it.
He's gonna have to. No, I don't think it's a crime, but I think they just lost their jobs. That's probably the end of it, right? Like,
Yeah, but
I
at least
can't-
we caught the one time people were having violent gay sex in the Capitol, right?
No, it wasn't violent.
It's
violent, very
Everybody looked like they were
consensual.
consenting and enjoying themselves.
I don't know. Having a dick shoved in your ass, that's pretty
They gave a
violent.
good firm handshake when it
I
was
didn't
done.
see
You
any
know,
shoving taking place.
Handshake. They were, it was good seeing you, Senator. I'm looking forward to your. I'm glad that I got your vote.
I'll do anything for your vote, Congressman.
Yeah. So hopefully Lindsey Graham takes this as an opportunity to just come on out.
Reinvent
Come
himself.
on out, Lindsay. Reinvent
You know what
yourself.
I call him?
South Carolinians love that.
You know,
Already got a gender neutral name.
Yeah.
You know his Lindsey Graham's nickname, right?
No,
Ladybug. You know why they call him Ladybug?
because he has gay sex.
Well, that's how we found out that his nickname's Ladybug. Because that gay hooker claimed to have met up with Lindsey Graham, and when examining his rear up close and personal, noticed he was covered with genital warts, and he was like, "What is all of this?" And he's like, "Oh, my ladybugs."
Oh,
I may not
That's
like him
gross.
anymore.
Lindsey Graham supposedly
Yeah.
said that?
Yeah, he
Lindsey
calls
it's
them
Graham.
like Lindsey
ladybugs.
Graham to begin with, and now I'm imagining him with
Sitting on a
lots of genital
big,
warts.
big clump of genital warts that are so closely. Do you ever see when ladybugs? It's like either in the early
Yes.
spring or the late fall, and they all clump together for
They
warmth.
smell
and
bad.
in like the crevice of a fence post or something, where two meet or
Yeah.
something, they'll be in
Mhm.
there. That's how I imagine Lindsey Graham's like rear perineum area, like back there,
Allegedly.
all that Gucciness. Well, that's how I
Allegedly.
imagine it.
I saved
it's
us all. from
Literally how I
I mean,
imagine.
you can see how tight he walks and holds himself up. That's got to be some evidence. but
Yeah, he's trying to keep the whole bottom from falling out of that boat.
This is
he's been
cursed. This is a
pulverized.
good time for me to leave, guys. I am going to go dip,
Very good.
and I'm going to go do date night, and I'm going to try not to think about the things that we just spoke
Now,
of.
I hope you enjoy
Hey,
your
good
date
luck
night.
with PT, man. Hopefully next time
Thank
you're on
you.
the show, you're sitting
Appreciate
up.
it.
Yeah,
I think I will, even if it's just for a short bit. I'll start out sitting up, and then I'll have like a camera array follow me back to here.
I'd like to
Don't
see you
put
get
on airs
dangled.
just for
Perfect.
us.
Yeah, you don't have to.
I
put
want
on
to see
air.
you upside down next time, hanging from your.
Well, and not a clown this time. Woody, you missed the clown episode.
Did I? I definitely
Yeah.
saw it. I must have watched the recording or something.
The clown
Hey, man,
was
it's a fucking-
fantastic. That gave me
My
quite a
wife
laugh.
today asked me if I was going to be a clown again, and I'm like, no. You do it once, it's funny. You show up
Yeah.
as a clown twice, you're always a clown. So,
That,
Yeah,
then
you're
I would
clown.
think that you were doing that in your free time. Yeah.
yeah.
You got a lot of clown makeup, huh?
As always, it's been good chatting with you guys, but
course,
I'm
man.
going to go dip, and y'all have a great rest of the show.
Yeah.
Cool.
Take care, man.
Thanks for coming on.
Everyone, check out Driftor. Links below.
Yeah, Driftor was kind enough to fill in. Our other guest had an emergency come up, and he was able to fill in like
Good guy,
an hour or
good
two
guy,
notice. He didn't have a lot going on, I guess. Laying there in his state. Poor
Yeah, date
Drifter.
night.
My God. Well,
Still slip this in.
poor Drifter. Every time I see Drifter, I'm like, Jesus Christ.
Wait, we're gonna move past Lindsey Graham's ass this quickly.
God, I want to get so far away from it. I thought you knew, but when you didn't, I had to explain it, and now I feel dirty.
I appreciate it. I hate that you told me about
Yeah,
it
yeah
because
it's awful.
I can believe him being like, "Those are that's my cluster of ladybugs. Get on in
I
there."
saw. Was it the governor of Texas who was talking about removing Biden from their
Attorney General, I think.
someone who might be able to do it?
I actually don't know how that works. Yeah.
Me either.
Do you guys think
Well,
we should update money with like new presidents every so often, or do you think it should be like, "Nah, we're already set. Like we're good with the
Yes.
presidents."
all right. I'm strong feelings here
Yes to
about
which?
this. So I want to keep the founding fathers on where they are. All right, like Washington, Franklin, Lincoln. They're not going anywhere. I really don't care about Jefferson. I don't know what he did. All right, isn't he? And Hamilton's on the 10, right? Like
Jackson's on the 20.
I don't remember exactly what Hamilton did. He was a founding father. Maybe he had something to do with this or that. I don't know.
He
I can lose
wrote-
Hamilton.
A lot of our core stuff.
Yeah.
I forget. If you watch Alexander Hamilton, the musical, he wrote law after law after law, did a lot to make sure the federal government was bigger than the state.
Yeah, he was a big federalist. Don't,
Oh, a federalist.
Yeah,
as
don't
well
like
as
that.
a black man.
Yeah. He was a Federalist and he was black.
If you take the musical to be a documentary, then yeah, he was.
Yeah.
They all were.
I did, and I learned a lot.
So what were your thoughts on it? I have thoughts on.
I like when they change like silly shit, like the Sacagawea golden dollar. It's like if you're gonna make some silly characters, put them on some money. Let's make it some money that's maybe not right up front.
On a related way, I
120.
loved the quarters that had 50 states.
That was a neat little promotion they did. Yeah, it was. Money was always different. Oh, look at that one! I never seen one of those before. That was a cool time. Where'd they all go? You never see them anymore.
Dude, they were on like every QVC commercial in like 2002. Where it was
every
like,
asshole in America have one of those boards full of them.
A $20 value for only $8.
Catch strays here. No, I don't have one, but I
had that board.
I would want one.
Yeah, I was sticking them in that board.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I was sticking them in there.
Find in North Dakota. Ooh, right there.
I liked the golden dollars that they came out with, and I'm always upset that everybody wanted to act like they were collectible and pocket them instead of keeping them in currency. The Coke machines took them, and it was so easy to just be like kaplunk and like get your Coke, and it was nice to get. I think maybe it was at a casino or somewhere like that, somewhere where you're like changing a lot of bills, and the change was coming out in golden coin, and I was like, that's neat. Give me a fistful of those. I don't know.
Yeah.
I like the coins over
Isn't there an expression queer is a $3 bill? Because I have an idea for Lindsay Graham.
Yeah. They make a $2 bill. I can picture the guy on it. He's got like wacky hair. I think it's this will be good trivia. He's the one that the Indians don't like. Isn't it's
Andrew Jackson. But no, he's already on the 20.
He's on the 20. Who's on the $2 bill?
Did he get two bills?
Can't. I know I feel like he's got some like wacky hair going on, like a big wavy thing going on. I can picture the $2 bills. I like those too. I don't know why those aren't in more current in more circulation. Those are great at strip club.
It was Jefferson.
I was gonna say that. Jefferson. Yeah, so I guess they're big into strip club universe, which means they're huge around Fort Bragg, which is near me. It's in Fayetteville. So I had a friend who actually didn't go to strip clubs all very much, but he liked having $2 bills. He just felt it was a really useful currency. And he said the tellers always gave him the side eye when he would get like, I need another roll of twos. And they'd be like, yeah, I know what this is for, but it wasn't.
Yeah. I remember as a kid, like my grandpa giving me like a $2 bill and being like, wow, this must be worth $2. I just, as a kid, I'm like, I thought it was so much rarer than it was. So, which nowadays it probably is pretty fucking rare. I can't remember the last time I saw one.
I really like that the people on our currency, they're almost not political right now. Like people don't have, like Republicans and Democrats don't have differing views on Jefferson or Washington or
No, they're taking down Jefferson statues now.
Okay. Well, I thought they didn't. I like the idea of older people because they're they're not current. But if there was like an Obama or a Trump, oh my God, half the nation would be pissed off.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, you'd have to have like a 70, like a 75, like the average lifespan limit, where it's like, all right, we can throw FDR on there now because nobody's all pissy about the New Deal or whatever.
Okay. Yeah. I like that.
They have to be presidents. Ben Franklin slipped one past the goalie. That's fine. He was important. But everyone else, I think you should have to be a president.
Hamilton was not a president.
Get him out. Well, no, he slipped in as well. I guess the goalie let in too.
There's like goalie in this game.
So yeah, from here on out, I think presidents would be the way to go.
Sacagawea.
I don't know. I don't want Reagan on money. You know, I don't want any people I saw in color TV on fucking
years.
money.
He's too current. Yeah.
Like I could see FDR. I'm a big FDR fan. I think he's our best president after Washington. I think, doing 3 fucking terms or whatever, and maybe a little more. Wasn't it like 3 and a piece
JFK, but like the still image with the brains coming out the side.
Yeah. JFK.
This is a solid idea. Kyle giving me rolling his eyes at me, but the dude, that'd be collectible.
He was killed that way, so it would be an homage to him.
Yeah,
to have
honor the man's death.
Jackie crying in the background on the bills.
When Camelot fell, like underneath, like Jesus Christ, that's dark. I hope.
Go ahead. No, I was gonna say, do you remember like mid 2000s, and people would fold like their dollars and be like, "Look at this." The 2 towers are on fire when you fold the $20 bill 50 times. And even as like a fucking 13, 14-year-old, I'm like, I bet you can make anything if you like are really good at folding. You could probably make it like,
really
look,
stupid.
here's Bronco Stadium when they won the Super Bowl. Like, yeah, I bet you probably could.
There was a certain thing you could type in Wingdings that was like 9/11, like you get like a plane, two towers, and something else if you type 2001 9/11. I don't know what it was, but the Wingdings font had a thing.
There it
look
is.
at
Yeah,
that.
because the Pentagon would be like, all right, it's all going according to plan. Now we got to, fuck around with clues about JFK. Yeah, right. Probably not. I think those people were just, or I was going to say Alex Jones before Alex Jones, but he was doing his thing like 25 years ago.
Oh, we haven't talked about Alex Jones getting returned to Twitter. Did you see the whole genesis of that and that whole thing go down?
I know he is, but I didn't really see it.
Yeah, I heard it too.
Yeah, I mean, Elon did like a poll, and it was very strongly in favor of unbanning him. And he's like, all right, well, maybe we'll look into this. And then the next thing you knew, he had unbanned him. And then they did that big call. That's the one where Vivek got caught pissing.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And I didn't listen to the whole thing. I just don't care. But I guess I'm a free speech absolutist. I don't think that.
Same.
Look, I think you draw the line when you're literally screaming fire in that building and everybody stampedes and people get hurt. Like that's when free speech stops. But I think you should be able to say awful things to people. Hate speech is free speech. Like you should be able to. You should be able to read the Mein Kampf in the middle of the public square,
the synagogue,
and with your silly mustache on, and we should use our free speech to laugh at you. But we shouldn't shut you down and beat you up. Like that's what a fascist does by definition. We're going to exert our power to have our way. That's
what if you organize
as I
your
understand
followers to hurt people?
Well, then you have committed a crime. There's now you go to jail.
Yeah,
what
but
kind of
you should be able to say anything without getting in trouble. Like that's the point.
Alex Jones was using his platform to convince people that the Sandy Hook parents were crisis actors and lying, and then his people were attacking. People had to move, get security, stuff like that.
And our system worked perfectly. He was found guilty. They bankrupted him, and
it'll work perfectly when he actually gives them money. So far,
well, that's not how it works.
He's not going to give the money. Like you can't find an individual who's not already a billionaire $1.5 billion. Like you're not going to ever.
They'll get his money before they get Giuliani's, though.
I just feel like, well,
okay.
One, I think it was. If it wasn't $1.5 billion, it was roughly $1 billion.
I think that was it. Yeah.
Okay. Let's go with $1.5 billion roughly. That seems like a lot, but it does seem like he should be paying what he could. Maybe they need to liquidate his business. I don't know, but he hasn't paid anything. I think so. It doesn't feel like
it would surprise me if he had.
It should.
Yeah, he probably isn't going to. It seemed like kind of a show thing.
He offered him $50 million. He's like, I'll give it's something like a 98% discount. He's like, I'll give you 2% of what I owe you if you call it good. And they said no so far. They want him to sell.
Well, then have 100% of nothing then, my friends. Goodbye.
Well, he offered $55 million. Damn, he must have more money than I thought he did.
Or maybe he can make the payments on that. However, that money. I don't know when you pay a judgment like that, how that money coalesces and gets paid out, and how that even works. God knows.
And I don't trust that like net worth. Like internet shit where it's like, what's this person's net worth? No. It's like, there's no way that's real.
Well, no, but he's had an incredibly successul like business for a generation. So I would imagine he's a tens of millionaire kind of guy. But what he did was definitely a crime, and like he should be punished for it. Like the way he sort of rallied everybody, and I don't mind the conspiracy talk when the people that it's pointed against are like
rich and powerful.
The global elite. All right, say whatever you want about
bankers.
The global elite. Because
can I add to that? Yeah. I'm even kind of okay if you're talking shit about Biden or Trump or someone who's rich and powerful. When you're picking on the parents of dead children in a school shooting, that feels so bad.
Yeah.
I don't know what he specifically did that crossed.
But then it comes down to like he was like, if you have to be like, all right, he really, but maybe like I don't watch Alex Jones. I've only seen the funny clips of him being ridiculous. But if he really, really believed that it was hokum, that it was nonsense, then you'd have to be like, okay, well, he was saying what he believed. But I think it came out that he admitted, right, where he's like, I was kind of goosing this a bit to try and get
his
views.
attorney accidentally released all of his text messages.
Oh yeah,
so he was just lying for profit.
yeah.
And there were real victims who were innocent people. His real victims were not like Biden or Lindsey Graham or like, the rich, powerful elites that you were talking about. They were parents of slain children at an elementary school.
How does that work?
I still don't think he committed a crime. I just think he was liable civilly. I still, as awful as what he did was, I don't think it's a fucking crime. We had that instance last week, right, where Colby Covington, the UFC fighter, says to the other guy in the press conference, I'm gonna take you to hell in this fight. You can say hello to your father. His father was murdered. His father, when he was a child, this guy's dad was killed, and that's an awful thing to say. That's not against the law. Nobody should go lock Colby up for saying that abominable thing.
Yeah,
I mean, he should lose you as a fan, maybe. Like maybe, but that's it. Like you don't go lock people up for saying awful things. You're just allowed to.
Yeah. I
don't like flag burning. I hate it. Like personally, I'm like, man, get that motherfucker. Oh, you don't like living here? You hate it that much, motherfucker? We'll see. Fucking black bag him. CIA, throw him into fucking Syria. Just no language skills, no passport. See how he likes it. Because if you do it here, we'll break.
You can't do that. You got it. Well, I mean, I guess if you burned a gay flag, you'd probably get arrested for like hate speech. Right?
I'm with you, but it's just that he had some real victims in this pointed Sandy Hook thing, and he knew what he was doing.
Yeah,
sure. It's just like you have to, when free speech, at least for me, and seemingly Kyle being like more absolute, like you almost have to like err and give a lot of benefit of the doubt, because the idea of a precedent being set around speech is very scary.
I hear you, but they sued for damages, and they should get their damages. They won.
I agree.
Yeah,
I don't like that he's dodging the payout.
OJ never paid either.
Don't like that.
Yeah, OJ did something worse. People died.
Yeah.
Allegedly.
Doesn't make him any less of a
allegedly. That's a hilarious one to still be like, I don't know. It came out in the wash. Who knows?
I mean, we might still see Nicole Smith. You proved to me she's dead.
Look, as non-football fans, we weren't aware of how many yards he actually ran for. When we looked it up, I got it. Suddenly I understood the whole thing from a different light. When 2,000 yards in a 14-game season? Come on, let him go.
Yeah, let him go. Get him out of here. If it came out Wayne Gretzky was like a drug smuggler, get out of here.
And the more you dig into that
stuff is a public service. He really got some people high.
It is. Give him another record. Ovechkin's not
blowing.
Be
she's blowing waiters in his mansion that he bought, running all those fucking yards. He's looking in the windows like, you motherfucker. He showed back up with. He did what he did. You know what my favorite theory about that is, and I'm actually like 30% think that OJ's son did it. A lot of people think OJ's son did the murder, and that the reason that his stories are weird and that there's some evidence that looks bizarre, and he just straight up won't explain certain things is because he can't, because the son did it. They think the son.
How old was his son at the time? Do you know?
I think like 18 to 22, somewhere in that range. But
he hated that.
I'm guessing over what he looks like in the like show though.
Okay, and he hated that his dad or his mom or whatever was like cheating on OJ with.
Well, they were separated. He beat her constantly, but he was blowing. She's running around with waiters and such. On OJ's dime.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I've never heard that one before.
Yeah,
I always want to look into that. Kurt Cobain and what's the other woman? I'm sorry,
Courtney Love.
Courtney Love. I always wanted to look into that one, and I've never really given it a fair shake. Looked into it. Is there any evidence? Like, is that one you've taken a peek at?
I've never heard any evidence. They're all just kind of like, I don't know. I've never heard of anything that really pointed toward her, other than she's sort of attached herself to him and his memory, and maybe made a bit of a career off that. Not that she's not a good performer. Her what's that band she was in? It's like one word. It's like garbage or trash or something like that. I can't think of it.
Sounds good.
Courtney loves it. No, she was good. I've liked her acting before. I remember she was part of that early wave of reality TV. That's what it is.
Yeah.
Back in the first wave of reality TV on MTV, and maybe the second wave after Real World,
Yeah,
when
the
you
Laguna
had
Beach.
Breaking Bonaducci. You ever see Breaking Bonaducci? That's the
Heck,
most
dude.
hardcore reality show of all time. Danny Bonaducci, former child star, grew up to be a skateboarding alcoholic with rage issues. Okay, this
It's a good combo
motherfucker
for a
straight
show.
up. He takes a bottle of Absolute vodka and drinks it sitting there in his like state of rage and sadness
The whole-
over like. Yes, he drinks a big bottle of vodka and then he rides his skateboard straight into traffic.
Oh
And
my
like
God.
he was crazy. He'd go into these rages. We're jealous of his, like, it's been 20 years, but his ex-wife situation was kind of weird. Like he was having a meltdown over some sort of separation or potential separation with her and drinking constantly. And he would go into these red-faced, violent rages all the time. There's one season of that show, I think.
Yeah,
Breaking Bonaducci.
I remember when that was on, and I never left it on because all I watched on like MTV and VH1 at the time was when Jackass Jackass, Wild Boys, or Viva La Bam. If one of those was on, I was watching those channels. But other than those three, I'd be like, oh fuck, some bullshit reality show. I wanted to watch Bam and the gang fucking light things on fire and be ruffians because I thought that was so cool. I thought Bam and Steve-O and like Chris Pontius were like that whole gang. I thought they were so fucking cool when I was like in middle school. It's shocking.
I mean, they
didn't
were.
ever emulate them.
Well,
they
all
were
right, hang on.
cool.
Because here's the thing. They were like early 20s guys. Some of them were professional skateboarders and had already like made significant amounts of money in that world. And some of them were videographers and some of them had that MTV thing going on. And they all had this like coalesce together and just like, wait, they're going to pay us to cut the living room floor out and build a trampoline underneath it. All right, let's fucking go. Wait, what about your parents? Fuck them.
Fuck them. I bankroll their life. Put a half pipe in the dining room.
I remember that. That's what it was. Yeah, they would do crazy shit like that. And it was neat. It was almost like Richie Rich or something. One of those like cartoons as a kid where the child for some reason had way too much money and power. And so they were able to just do silly things. Yeah. That was Bam Margera.
Mm-hmm. They were like 20, like mid 20s or whatever, early 20s, but they were doing stuff with their money that like me as a 13-year-old was like, oh, this rocks. They're going to sled down their stairs and break the fucking banister. Screen door and the banister.
Right out the door. Yeah, that's true. Yeah. Or putting, in the movie when they put the crocodile or alligator or whatever in the house, and like all that shit to me as a kid was just, these are the coolest guys ever.
Have you ever followed a reality show really closely? Like I never really got into them.
Like how closely? Like obviously we watch 60 days in, and I watch every episode, but I don't really get into their social media and care what they're like. I don't care what they're like in the real world, like their social media and shit like that. Like I've never cared enough, I guess.
Dude, speaking of reality shows, Fishtank season 2 is back on right now.
It's on now.
The Sam Hyde Jet Neptune project where they bring a bunch of people in, Big Brother style. It's basically Big Brother, but with a bunch of really brutal sound effects and TTSs being fired off in there. And they like, from what I've watched so far, like it's 24/7. So you can't really like, unless you're sitting there all fucking day, you can't really keep up. So thankfully there's like season 1, there weren't as many like compilation Twitter accounts and whatnot, but now it's like you can follow. I followed a few people who like will be like, here's a clip of Summer fighting with JT over this at 11:57 p.m. It's like, all right, I can kind of catch up. They like the set is incredible. They did a great job like doing up the whole house 70s style instead of Jason Goldstriker, Sam Hyde's character. Now he's Judge Jebediah Goldstriker, and he fades in and out of a really rough Western accent, almost like he's not even trying, which is, I assume, part of the joke, but he's still doing the same thing of breaking things around them. He's already like 6'5", and he's wearing cowboy boots, just enormous around all these people. Though I saw a couple clips of like the girls on the show being like, I'm so scared of the judge. They call him the judge now. They're like, what do you think he's going to do? And they're like, I don't know. But he came in and he just started talking to me and then kicked a dresser to smithereens. Yeah, like this is one of the rooms. Like they have like a 70s style room. They put them all in 70s style clothes. there's a Japanese guy who really has a tenuous grasp of English conversationally. And so like something will happen and he'll be like, I did not only understood 10% that conversation. And and that guy's been hilarious. They really upped I thought the season 1 participants were pretty loony, pretty loopy, but they've upped it a bit to where it's only like 4 days in. And one of the girls in particular is absolutely falling apart. He had them do a beginners. He brought in a martial arts instructor and had them do like
one of the girls is falling apart.
One of the girls, Summer, she's falling apart. And I don't remember what day it was, but I saw the clips. He had a beginner karate class for all these people, put them all in gis and everything. And after like however long of a beginner,
she's Asian, class, right?
No, she's white. Yeah, there's two. There's an Asian girl and an Asian guy from Japan, but this girl, the one that's losing her shit, is white. And after like half an hour, there's the fish. Frank,
I guess they look like missing persons.
they are now. Frank didn't show up, so there's a different guy there now. The black guy there, Frank, he's not a part of it. But yeah, the one Summer, if you bring that back up, number 5, she's the one who, at the like maybe 25 minutes into karate class, like started having a histrionic panic attack and was like vomiting and like throwing up. And so like seemingly every time she does even a little bit of exercise, she vomits, or she just gets so stressed out, she vomits. And people are rapidly becoming sick of her shit.
Oh, really?
Rapidly.
She's becoming my favorite. It's like having a fainting goat on the show. Like I would try to,
when it's one of those. She throws up.
Yeah.
Wait till we get to the eating contest.
Dude, she like there was a great clip of Sam dressed like, pull up a picture of how Sam is dressed like he's dressed like Woody from Toy Story in 3-inch lifts. And this girl was vomiting in the fucking bathroom, and Sam's like, "Oh, you okay?" She's like, "I threw up," and he's like laughing, like, "That's insane. Meet me in bedroom 1." And so then he goes into bedroom 1 and hides in the closet. And so she comes in and he just bursts out like, "Are you doing okay?" Like just trying to scare her a little bit more. Very funny stuff. I'm enjoying it.
Where is there any
Fishtank
indication?
.live is where you go. You got to make a little account and then you can watch it.
Is there any indication on where they're filming or like what kind of house they're in?
I don't know where they're filming, but the house itself is really like, the set's really fucking nice. Try and find a real picture of him, not the cartoon one. But the set itself is really nice. They clearly put a lot more effort into it. They have like a little garden area. God. Yeah, and he's just doing what he does, which is barreling around, scaring the shit out of these people, and it's really, really entertaining. So I'm 2 thumbs up so far from what I've seen of Fishtank season 2. If you're looking for a good little thing to follow along with, making them do activities that are meaningless, making them work out, making them have fashion shows, like lying and being like, "One of you is an infiltrator. Find the infiltrator." And I don't know if there's an infiltrator or not, but he keeps like confusing them that way. It's really fucking funny.
When he was on, I was saying like, I would want to do this in Texas, like in a remote area, and I would buy like 3 or 4 single wide trailers for cheap and have them taken out there and connect them together into some sort of pod. Or maybe like, imagine if you took 4 single wide trailers and put them end to end. So you have a mega long trailer, and it's like that movie Snowpiercer. The very back is the worst. And you've got to like earn your way forward. And each room is like another challenge. And you have to live in those rooms. All right, you're living in the gold room now. There's no food in here. No food in here at all. Like,
that'd be a good idea. I
like what he's done. I hope he's making. I hope it makes enough money that he just keeps doing these and they get more and more elaborate. That's the beauty of Mr. Beast. He's every time you're able to do millions of dollars in production value, and apparently save Africa, build them wells and shit. Just wild shit like that. So I hope that he uses a similar tactic to just build scarier and more weird and bizarre environments.
The chat itself is like probably the funniest part of it. Like the text to speeches are great. They do a good job monitoring that to like make it fun, but also not like discourage people too much. Because if you just let it go unfettered, it wouldn't be that fun. You just have people getting roasted. But there was this one, like there's this fat girl on there, and she wasn't doing anything. People, the whole chat was like, "Oh, this fucking bitch, she's just boring as hell, just sitting in a room. She doesn't do anything." And I think one of the producers was like, "You got to start doing something. You got to start doing something and keep people entertained. You see, everybody else is gaining little fan groups. You don't have one yet." And so she like went up into some bedroom and like just pissed in a cup. And then is like, now she's like leaving piss cups around the house, and she's this like fat, frumpy girl. And so like now there's discussions where like her piss cup will be found, and like one of the Detective Cole, this guy who's like clearly a little bit autistic and likes investigating things, they'll be like, "Cole, we need you on the piss cup case," and he'll be like in front of the pissing fat girl, and not one person has accused the fat, frumpy girl of pissing in the cup so far. So she's creating mayhem.
She's great.
I think Megan's great now. She's so
now
funny.
She has a fan base, right?
Now she's pissing in cups, and like she's talking to the camera. She's like, "I want to throw the piss on this guy's stuff, but he sleeps right next to his stuff, so I don't know when I could get over there to throw the piss on it." And immediately the chat is like, "Piss queen, our piss queen," just being like, "Content, this is great." It's so fucking funny. So now the piss queen is out, and she's found her little niche. Hopefully, gonna piss on more things, upset people. The one girl keeps vomiting. The Asian guy is just coming out with great stories where he has the thickest Japanese accent. He'll be like,
"See, when I
live in Japan, I work, and now I go to school in America. I briefly in Japan, I work as prostitute.
Oh shit!"
And so I was a prostitute in Japan, and they're like, "Were you a top or a buy?" He's like, "For women only, only the women." And so
okay.
He's a Japanese porn star, I guess. Who knows? You know, I imagine those will crop up eventually. These viewers are very, very.
The first still image I saw was the Japanese girl wearing a gi, and I was like, I thought he had come up with racist outfits for them all, and there was going to be a Mexican guy as like a field laborer or something, and like. I thought that was going to be the bit, but then I dug deeper and saw they were doing karate training or something. And I still like my idea better, but yeah. I love what he's doing in general.
He's bullied the Asian girl a good bit, and she's taken it well so far. Like he went in to tell a story to all the fish, like at their little fish bar where they were drinking and whatnot. And she just asked like some semi-innocent question early in the story, and he was like, "Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here." They're like the whole gaggles around, and he's like, "Get out of here." And she like backs up a bit, and he's like, "No, in the other room. I don't want you in here. I'm not going to tell this story if you're in here." And then you can just click to the other camera, and it's just some Asian girl sitting there by herself in the other room and telling the story. It's really.
Is there any interactivity? Because my favorite thing Ice Poseidon ever did was he had that robot that the viewers could pay to control, and it had steak knives attached to it, like the ones you'd cut up your steak, not the ones you'd like cut a roast with. And you could poke people with it superficially, of course, and you could also like get it under girls' skirts to do, like potentially do an upskirt, which they can't. And so I think that robot made a ton of money.
Yeah, they don't have any robots, but you can obviously do the text to speech. You can play sound effects. They're playing the vomit sound effect a lot for that vomit girl trying to coax her into it.
Of course.
But I think the mass shooting sound effect might be the one that makes me laugh the most, because it's just like blood curdling screams and like bullets the whole time. Help me! And there's like bullet sounds and all that, and it goes on for like a minute, and it's very upsetting to the fish, clearly. And so it's like 4 days in, they're going to continue to lose their mind. They're going to lose little bits.
I mean,
it's like psychological. Like they're pulling psych shit on them, where it's like deprive them of sleep, keep them inside. Like behave as like Sam is behaving like erratically, where he'll come in sometimes and like on a mission, and then other times be like, "Oh no, you guys are doing great. You're doing great." And you can see the girls in the show who don't have like father figures kind of buddying up to him, almost like, "I want to make Judge proud of my performance on the show." It's very, very funny. So Fishtank season 2, fishtank.live, check that out. It's entertaining. I would recommend
trivia.
I'm ready. I'm ready for trivia.
I got my fucking silly little LCD pad. I'm a fucking that's definitely like the Chinese knockoff version. Woody's got the cool one. I'm set now.
I don't know if that's true.
Mine feels like I could break it with my bare hands, no problem. Like I know for sure
You
I
could
can.
shatter it.
Yeah, I mean,
You
I could
break a lot of shit with your bare hands. I've seen your Tinder profile.
Well, I mean, this one in particular is just real flimsy. I mean, we can get to Bendy Town right away, but I'm prepared. All right,
Yes.
there's going to be no three-peat because hopefully there's been.
It would be first of all, it would be a 5-peat, but I gotta find my marker roll.
Pete.
What are you counting?
Everybody
Some of the
in
games of
here
Lethal
is
Company
not.
you've been playing. Every one of his wins deserve an asterisk. He misspelled the one guy's name for the final question, and then there was and then I wasn't given credit when for a question. Double asterisk. I'm not sure he's won any legitimately.
For sure. Yeah.
That Pokemon thing was nonsense. Or Yu-Gi-Oh. That
Okay.
Yu-Gi-Oh question was nonsense.
Although I like Pokemon and Yu-Gi-Oh, we don't have any of that shit in this.
I got
got
one
you.
question fed to me, and that was like, what's Chiz's favorite episode of fucking Twilight Zone? 1 point. He got like a 10-question Yu-Gi-Oh thing, and I couldn't pick a Yu-Gi-Oh out of a goddamn lineup. Some Japanese trading card game from 1994.
When I did my questions, I made sure to make that none of the questions were like potential 11 pointers. Like I think I said, name every senator you can. Winner gets the point, right? It wasn't a 13-point question.
There's 3 questions in here that have multiple answers. I'm thinking 1 point if you get all of the answers.
Okay.
There's 6 possible answers. If you get one wrong, you get one wrong. You don't get the answer.
Okay.
I think that's kind of the most straightforward way to go about it.
I think tonight Taylor goes down.
Okay.
I don't think Taylor's ever won a game. I just made a strong case for that.
No,
I heard
you're a sore loser. You're tired of my dominant win streak. I'm Alabama and Georgia. You're fucking Vanderbilt.
Alabama will lose to Georgia.
Then I'm Alabama.
Oh, wait, you're
then I'm
both.
Georgia.
Look at
Fucked
this.
up.
No, wait, Alabama beat
Which
Georgia.
TV show? Real Men, No Trivia. Okay, we're
Yeah,
back.
All right.
Back-
We're
all right.
We're brought to you by Lock and Load, obviously. Hot Load Zach.
Uh-huh.
Love it. Thank you, Zach.
Yep, I got you. No worries. So, which TV show also created this problem with the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles? A. Rick and Morty. B. Strawberry Shortcake. C. Daredevil. Or D. The Boys.
TV show
I'm ready.
also created this problem.
Yeah, the problem of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. What created them?
Oh,
Yeah, I'm ready when you are.
I'm ready too.
I guess I'll be ready.
C. Daredevil. It's
I also
the
had
same.
C.
It's the same
It
toxic ooze that blinded Daredevil and gave him his abilities. Went down the drain, created the turtles.
Oh, okay. Just so we know, this isn't a regulation match. This is an exhibition match. It doesn't count.
Oh,
Why? Because it's not his?
This is winner take all.
this is the cum stain cup. All right.
Exactly.
The cum
Brought to
cup.
you by Lock and
This
Load.
is
We're
the
even
bowl
sponsored.
game. This determines
hell
who
are
the
you
real
talking
genius
about?
on the show is.
Yeah, but this isn't the Orange Bowl. This is the
Okay,
fucking
Welcome to the
cum load
2023
bowl.
Lock and Load League.
What is the square root of 69?
I'm ready.
Wait, what? How?
You guys ready?
The square
No,
root
I'm not
of
ready.
69.
Clearly, as we look befuddled and sit here with our
As we look before, as Kyle and I give confused glances to one another, what is the square root of 69? At least 8.
Yeah, it's what is like 8.2.
You're close.
You're right. It's 8 something.
8 something. That's the joke.
Oh,
Yeah.
Get it?
Good job, buddy.
I guessed 8-2.
I just said 8.2, so I'll stick by it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
8.
Close enough. That's good enough. We're good.
Oh, good
Makes
enough.
Yeah.
Dude, that's my kind of trivia. This is close enough.
Close enough.
Boom.
Does 8
Now-
something get it too? Because that's a travesty.
That's
of a question if
exactly
it
what I
does.
wrote was 8 something.
Sure.
You 8 something. 8. Yeah.
All
Oh,
right,
it's a
what
joke.
69, 8
Oh,
something. This is a dad joke.
I didn't get. I'm trying to do mathematics over here. Forgive me.
I know.
I was trying
I
to,
was like,
look into
Kyle,
the ether.
Where's the wit, man?
Are the
False.
Avengers?
Are the Avengers? Do they have a base in World War II? Is the
Wait, do they have a
story
basis in
of
World
the
War II?
Avengers happen in World War II?
Do the Avengers have a basis in World War II? You mean
Yeah.
do they? Well,
Was there a team known as the Avengers during World War II? And is that the start of the story that they used for the Avengers?
Fuck, there's a lot of superhero shit. I don't know about this.
all right, I'm ready. I'm ready.
All right. Yes.
I'm gonna say
True.
no.
It is yes. It is
Oh,
true.
you fucking idiot! You didn't even know about the World War II Avengers.
How so? Are you talking about Captain America's? Like
I
Yes.
think that it
called
was
the-
a propaganda.
they're called like the something.
World War II.
They're called like the something bastards or
There
something.
was something.
like that?
There was something with propaganda, and then there was also a team within, I believe, the fucking one of the branches of the military that were known as the Avengers, and they literally went.
Are
through
we
and-
talking about Marvel or real life?
Marvel and real life?
You missed the question. Move on.
He doesn't even know the answer.
No, I just told
He
you.
knows it was yes and true.
He's like there was some
True or
kind of
false?
group. I
Is
don't
the
know. they did
Nightmare
it-
on Elm Street based on an event?
Yes has treated me well.
No.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, it actually is. A bunch of migrants came over to the United States and they were found to die in their sleep based off of nightmares. And then there was also the conspiracy problem with the changing of Freddy no longer being a pedo during the first movie because of the release coinciding with somebody being abducted by somebody.
They should have kept him a pedophile. That makes him much scarier.
Yep.
But
Man.
the migrants dying of nightmares, that's where like
Yes, that's where the basis
Screenplay
of
came
Freddy
from?
came
Yes.
from.
How
Yeah.
many times do you need to be told this?
once.
True or false? Christopher Columbus discovered the United States first.
Well, I mean, no one even knows the answer to that. Well, I mean, they know that's it's false.
Kyle, you've missed 2 no's. You need to ride with yes. I'm saying
Kyle,
no.
you're
False.
I put false.
Not true.
What'd you put?
It was Leif Erikson.
I wrote
Yes,
false.
it is Leif
good.
Erikson.
Well, I mean,
Happy Leif
who's to-
Erikson Day.
Dingy dingy durkin.
Dingadonga Durgan. Yeah.
Who's to say it was Leif
SpongeBob.
Erikson? We don't know.
Who the hell knows?
SpongeBob.
Okay, how many states have legalized weed?
Fully
A,
legal?
13, B, 29, C, 24, D, 17. At some level of legalization.
Oh, so like medical counts here.
Yes, medical counts here.
Okay, well then I gotta.
There's no way in hell this many states actually has fully legal weed.
All right.
If Kyle has to travel all
Ready?
the way to Illinois.
Is it 24 or 29?
I think
It is
it's
24.
29.
It
Oh,
is
it's 24?
Yeah.
Fuck.
Okay.
The fucking South ruined me on that one. I thought for sure
the South
at
will
least
go down.
over half.
They are definitely not high enough. What restaurant did FPS Russia go to in a tank?
I don't remember. Kyle, where'd you go?
Where was that second?
changed
I did
my-
it twice, but I don't remember where the second one was. I know when. I know. I'm ready to reveal my answer.
Hold
Me
on. Fuck. I don't think this is right. White Castle for me and
It was
Woody.
White
and,
Castle for one of them. The
and Kyle
thumbnail
said
was White
McDonald's.
Castle. I don't remember if was there a McDonald's? I think
Yeah.
there might have been.
No, that's revisionist history.
It's me. I'm pretty sure I went to McDonald's.
What do you know about FPS
Pretty sure
Russia?
I went to McDonald's. No, let's give me and Woody a point on that one. Actually, let's give Kyle one too because he probably did go to McDonald's.
Yeah, he probably
Actually,
did.
wait. Did you go there in a tank?
There's
Or
also
go there-
private videos and everything else. So finding out full
I think I went. I'm not even sure I went to White
Okay.
Castle in the tank. It may have been
Yeah.
the APC at White Castle.
It was one of those tank
If
like
we want to
things.
split hairs.
Yeah. Okay.
We
You know
don't need
Kyle's always
fast
right.
splitting.
I don't remember.
During Epic
Oh.
Mealtime, what did they eat off of? And this wasn't a food implement.
Oh, I know this one.
Do you?
Yes.
Which time?
Well, it's the famous picture. It's right at the end.
Of what?
I think he's referring to
video.
the video you did
Yeah.
with him, Kyle.
Yes, the video that you did with Epic Mealtime.
Well, there was 3 of them.
No, the one he's referring to.
I'm gonna say A.
I said B. I know my
A
glare
is
is
correct,
bad.
yes.
But what
I
is
might
it?
Be wrong.
A.
Yes.
Sucks.
It
It is
wasn't
a
a bayonet.
bayonet.
It wasn't though.
What was it?
Was it
Just
the
big
barrel
knife.
then?
Just a
Dagger?
big knife.
Oh,
Okay.
No, it was a bayonet. It's
And
not
then
even-
one of the epic meal time guys accidentally packed that big expensive knife in their luggage and then cut himself when he was getting it back out. And had to get stitches.
Karma.
Those Canadians, they can't handle serious blades.
We ate out of a sled when we did the one in Killington.
okay. What was the first gun FPS Russia did a video on?
Man,
I think I know.
I don't fucking know. Actually,
I don't remember that. Are we talking about when the video I submitted for Machinima's?
It's
First of all, I don't know why this is all about me. But are we talking about the video that I submitted for
No.
like Premiere Director or whatever to Machinima?
So this is the first gun video that is on the FPS Russia channel.
Oh, see, that's a whole other question.
The
shit.
Machinima Respawn and Machinima channel are absolutely gone. They're deleted.
what was
Everything's
Yeah,
gone.
yeah. I upload. Okay, I think I uploaded it. It doesn't matter.
I think this video might have been uploaded both places if I remember correctly, but that's my memory.
I'm just going to say it was an AK. I have no idea.
It is.
I thought it was that 50 caliber revolver.
I thought it was an MP5 that he
It
took
is
to
a
the gun.
Desert Eagle.
Oh, okay. No one gets it.
I believe he had an MP5 in the FPS Russia Returned video, which is the first video on his channel.
I think Woody and I were close enough. I mean, we're not even FPS Russia.
In King of the Hill, what is Cotton's toddler's name?
Okay.
I got it.
I have no idea. I put Duke. Seems like something they'd name.
GH, aka
GH.
Good Hank.
GH. Dad, you already have a son named Hank. This is good, Hank.
What are the scores?
That makes me BH.
I am
Good
actually
Hank.
updating them as we go.
Damn.
So
nice.
currently we are
tied?
776. Yes.
Wait, how
I
did
guess
how am I
Taylor's
behind?
losing.
How am I behind now?
It has to do with intelligence.
Or my retardation. We're not sure which.
No worry, it's performance based.
Okay. Spell the lead actor's full name from Home Alone.
No.
This is not fair.
It is absolutely fair, Woody. Remember, you had your full entire quiz all by yourself.
I didn't participate though.
Is that how you spell it?
Spelling question obviously goes to Taylor.
Yeah, this thing is stacked in Taylor's favor. What a bunch of bullshit.
That's true.
Okay, I guess this is my best effort.
It is
Okay,
mine too. I
I'm
don't
going to
know.
read it out loud. You guys tell me who's correct.
So I thought it was Maculkey.
Nope.
I thought it was.
Or excuse me. No, that's not what I wrote. Macaulay, Maculley is what I wrote.
Nope.
MACKAULAYCULKIN.
Nope.
Fuck.
MCULLYCULKIN. Okay.
It is MACAULAY.
Oh, I added the K.
Yep.
Oh, I needed that
Obviously.
one.
I knew
Woody,
there was
that
no
one was
K.
for you.
Yeah, he put in a fucking spelling question.
Okay, guys. How many parts did Ford sell as bulletproof, quote unquote?
How many parts? Like
Yeah.
parts of a
Kyle
car?
has mentioned this many parts as bulletproof through his assassin stories on how he sold Ford cars.
These are interesting trivia questions.
I had to come up with things last minute as I was also.
I
doing the
appreciate
timeline
your
for the
hard
show.
work, and I'm enjoying it thoroughly.
Look at his
18.
face. Oh, damn. I said 3.
2.
Oh, I
The
knew
belt, and you said something about windshields.
There's just,
I think we should all get one on that. We all tried.
All right.
I mean, I feel like I'm okay. This
The belts definitely were. Which Emma was in Spider-Man, Stone or Watson?
How am I supposed to fucking know this?
watch the fucking movies.
All right.
Ready?
I got my guess. Oh, thank God. Well, you guys could have pulled away there. That would have been rough.
Yeah.
If there's another spelling one that isn't about some fucking weirdo's name and it's a word, I think I'm going to catch up. As long as it's something difficult that Woody and Kyle won't also get.
Conundrum.
Well, that's easy. That's almost phonetic.
This Russian YouTuber has a secret family that he told to an addict. How many kids does he have?
This Russian YouTuber has a secret family.
A secret family told to an addict.
Wait, the Russian with the secret family told an addict how many kids he has?
Yes. How many kids does that Russian YouTuber have?
I have no.
Ready?
I don't know any
You
Russian.
absolutely should.
I got it.
Okay.
5.
3.
4.
It is 3.
Fuck. Who are you talking about?
I have no idea.
It definitely was Kyle
you just
saying that
guessed.
he had 3 kids to fucking, what the hell's that burnout's name?
Oh my God, you're referring to the time that I lied
Yes.
to that drug addict and told him I had 3 kids because he was like, Kyle, do you have? He went to Taylor, do you have kids? Taylor's like, no. Then you could never understand. Like, Kyle, do you have kids? I'm like, I got 3 of them motherfuckers, and you're still crazy. And he's just like, no. He's like, shit.
That was one of my favorite ad libs of yours, just seamlessly. I have 3 children. If he would have asked their names, you would have come up with backstories on the fly. That would have been
Instantly.
great.
Instantly.
Damn it. If you would have said Kyle lied to this idiot about how many kids he had, I might have
It's
got
about
it.
how the
Russian
quiz
YouTuber.
master words things sometimes.
Yep. Which of these are not medicine in 1800? Dr. Pepper, heroin, milk, cocaine, fat off, obesity cream, and motor oil.
Fat off obesity cream is so dumb. It might be a thing.
Remember, you have to get all of the correct answers and not the wrong one to get the point.
Wait, we have to write all the good ones
Oh,
down?
more than
Yeah.
one is not medicine, it appears.
One of these are not medicine, at least.
I'm
No, so
gonna
one,
write
so one of
Oh.
one of them is medicine.
At least one of them is medicine in the 1800s. Do not
So
hit
would
the
you like a
whammy,
list of the medicines or the ones that are not medicines?
He wants
which
the
of
ones
these
that
are not medicines.
Okay, I'm going to write down a list of things on this page that are not medicines in the 1800s. Just wanted to be clear.
Yes.
No, Kyle, you're writing what are the medicines.
Shut the fuck up.
All right, I think I got a good guess here.
I mean, yeah. I'm just going to say motor oil because I don't.
Motor
Yeah.
oil, fat off, and milk. I think the other, like Dr. Pepper, heroin, and cocaine, were all definitely medicine.
I just put milk.
It is just motor oil. Kyle's right.
Christ. This isn't a regulation trivia game. This doesn't count.
Milk, and especially breast milk, was given to pregnant mothers during giving
Yeah.
birth as a
Well,
way
that
to
makes
ease their
sense.
pain.
Oh, I'm sick again. He's just horny.
Which one of these
are
is
not
not
a first-person shooter?
shooter?
Fortnite, Resident Evil, Blackout, Tarkov, Rainbow Six, and PUBG.
I haven't played a single one of these games. Okay, Fortnite. I think that's a first person shooter.
Taylor, these were all #1 games for about the past 10 years. So I'm
I
very
know,
glad
and I
that you haven't played any of them.
haven't played any of them. Rainbow Six. I'm almost positive that's a first.
And
person.
it could be multiples, right?
Yes.
Isn't Resident Evil first person? I don't know what Blackout is.
I don't know what Blackout is either, but
It's the Call of Duty, but
Battle
VR
Royale.
mode, right?
Yes.
Don't
it's
you-
the first Call of Duty Battle Royale?
Oh, fuck.
I think I know this.
Yeah, I hope I do. I'm ready.
I'm ready.
All right, I'll say Resident Evil.
Same.
I put Resident Evil and Fortnite.
Oh, I thought
Woody
Fortnite was
missed
a first person.
One. And PUBG is also third person.
Yeah, but it's
It's split
It's
now,
both.
but it was third person at first. Right?
no.
So no
they had
points?
both. They always had both modes. you
Okay.
know,
No, then Woody is absolutely right then. Either way, he's the one that's right.
okay. What was his? He said Resident Evil and
And Fortnite.
okay. I
Is
could've
Fortnite
sworn you, like,
is
aimed down-
Fortnite third person? I guess.
Fortnite is
Oh, okay.
absolutely third person.
Shit.
Resident Evil is third person.
Of
PUBG
course
is
it
the one
is.
that was both, but
All right, there
I
better be a
didn't know
lot
that.
of NHL questions coming up.
absolutely not. I don't watch hockey. Sorry. Which of these movies use time travel?
Oh, all right. Inception in the bag. Got it. Is there?
Harry Potter, Inception, Terminator, It, Click, and Bruce Almighty.
Okay.
Can I write the ones that aren't?
No,
Because that seems.
Wait,
Well, then I need the list back.
pull
Well,
it
then
back
I need
up.
the
I can't
list
see the
back.
list.
that is my fault.
It's a long list. It's like
Yep.
all of them.
God damn, I should have watched Terminator. For the listener, it's Harry Potter, Inception, Terminator, It, Click, Bruce Almighty.
See, I'm worried about like the specificity of this question. Do you mean that the character is traveling through time, or do you mean that it has?
They use time travel as a plot device to move the movie.
So like flash forwards and flashbacks wouldn't
Yes.
count because they're not actually time traveling.
Exactly.
Okay.
It is them directly moving through time to change things or see things.
Okay, I guess.
I guess I
got-
worded it incorrectly.
I don't know. These are the only three: Harry Potter, Terminator, and Click.
But Bruce Almighty, Click, Harry Potter, Inception.
I thought all of them did.
Taylor's right.
That's miraculous. Throw me two for that one, Zach.
No.
What are they doing, Bruce Almighty? I believe you. I just don't remember.
There is two scenes that I remember
yeah.
specifically. He drives the Selena 7 back and forth in front of the cars, and he reverses time back and forth after he finds out he's God. And then
Yeah.
I think it makes the moon go for it too.
Yes.
Yeah, there was some.
And I think there's also something about a dog pissing on a bush that he does like 2 or 3 times as well.
I
It's
don't
just
remember
stupid little
that movie.
things, but it's definitely time.
Yeah.
Yeah, they
shit.
did some kind of time thing. Boom, big
Yep.
win, big win on that one for me.
Pick the actual car brands: Opel, W, Suzuki, Hyundai, Holden, and Kiwi.
Okay, layup on Hyundai.
Yeah, right.
All of these are layups.
Well, if you're a master carsman,
Okay. I only have a somewhat educated guess, but I'm ready whenever.
I'm ready. I'm
Yeah.
gonna get this one.
say Hyundai, Suzuki, Opel.
Oh, I don't have Opel.
Okay, so Kyle and Taylor would get the point. They both have 3.
That's big.
No wrongs. Also, Holden is a brand for Chevy in Australia, and Suzuki also sells some mid-size cars and shit like that.
Yeah, I knew Suzuki had cars. You see those in like documentaries in like Japan and stuff where they're tooling around in those little
Small
like,
SUVs.
those little SUVs. I don't know what Opel is, but I've watched enough of Jeremy Clarkson on that show.
Small little sports
Today
car.
we're looking
brand.
at an Opel.
Yep.
Yeah, same.
And W is Volkswagen's sports car brand that's next
Damn
to
it.
Bugatti. Which of
know
these
that.
COD guns were never used in an actual war? The PSG-1, the SCAR, the M249, and the M8A1.
Fuck, I don't know what. All right,
Easy.
Scar was probably fucking shooting around. I don't know what M8A1. Okay, I don't know what the rest of them are.
The M8 was the 4-round burst from Black Ops 2.
All right, wild guess.
I also put D eventually.
It is D, yes.
Taylor, so stupid.
God,
Is that the one that had like that ammo that's sort of stacked in rods?
That is the D11. That M8A1 is the XM8 that was never fully brought to production.
Okay. I think I know what it looks like. It's anywhere.
Yep.
Which country were never?
Which country were our enemies in both World War I and World War II? Italy, Japan, Russia, and France.
all right, I got this one. I think.
Only one answer.
But it is one of these, or could it be none?
It could be none. Ooh.
All right, I have my guess.
Dr. Evil.
I mean, I'll say Italy.
I also said Italy.
Italy.
Russia was against us at the end of World War One and the beginning of World War Two. Italy was on our team in the middle of World War One.
Russia was our ally the whole
There was no
time.
declaration of war.
They were
Wait,
All right.
not
I
against
say
us, but our team. Yes.
we got to remove a point from Kyle and Woody on this one.
Yeah, exactly. Remove-
I wanted to say none. I had none written, and I was like, but it's one of these, and he was like, yes. And I was like, all right, well, it's got to be Italy,
Russia
maybe,
is.
but
Yes.
No,
it's definitely not
Russia
Russia.
throughout the all the fighting part.
You
Which
hush. When no one can hear you from last place.
They had like a
Hey,
non-aggression pact with Germany, but like they didn't declare war on the Western powers, the Allied powers, which I think.
And
would
then they
require
started
to
to
call
move
them
into
in.
Poland with Germany on the other side.
All right, I got a guess here.
They-
Which sex
they
toy
did start
brand is
attacking.
fake? Love
Which
Sense?
sex toy brand is fake? A. Love Sense. B. Bad Dragon. C. Me Vibe. Or D. Buzz.
I need to phone a friend. Kyle, which one is it?
Well, I've got it narrowed down to two.
Me too. Yeah, shucks. You're in the same
I'm gonna
boat as
go
me.
with I love this little erasey button. All right, I'm good.
Going me vibe.
I'm going Buzz.
I also
D.
went Buzz. D.
It is C. Me Vibe.
Oh,
D is
shucks.
actually a dick numbing cream that makes it so you don't come.
Oh, that's why Taylor knew. Okay.
Mm-hmm,
Who you see?
Well, no, I knew because I'm always
It's
squatting
both.
on giant bad dragons.
You gotta numb that asshole, man.
Yeah, and I gotta numb my ass with Buzz.
All right.
This camel had a hilarious name. They currently reside in Texas. What's its name?
This camel had a hilarious name. The Kooky Camel. Is it the cigarette one?
Might be.
Yes.
No, they wouldn't say yes. If
Joe.
All right, Taylor. You know it or you don't?
I don't know it, but
Ready?
don't show yet. Hold on. I might.
5, 4, 3,
You're not the arbiter of the
2,
trivia.
1. All right. Sushi.
It is sushi. Yes.
Fuck. Damn. All that sex toy winnings lost.
Sometimes it's surprised how dumb Taylor is.
It's a burden.
You missed the spelling one. Come on now, guys.
We all did. That was hard.
We all did. That was hard. I thought there had to be a K in there.
Okay, what is the most widely used fake language?
Pig Latin.
That's what I was gonna write anyway. It's okay.
According to Zach, I have the answer.
Pig
Well,
Latin.
hang on. He says Pig Latin. I say Klingon.
I said Pig Latin.
It is Klingon by the Guinness Book of World Records.
Thank you, Zach. Thank you, Zach.
Okay.
That's a bullshit bay.
So,
Ooge. Argag. Gay.
Silence,
Gay.
Final Jeopardy.
Final
It's
Jeopardy.
a-
All right.
Yep.
Is
yep.
a.
So, Call of Duty maps is the topic. It is a number, and you can give me 2 names if you feel like that
There's
is
no
the
way.
answer.
It is. You can learn. Can you learn Pig Latin on Duolingo? Because you can learn Klingon.
Boom.
Fair. You can learn Pig Latin just.
All right.
at
What's the
research.
question?
Does
First of all,
everybody
choose how
have
many.
their-
Do we? I wrote how many points I want to bet down.
Yep.
All
How
right.
many?
Oh,
how
I'm
many-
sorry. I missed something.
This is Final Jeopardy. You were writing how many points you're wagering.
Okay, so Kyle, you're at
And-
14. Taylor, you're at 10.
Wager
and
them all,
you're at
Kyle.
11.
Wager them all.
I'm not going to wager any.
I honestly think
it's
you
Call of
should.
Duty maps. Are you going to show us pictures of maps and we have to come up with the names of them?
No, you've done something with these maps. You have to tell me how many and what their names are
If
for
it's not
double
COD 4,
points.
I'm fucked. I got my wager
Okay.
down. I'm ready. These pussy boys are gonna put 0 down.
Let me. I need to. I feel like it's. Just, I'm being stupid, but I'm giving some thought into how many points I want to wager here. I've never really considered if there's a strategy.
just
Kyle,
do nothing. You
Kyle,
fucking
you're leading.
bitch.
Like, what are you going to do?
Bet them all, Kyle.
Bet it all. Bet the house. Get it going.
Yeah, I think I'm going to bet. nothing.
You should
think
bet at
that's the-
least 9
Why would I bet any?
because you're gonna get it right.
Because
Yeah.
Woody at least has a chance to get it right, and he'll overtake you.
Well,
Mhm.
let's hope not. Ready.
Okay.
Bet 0.
Klingon.
Klingon.
What Call of Duty maps did PKA play paintball on?
Fuck.
They have been mentioned in episodes. You guys all have made vlogs on them, and you guys were there. I don't know if Taylor was at one of them.
Well, then I need a bonus couple points just to even the score.
It's plural.
Yes.
So at least 2.
I only know one of them.
I know
Well,
one
so
of
I
them easy, and I feel like I'll figure out the other if I just think a little longer.
I got you.
I don't think so. I think my nothing wager is going to pay dividends here in the final rounds. Finally.
Gonna get rid of that. I think I got a better one. No, that doesn't make any sense.
Shucks.
Filthy Robot was there.
What was the name of that big airplane map on COD 4?
Why would you help?
God,
Why would you? Why are you helping him? He's trying to figure out the last clue. Don't say it out loud.
Scrapyard?
Struggling so hard.
Scrapyard was not on Call of Duty 4.
You hush! I'm fucking with Taylor. The scrapyard was a map with an airplane on it.
No,
I had a shot.
I appreciate you keeping this good.
It's
Well,
not what
time's
Call
up.
of Duties are they from?
All right, I got a couple guesses.
All right.
Who would
Go
love
ahead.
to go first?
Crash and shipment.
Taylor, you're down to 3.
I put Nuketown in shipment.
You have one of those answers correct. And that is
I think it was.
Back to
Down.
0.
I think it was Nuketown and Scrapyard, and I wagered nothing.
Kyle is right. Scrapyard was at COD XP and Nuketown was at paintball during one of the paintball trips.
Shucks! I remember.
Said it out loud for me. Taylor was like, "Hey, what was that other map we played on?" And Woody's like,
He
"It's
said
called
from
Scrapyard."
COD 4, and I was like,
Yeah.
I'm gonna throw him off because he's gonna.
And I was like,
You threw me off. I didn't. Fuck. This isn't regulation. None of this matters.
No, I'm not the
Zach and
Normal
Post remove
trivia
this
is.
entire section.
"I want victory music, God damn it!"
No.
I
You just
will- I
won.
will end
You
the
just
episode
won the
with-
fucking red delicious apple bowl that no
was-
one cares about.
That was the Cum Cup. I'll have you know, the first
Mhm.
inaugural.
First
Tune
inaugural
in next
Cum
year, December 21st, and we'll have the second Cum Cup. Until then, I am the champion.
Hey, Woody missed this.
Congratulations.
Take him down to 0 because I got second at least.
That's fair.
First loser.
That's fair.
That's 4 that's 4 victories and a second place. Fine. You snuck up on me this one time, Kyle. It's not going to happen again.
You know, winners don't make excuses.
Half of the questions were, what did Kyle do this day?
I gotta say, that was it. It was a big time. I don't know what those questions were. I didn't pay Zach to do that to y'all. I don't know
You
what
did.
happened. I was embarrassed to say anything halfway through. I was never going to, because I was like, what if I lose the Kyle trivia game? What the fuck is?
Oh my, that would be terrible. Can you imagine the tantrum you would have thrown if like the questions were, what is the correct Age of Empires 2 build order when playing the Hindustanis? Like
That's what it felt a little bit
trick
like. Thank you,
question.
Zach,
That's
for
the
making
same
us
build
that
order.
trivia.
That was good. Thank you,
fun.
Zach.
I do
I'm
like
a
my little.
little frustrated that you
That
came
you're
in
just
that hard with
having
the
an off
spelling.
night. Mm-hmm.
Sometimes you have an off night. It's all right.
Spell better next time. Spell
Yeah, I
better.
remember when
next time.
Taylor was good at this game. He's kind of lost
Yeah.
it.
Yeah.
What if you need anybody to spell any names for you? Hit up Zach because he's the one. This guy here is old news with the spelling game.
Yeah. I'm
Yeah.
worthless in the spelling game now.
Washed.
Oh, there was a K in there. They call him
Right?
Mac.
I
Fucking-
wrote with the C at first, and I was like, no, that's a hard K sound. That wouldn't be from a single C.
Taylor, you sound like a Harry Gooch retard right now.
I am a hairy gooched retard right now. I'm sitting here feeling like a retard with the hairiest gooch you ever did see. Just sweat, just dripping. My gooch is dripping with stress sweat of losing trivia. That's a damn shame. Damn shame.
It was difficult trivia because I know for a fact I never played on Scrapyard. I didn't do that. I didn't want to get messy. We were dressed up. It was that COD.
Really?
thing.
I played on Scrapyard.
Yeah, I don't get shot with paintballs out there.
I
Why did
believe
think you don't want to do it again.
I believe Woody was in Hex's vlog, and Woody also possibly vlogged the paintball event as well, which is where I remember it.
Taylor, however, I don't think he played at Nuketown either. Were you at that one? It was the Chicago event, the second one, not Joliet, but the one like in Chicago. It was me and Chiz. It was me, Chiz, and Woody.
No, I wasn't at that one, and so that's a little unfair, or
Well, I mean, I still say that Russia question was whatever, but we could go back to you misspelling the final answer 2 games ago and just walking away with the cup while everybody was like, sir, you misspelled the final answer. You got 0 points
No, I'm
left.
sorry.
You're just
The commissioner, Chiz, who I could not have more respect for,
okay.
had the right call there. He had the right call there. You're upset.
Kyle, this is unbecoming of you. Winners don't make excuses.
I spelled it correctly. That's all I'm saying. Did you understand? They fucking.
This is a fake contest because he's already bitching about the real one. Get over it, man. You lost. It's okay. Look, graciously, I'm accepting defeat right now. Try and emulate that.
No, see, I'm trying to make you feel better. I'm trying to cajole you. I am trying to soften this blow by reminding you that you felt this sting before, sir. It's only by the influence of your friend Chiz that you snuck by a couple
This
games
is
ago.
my only feel of the sting. If I recall,
You don't think of it, but you're a practice loser. You just don't know.
No. The cold bite, of failure has many times clapped around your
my
hairy
gooch.
wrist, your hairy gooch.
I feel the strong balls of loss slapping my gooch right now. Got fucking hosed by the Kyle question hour.
That's literally what it was. I'm
what was Kyle's
upset.
favorite meal in 2012? Dude,
I
don't know this.
To be fair,
Probably
though,
Taco Bell or something
to
absurd.
be fair though, I didn't know that shit either. Like a lot of it was like he's like, what he meant was like, what was the last video of Kyle's I saw?
Yeah, it was
I'm-
funny
I'm-
like seeing you not know the answer to like what first gun did you use, because I knew immediately. I'm like, yeah, if someone
I
asked
think
me a
Woody
question
got it
about my
right. I
YouTube
didn't wanna
videos, I
say-
had no idea.
I didn't want to say, but I'm almost positive Woody got it right. I think it was an MP5 that I did because the first gun video uploaded was Machinima was doing that thing. We're hiring a premiere director, and what they meant was they're giving Dr. Disrespect a job, but but they had everybody try out for his job just so he could laugh at us, I guess. And so. And I uploaded a video of I think shooting an MP5 and like sort of doing like, oh, this is MP5 from Call of Duty, blah blah blah, and like I think that was mine. I think it was an MP5, long.
I remember.
See, I know that you mean like what's on there, but like I obviously deleted my first video and maybe my first 12
privates. Who the fuck knows what happened after that point?
Yeah,
I remember in particular the video Kyle took. He went to a gun range, and I think he had an in with the gun range owner who would let him like borrow guns and stuff. And then like he would get that gun range so much traffic, their website would crash, if I recall. And then he would use that same gun in game. And I remember MP5 was one of the early ones. So
Yeah,
there was
more or
still
less.
game footage. He was a Call of Duty YouTuber at that point in FPS Rush's career.
I was trying to like
I think
mix
Kyle
and match
took down
the two.
The gaming videos, a lot of them.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
there's
which
tons
is
of-
probably why it's not there.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, there was tons of gaming stuff. I thought that was a smart idea. Just
You kind of
drawing the-
rebranded.
Well, yeah, get rid of like the thing was, nobody from the gaming side cared, right? They were like, yeah, I'd rather see you shoot a real one. Like there's a lot of people shooting those fake ones in the current Call of Duty right now, but like nobody's shooting a real one. Go shoot a real one. So nobody was like, oh, I wish you'd still camp in the airplane on terminal. Like,
Yeah.
No one said that. They were like, I hope he made a lot of money from that last video so we can buy more Tannerite this time. I was like, yeah, I did. Don't worry.
Yeah, I did, and I got a fucking pickup truck full of it.
Yeah. Yeah,
And I don't
but
pay for
remembering,
Tannerite.
and also like remembering where I went to with the tank. Like I don't remember that. I mean, I kind of remember making fun of
wasn't
the
sure.
fat girl, there was a fat girl at the checkout, and I think I'm like riffing to the camera because like it's either riff to the camera or sit here awkwardly while they prepare my order. And I'm just like, look at her hands like a bear. How can they make profit here? She must eat 10 pounds of hamburger per day. This is American woman, prime example. Yes. I'm just like,
We
like
throw
in
her
this-
in pogrom for being too fit.
and then she hands me this giant sack of cheeseburgers, and I'm just disgusted handing them back. Just like I think that was McDonald's, but I could be misremembering. I know at White
If it's
Castle
a giant
we ruined
sack of burgers, it was probably White Castle.
White Castle. Well, I was getting enough for everybody both times, but at White Castle they just had repaved like the parking lot there, like for the restaurant, and we ruined that shit with the tank. Because if you think about how a tank turns, one side goes left and one side goes right, so that it can like do that
Yeah, just,
rotating
like,
maneuver.
grinding it.
And it's so much torque that the
And
things
weight.
slip. And you're supposed to have tracks on there that are made for asphalt. Like I think when you see like parades happen and stuff, but
Mhm.
this one didn't have it. So we hauled that thing there on a trailer and then took it off the trailer a block away and drove it onto their fucking place and ruined their shit. Easily 30 grand worth of like damages. And so I was scared to even tweet at them, but they were like, "Oh, good." The guy on Twitter seemed okay with it, but I don't know if he's having to pay for that parking lot.
They got that crave case money. They're good.
After I was like, "Let's get the fuck out of here. Get that shit on the trailer. I'm driving. I'm leaving."
I'm getting in my little. This is probably pre-Camaro days, right?
Because while it was I didn't while it was my idea, like you know, I wanted to make sure they were on the hook if they, it's their tank.
Do you still have that same Camaro?
Yep, the red one.
Damn, you've gotten your money's
No,
worth out of that thing.
Not a scratch on it. Every time I think about buying a new car, I'm like, but there's nothing wrong with my car, and I don't really go anywhere. And my girlfriend's got a really nice car. So I just, if I had to road trip or like if I had like truck shit to do.
Yeah. What's your
I
girlfriend
could see
driving?
it.
What's her address?
Such
Jackie needs
follow.
a car. Is hers all
Thank you
right?
so much. It's a like exotic large SUV thing that I don't ask what the payment is. I don't ask.
Wait, I'm curious. Though. Are you
Want a
willing to
payment?
tell us what the model is? Is that okay?
Maybe like a Acura, Lexus, one of those
shucks.
type things, one of the big ones.
In
But
the Acura Lexus Infinity mass family. in that way.
indeed, in that caliber of motor vehicles, I suppose. But yeah, no, I still like my car. I was driving today, and I was like, I like this car. It goes as fast as I want to go, and it still looks good. I don't have a scratch on that thing. I got one dent on it, and I went to the place. They go like behind the dent and like squish it back out. I'm like, fix that.
How'd you get the dent?
I don't know.
Probably like a parking lot gremlin. Someone opened it.
Oh,
into
nothing
your
like
car.
that. No, because I still park my like 10-year-old car like away from everybody. That's how I've kept from ever getting a dent in the side. If I got a dent in the side door, I'd just buy a new car. I swear to God. if like I got a dent in my side door, I would go buy a car like that week. But like there's not a dent in it. That would irk me to the max. Like anything like that. If I curved my wheels too bad, I would have to like get it fixed.
Car question for you, Kyle. So Jackie found a car she likes. She seems to like the Honda Passport. It's a little bigger than the CRV, and she test drove it today. She sat high. She seemed to like it. At last, it's been a journey to find one that lit her fire. Now I need to buy it, and I'd like to get it at a good price. I was thinking of just hiring one of those car buying services to check with every dealer in the state and get us the best price. Have you ever heard of them? Dealt with them? Do you have an opinion on them? Or you don't have to. Maybe you just don't know.
Like what I always go back to is when I was selling cars, like we had the invoice back there. Like when we go away to do those numbers and everything, there's not a big head scratcher back there. It's all basic math. It's addition and subtraction. So they've got a slip back there that says what they paid for the vehicle plus on their end. They've got those little pluses just like you'll have on your end on their invoice. So they know what they're in that car for. I would just ask for that. Like when people asked for it, we was like, yeah, all right, we'll get it for you. And it reminds me of My Cousin Vinny, if you've ever seen that, when Joe Pesci is for the first time ever doing criminal law, and he doesn't understand discovery, part where the prosecutor gives you all the evidence that they've acquired against your client and says, this is what we got. He doesn't understand that because he's not a real lawyer.
Schmoozed the other attorney and got one over on him.
Yeah. So it's the rewind me. Why am I making?
I was asking about a car buying service and if they were a good idea. Maybe you have a better one.
So some people, when like we would produce the invoice and be like, here's what we paid for it, they have that sort of air about them, like they're Joe Pesci and just talked us into providing discovery. But that's what I would do. I said, look, can I see the invoice on this car? Show me what you paid for it, and let's talk about like a fair profit for you to make. And look, I'll pay your dealer fee. Okay, that's what's that, $800 probably, maybe more now. I don't know, but you're probably going to get stuck with that dealer fee. But I would want to see the invoice. Like, all right, what'd you pay for this thing? $39,000, and you want me to pay $49,000? Like that's not going to work. Or it's probably something like that. There's probably actually on a car like that, there's probably only like, depending on if you get a fancy one, the fancier you get, the fancier trim model, the more
that's what she's wants.
The more fat there is on there to trim as the trim level goes up. But it's not gonna they're gonna take $10,000 off. Probably get 5 or 6 or something like that. Best case scenario. I don't know.
When I bought the truck, I just went to Edmunds, and you could like pump in the features, and it would say this is a good price. And I literally showed him. I was like, if you do this price, I'll buy it right now. Before I leave the door, you'll have a check. I brought a check. There's a check in my pocket. And they were like, so if we match that price right now, you'll buy it. And I was like, yeah. And he went back and they said yes. And there was a little more to it, but that was basically how it went down.
Yeah, that's fair. You could do that. I would, unless things have changed since I was doing this, I would want them to show me the invoice. If I'm buying a $50,000-$60,000 car, I'm like, hey, show me the invoice for this thing. Let's see what you paid for it. I'm all about paying you a profit on this thing. I don't want you to lose money, but let's try to keep it controlled. I don't want to get my ass chewed like, here. Let me what is it, $1,000 profit on a $50,000 car? Is that fair? I think so.
So that doesn't include the dealer fee, I guess. $1,000.
Of course, I would be like, all right, here's your invoice. Let's take $1,000 off that. Lose $1,000 to sell me a car. Like that would be my starting position. Like if you're going to bend over enough to show me the invoice, I'm not going to return the favor. We're not friends. So I'm going to say, all right, take $2,500 off. All right, maybe take $1,000 off. You want us to lose $1,000 to sell you this car? No, I want you to lose $2,500. I'm being nice. Like, what are they going to do? Make you leave? Like, there's another Honda dealership 15 minutes away. Fuck them.
Yeah,
that's true. That's a good point.
And I like to fight too. Like whenever my relatives are buying cars, I'm like, don't give in. There's gonna be a moment where you feel like,
don't give in. Bring
you owe this guy something. His job is to make you feel like you owe him something. Like fuck that guy. Fuck that.
I'm the opposite. And by the way, and you're different than me in this regard, because let's say you're being interviewed by a detective. I might be more clever than that detective, but he's a professional at this. So I'm not better than him at this. It's in my best interest to bring an attorney in and help me. And that's how I feel when I'm negotiating with a car salesman. Like I might be clever. I might even be a better negotiator, but this isn't fair. I'm at his dealership trying to buy his car. I'm a sheep negotiating with a wolf. And maybe that's why I was like, I should maybe just pay someone $500 or something to negotiate for me. And
I would be hesitant to do it, but then there's the thought that like, now it's done. Like as soon as you give him the $500, you're getting a car and you're not getting ripped off. But I don't know. I would want that invoice, and I would look at it, and I would literally figure out how much money they're going to make off me, because if you got the invoice, you kind of got everything.
I'm stuck because you're a wolf negotiating with wolves because you've done this. I'm a sheep, and I'm like, I
mean, it's $50,000. It's nothing to you, and it's everything to them. Or $70,000. I don't know what you're buying. But
it's in the 50s.
You know what I mean? Like you've got all the power here. And it's not just that I'll walk away. It's that I won't say yes. I won't say yes. I'm not going to get swept up in the moment here. Just so you know, I'm not. you're not gonna sell the sizzle so well on my wife's future SUV that I
Right.
and
On the
sign away.
Honda, we're so over the moon on a fucking Honda Passport or whatever. Like this is a very
20% interest. I'm in. Like,
The
right?
extended
Yeah.
warranty.
I was gonna give you a
don't buy
check,
those.
but I really want to finance because I want you to make a little extra on me. So this is-
You know
Yeah,
what? Can
juicy.
I pay more a month if I put basically nothing down? Yes. Yes, I can.
I
You still get
financed the
approved?
truck. The truck with the other-
Can I get approved?
Remember, I said I showed him the price and there was a little bit more. That little more
Yeah.
was this. They're like, if you finance, we'll take $1,000 off. And I was like, cool. Well, he thought he was getting the 1,000. So like, I was like, what the? No, I financed this thing, so I get another 1,000 off. That's the deal. He's like, no, that's our 1,000. I was like, well, then I just won't. Here's a check. And eventually, I got the 1,000 because I had no
Yeah.
incentive to give him 1,000. Fuck
Yeah.
off. And then 30 days later, I paid off the loan.
Exactly.
There was,
Yeah, yeah.
I didn't pay any interest on that shit.
Yeah.
I just took the 1,000 and kept it.
That's the other thing. You know, you want to take advantage of Ford Motor Company was the one I had the most experience with, but they had great stuff like that. If you were going to finance with them, and they had good rates. You know, back then it was 0 or 1. It was, you know, it was stuff like that. And if you had bad credit, even it wasn't 20 yet. You know, like if you just had like 600s.
I'm telling this story like I beat the dealer. I probably didn't. The dealer probably got some credit for selling the financing, and I beat Ford, you know, some big company in Michigan.
Yeah.
The dealer's like, we sold a loan. Good for us.
Yeah, and again, like I've always say, like maybe that finance officer has like a bonus that's triggered by a number of loans. Period. Like it doesn't matter if we're what happens if they pay it off within a month. You push 50 out this month. 3% on the gross. Like
Right.
you know, there's a lot of unit bonuses like that, which is why like if you want to get that super nitty gritty good deal, you go at like the end of the month when like a big store is trying to get their 350th unit out, 500th unit out. And it's like, when we sell 500 cars, Ford gives us $75,000, period. Like
I
we
bet
will,
December is a slow month, that they're having trouble making numbers. And I bet they don't sell a lot of cars between Christmas and New Year's. I'll roll up the next week.
yeah, we sold, I remember specifically losing a tremendous amount of money to sell somebody like a King Ranch F250 or 350 one time because we just needed to push another one out the door. And I like as the salesman, I'm like, really? He'd give us more than this. Like I'm still not making anything. Like it's nothing to me. Like because we're losing. Once we're losing, I'm getting my flat pay
Base.
on this.
Yeah.
Yes, $50. So it doesn't
really?
matter. Yes.
I didn't
That's why-
realize how low it could be.
You should
People
go back
would-
to selling cars now.
people
That'd be
would
a good
act
story
like-
engine.
would act like they were doing you a favor when you're making 50. And I'm like, dude, this is 3 fucking hours for $50. I don't even feel like doing your paperwork right now. You don't even fucking stamping your shit. Like, you don't even know it's 50. I would tell them I would tell people straight up, like, you wasted so much of my time, sir. You wasted
I'm never
so much of
selling
my
to a
time.
white couple who walks in with the binder full of research again. I'm sending that customer to that asshole.
I was
Yeah,
19, 20 years old. I had no chill about it. I'd be like, I was like, I can't believe you did this to me today. This really sucks. I'm like, what are you talking about? I was like, you wasted my whole day. That guy sold a car. That guy sold a car. Those guys are gonna be able to take money home to their wives this week. Not me.
Not me. My wife is poor and she's dying.
Not me. I drove you around town in 3 different SUVs. Have a good day though.
We stopped for your groceries, sir.
Or even when you sell a car, if they just like, you know, you didn't make any money. Again, it's $50 fucking. But then sometimes you'd make like, you know, $1,000, $2,000 per car profit. For the salesman.
Do you think it would be funny if like I got in the car and you were showing it to me and I get on the highway and I start going faster and faster and I'm like, I don't know, man, nothing's going right. I'm just down the highway.
I would be like, dude, you know what? I feel it. Could you let me out before you kill yourself? Like I fully support it, but could you let me out first?
I don't want to go to heaven alone. Hold my hand.
That's when the fight begins. That's ding ding for me. It's like, all right, we're not going out on your terms. We're gonna fight it out.
We die fighting on the fucking
in this car
60 or whatever.
I had a boss that had gone on a test drive, and the dude pulled out a gun and was like, "Get the fuck out."
I'd get out.
Really?
Oh, he got the fuck out. Yeah, not like while I was working there, but like he was telling me stories of
Yeah.
his past. He lived in Detroit and sold cars in Detroit and talked about being taken on the test drive. Get the fuck out. And like he's like he barely slowed down. just like got out of the moving vehicle. And then of course there was the car that got stolen while we were refueling it at the BP across the street, like a brand new $50,000 truck 20 years ago that just disappeared. It was like that. It was like a Tony Soprano rollback operation or something. They stole this running truck, brand new, that just getting fueled up to take to the customer, and like it just disappeared from the roads. It was just gone. They never recovered it. It was like it went on a rollback truck or in some sort of like A-team covered wagon shit and disappeared off the face of the earth.
The dynamic
one
when
will
we
ever
buy a
know.
car is kind of so Jackie doesn't want to talk to the salesman. So, but it's her car. We lay this out, and he'll be like, "Hey, so what do you want?" And she just looks at me, and I'll be like, "Yeah, we're looking for an SUV. We tried a Highlander, this, that. They didn't let her fire. She likes to sit high. What do you got?" And then he'll be like, you buying a car soon?" Jackie just looks at me. I answer the questions on her behalf. I do all the talking. She keeps deferring to me on everything. And then as soon as we start the test drive, there's this one thing about a car that's very important to her. She wants to be able to, from a stop sign, turn 90 degrees, full throttle, and zip into traffic without wheel spin. This is a thing that she values. And that's why she likes sort of a V8, and if possible, and all-wheel drive, because they do that. So here she is, this like timid lady over 50 who doesn't want to talk the whole time. And then as soon as the test drive starts, she puts it in sport mode and lays on the gas and rips off out of the dealership. It's kind of funny to me.
If it spins out, she's like, "This is ridiculous. No."
Pretty much.
What's this
yeah.
pussy mobile? It's got no guts.
Yeah.
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 So call it a wrap.
The other moms are
Yeah.
gonna call me a faggot if I drive this.
Those are like her first words. He doesn't even heard her voice.
Oh, that'd be gold.
It's like, damn, this bitch has got like Discord language. Like, just
I don't like those ghetto ass wheels though.
put it on 20s.
Don't you have that? Never mind. That's too fun. Yeah, I had fun. Go check out Driftor's stuff. Appreciate him filling in for us.
Congratulations on your win, Kyle Taylor. There goes the streak.
It's okay. We'll be back. We'll be back.
Very good.
The
All right.
cup comes once a year.
PKA 679.